Welcome to the third round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at Rowrah in Cumbria. My name's Chris Czora and I'll be taking you through the afternoon's action. Qualifying just drawing to a close. The racing should be underway in around 25-30 minutes time. Let's have a look at the circuit here at Rowrah, Cumbria. Just over 1 kilometre long, 13 turns on this technical in parts, fast in other parts circuit. Really old stage of a track here, been here since the 1960s, firmly established in the world of British motorsport. Quite an undulating track based in a former limestone quarry. And you don't need me to tell you, if you're in the UK, that the weather has been somewhat mixed. The forecast today is for light rain, although we are expecting a weather front to come through during the mid-afternoon. The track is drying out at the moment. It's not raining at this present time, but it is quite breezy out there and pretty cool conditions down on the track, so grip may be an issue. We're just watching a few riders making their way around in the final stages of qualifying. Got a couple more groups to go out before racing gets underway. So looks like it could be a tricky day for the riders in less than favourable racing conditions, but this Rowrah circuit certainly is one of the most scenic on the Rich Energy British Minibikes calendar. Riders have been down here a few days and we'll have a closer look at the circuit. So that's the Rowrah circuit. We'll have a look in a bit more detail at the hot lap. So this is what the Rowrah circuit looks like from the rider's point of view, and this was not filmed today, as you can tell. Riders go screaming past the race control into a slightly off-cambered undulating first corner, through the chicane and then onto the back straight before the first really sharp braking point, McRae's. Here we see that undulating chicane just after the start-finish line area. Important to get a good start. Down the straight we go into McRae's, this tight left-hand hairpin. 180 back on ourselves. Here we see McRae in a bit more detail. Round the back of the quarry we go into Iredale's, another 180, this time a right-hander. And with the forecast wet weather today, it's a really treacherous part of the track in those slippery conditions. Back on the power and to the furthest point away from the track through to the Stewardesses. And again, it gets a little bit undulating as we make our way through those corners along the back straight and along the quarry, the old part of the track that's been here since the 1960s, heading down towards St John's. And this is where the track gets a bit more technical. Some real slow speed, medium speed corners here as we go through to St John's. We flick right and then into the tight left-hander. Back along the final sweep here we go through St John's in a bit more detail. As you can see, it really starts to get slower and more technical as you make our way back towards the finish line. And then this long right-hander, the paddock bend, really seems to go on forever. Back onto the power as early as possible, over the line. And that's a lap of the Rowrah circuit. But as we saw on the hot lap there, the conditions certainly a lot more favourable yesterday than they are today. When we throw in the wet weather, which you can see for yourself here, the rain is starting to fall once again. It really has been a mixture of conditions today. We got up early staying near Whitehaven and hardly any rain there at all. That's about a 10-minute drive from the Rowrah circuit, but once again the rain showers have come. We've been watching the qualifying session this morning, and when the rain stops, it's surprising how quickly the track starts to dry out. Some of the leading pit bike riders lapping under a minute earlier on in the previous qualifying session, but now we're looking at some of the vets making their way around the the lap times seem to have dropped about 7 or 8 seconds already. So once again, another rain shower coming through. We were looking at the weather forecast for the day. It's a real mixture of light showers, as we're seeing at the moment, and then we have had some sunny spells actually, and it is quite breezy out there. As you can look in a bit more detail at those trees in the background, we are sheltered somewhat from the brunt of the winds, but it is quite breezy down on the track. All of which helps to dry the circuit out. The vets just making their way off the circuit now. Got a couple more qualifying sessions to go, and the first of our races will be underway. So one would say if we do get a period of prolonged dry weather, the track will dry out quickly, but as you can see, the showers have come back in yet again. And as we saw on the hot lap, you've got those braking points going into the likes of McRae's and Iredale's, those long straights into the tight 180 hairpins. Usually, of course, that's a really good out-braking opportunity. Still is, of course, in the wet, but you really have got to be careful because that front end can tuck away from underneath you so quickly, and the riders will be off in the blink of an eye. So changeable weather conditions, and we've seen this before at Rowrah, of course. We've had some difficult conditions in the past. As we touched on earlier at the start of the program, this is one of the more traditional karting venues in the UK. Of course, a lot of the rich energy British mini bike circuits utilising karting tracks, and this is a really old one. Of course, the sport started in California in the 1950s, and this was in place no more than about 10 years later, about 1963. This former limestone quarry, as you can see, the evidence of the old excavations came to an end in the 60s and then was repurposed as a racing track. If ever you come down here, actually, there's some interesting artifacts in the clubhouse upstairs just by the finish line. Got all manner of old trophies and awards from years gone by, and some really interesting pictures of an international race meeting that was held here in the 1960s, England versus France, and thousands of spectators coming along to watch all the action. And there's a real alumni of drivers in the past who have cut their teeth here at Rowrah. Looking at the likes of Jenson Button, David Coulthard, even Lewis Hamilton, of course, racing today in Monaco at the Grand Prix. All starts here at tracks like this. And what a great venue for this third round of the championship as the riders making their way out now. We've got the OMG Racing Mini GP riders just making their way out for their warm-up session. Qualified yesterday, and this just gives them a chance to have a look at the track today in these changeable conditions. Track really does look tough out there, and as we saw on the hot lap, we had some really tricky undulating sections of the circuit as well. This, of course, is the third round of the championship, and one of the new innovations for this year. We've seen the Riders Academy with Michael Laverty, the most high-profile rider. And last time out at Red Lodge, he took some time out to speak to Alan Lord. We'll find out some more information.
Hi, I'm Alan Lord from the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. We cater for all age groups from 6 right the way up to 106 if necessary, though we haven't got anybody that age. Then we've got a few 66, but probably nobody any older than that. The whole idea is to make cost-effective racing for the masses. So from the total novice right the way through to people like Michael's ability at the very top to give us a broader spectrum as possible and try and make that as fun as possible. Also, as part of that, this year, we've got the Vision Track Michael Lav Academy, which is designed to help groups of kids that we see have got talent come through the market. And with Michael's and the others' guidance is trying to get them, as, I don't know what's the best way to put this, to give them the best positioning we possibly can, to help them go forward into the future and the best guidance. But I'm sure Michael can tell you a bit more about that.
Yeah, it's interesting for us. We've got 6 kids this year across all kind of ranges and abilities and ages from 8 years old to 12. And I think it's great because we've got such a wide range of classes and abilities in this championship. You learn so much, but the whole thing for me is no pressure. Come and enjoy your racing, but you've got a great kind of facility here. You've got riders like Kyle Ride who turn up. You can go and race against someone who can win a BSB race. You can learn on the fly, I feel like. So with no pressure, you can continue to develop your riding. But inside the Vision Track Academy, we provide a little bit of a structure with a rider coach there, Joe Dickinson, who wins the Super Mini class here. So he keeps all the riders on track. We've got his technician there, Trick, who can help both the fathers and the riders learn how to set up a bike. So they use the environment here inside. We have the awnings all lined up, so they're all together in what would be a team environment. So if you want to make a career out of racing, you got to learn how to communicate with an engineer, with a crew chief, to work in a slightly more stressful environment whilst you're looking over at your rivals, essentially. So we've tried to replicate a little bit of that, a little bit of the professional environment, and it's working really good at the moment. It's our first race weekend together, so obviously there's always bugs to iron out, and we will kind of continue to improve it. But it's something that we've worked together with the BMB Championship, something we plan to grow. As I said, it wasn't like I picked the winners from every class last year. It was quite a diverse range of talents and abilities, and I think that's always got to be the focus, picking a rider who may not quite have reached the height of their ability just yet, but unlocking that and finding someone from the middle of the pack, taking them to the front, finding those who want to race for fun, and that's fine, trying to assist them, trying to find those who want to perhaps race in MotoGP in the future and kind of set them on their way. So I want to use the experience I've gained over the years, the knowledge and the know-how, the connections and the relationships, and open as many doors as possible. So not only in BMB, but also we're kind of broadening our horizons into the British Superbike Championship this year, maybe with a wild card in the British Talent Cup, with the new Ovale World Series of the 160s going to be run alongside those events. So we're going to be dipping our toes in there with 4 of our academy riders. So yeah, we've got some lofty ambitions with the whole Vision Track Academy, and some great people in there, and I'm enjoying seeing that development of the kids. It's always a worry when you put young lads out there and they want to impress, and I hate when I see them crash, and we've had a few crashes already, and that's for me the nervous side of it. But I think we've got, hopefully they'll calm down, they'll realise there's no pressure, and they'll go out there and enjoy it and have fun inside the BMB racing scene.
Yeah, it's a pretty exciting year, isn't it? There's a lot going on. We've got the World Series coming up, which the announcements come out. I know the FAM have already announced part of it, or the forming of it, and that we're running a UK version of it, but the full announcement of that goes out within the next, I think, 7 to 10 days, so people will see where the structure is that. And the academy is part of that and coming forward. I think there's a whole lot going on for young sport this year in motorsport, cycle racing, anyhow. Yeah,
it's great. I think it's something for me that I looked at that was missing inside the British UK scene. So we've got a great series here, and to have the academy running alongside it and have something that the other kids can aspire to hopefully join our team in the future. So I'm not quite sure how we'll do it, whether we can't go too big because we'll take up enough paddock space as it is, but actually, have something available for a new rider every year, something they can aspire to be part of, and then hopefully the likes of, we've got probably our fastest rider in there is Harley McCabe, who won the Ovale 110s last year, and he'll probably already be looking towards a future in Moto 3, so when he moves on, then be ready to find the next young rider to fit in there. So I think it's exciting. I know me as a 10, 12, 13-year-old, I'd love to have been part of something like that. So I try and think like a kid from the inner mentality of what keeps it fun and what excites you. And I think the smiles in the kids' faces for me is one of the great joys of it all.
Yeah, I keep saying it's exciting times going on. But yeah, if you want to be part of the British Mini Bike Championship, the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship, visit the website www.britishminibikes.com. All the info's on there. Give us a call, and we'll talk into how you can get your child or your pensioner into motorsport and how you can come and enjoy the racing. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Do that ending again, just that one more time, so they say thank you very much.
Well, that was Michael Laverty with Alan Lord from the British Minibike Series last time out at Red Lodge, explaining the details behind the Vision Track MLAV Academy in a bit more detail. And one absentee today is Michael Laverty. He's not here. He was at Red Lodge for the second round of the championship. Absent today because he is rather busy. He's supporting Chaz Davis at the World Superbikes. So does live down on the Herefordshire border, down in Chaz Davis' homeland, and really involved in helping out Chaz nowadays as well. But certainly looking to help bring on the next generation of riders with this very impressive academy that's been introduced for 2021. We'll give a shout out to some of the riders actually. We've got Hudson Kai Cooper in the 90cc class and Arnie Carr in the Ovale 110s, Joel Gregg in GP 140, Dan Goodman GP 190, Harley McCabe in the Ovale 160s, and Lewis Mullen GP 140, just to name check those riders in the academy for 2021. not necessarily the riders who are winning week in, week out, but certainly the riders that they've identified possibly as having potential to step it up to the next level as they get older. And not just giving them sort of like riding tips, but as Michael alluded to there, such things as getting the parents involved with the setup of the bikes and being able to communicate with other parties, of course. When they're racing for professional race teams, you're looking at working with mechanics and race engineers and other parties, so you lose that sort of parent and child relationship somewhat. So you've got to be able to communicate with other people and get together and get the bike working well. So not just that, of course, getting riders more comfortable in front of the camera as well with interviews and so forth, and being able to thank the sponsors and communicate with the public what's going through their minds when they're out there. So really is a well-rounded academy, and the series not just catering for those up-and-coming riders, but for those who are just here as a hobby as well. There's riding tuition and helping the riders learn more about setup and riding tactics, line choice and so forth. So really helping to bring along the next generation of riders, whichever level they want to ride at. Don't forget, of course, if you are watching today, get in touch with us on the YouTube channel. Shout out to Logan Connolly, who got in touch with us a few minutes ago. He's riding today in the Ovale 110 Cup, so good morning to Logan, down in the paddock at the moment, and we'll keep an eye out for him a bit later on when the Ovales get underway. Racing should be underway in about 10 minutes time. Unfortunately, as you can see on the stream here, the sun has come out. I wouldn't bank on it being there for too long. We've got rather mixed weather conditions forecast today. Giving you an idea though of just how treacherous the track is, as you have a look there, just going through Iredales. And also a shout out on the YouTube channel to Luke Austin. Good morning to Luke, and very busy man, of course, with Alpha Live covering events all over the UK today. We're up here in Cumbria for the third round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championships, but I think on other streams we've got the Wilton Mill Karting Club underway, British Karting Championships, all manner of events taking place over the weekend on Alpha Live. So here we go. We'll have a look in a bit more detail at the Rowrah circuit as the sun starts to come out. Busy weekend though, of course, for Alpha Live. You can catch all the information in 2021. Let's have a look in a bit more detail.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
There we go, then we can catch all the action in 2021 with Alpha Live. A very busy day actually on the streaming services with 2- and 4-wheeled events taking place across the UK today. But here, welcome to this third round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship with me, Chris Czora, as we wait for the final couple of warm-up sessions to draw to a close. We'll be underway racing very shortly. Just a couple of shout-outs, of course. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, get in touch, and we'll have a look at some of the riders' shout-outs on there. We spoke to Logan Connolly a few moments ago, and Scott Buchanan saying good luck as well to Logan. He'll be out a bit later on in the Ovale races. A shout-out to Tyler Humphries, racing in the Ovale 110, starting from P2, and don't need to be an expert in motorsport to say that a good grid position this morning in these difficult conditions will be pretty important, you would say, in such slippery conditions. So Tyler Humphrey starting towards the front. And also a shout out from Team DHR to brothers Brian and Jack Hamilton from their two sisters Rachel and Emily, cheering them on and wishing them lots of luck today. Mini Rossi not feeling too good today, but hopefully we'll be able to race later. And good luck to the boys from Two Teats Racing. Good luck today as well to Chase, that's a nickname there, Chase to Ace Collymore and Tayo Collymore. We've got two riders, of course, firmly entrenched in the world of mini bike racing here in the UK, rising through the ranks, and certainly Chase making his name with some of the established adult riders. So we'll look and see how he gets on today. We look have had a bit of a spill around the back of the circuit. Marshall's rushing over there. It's by no means the first rider who's been down today, and doesn't appear to be anything too serious. Waved yellows are out around the back of the circuit at the moment, so things just drawing a bit quiet at the moment before the racing gets underway. Now, as you can see on the stream here on this lovely overview of the Rowrah circuit, the sun has come out. Now, I wouldn't start getting the sun cream out just yet in the shorts, because I think it'll be raining very shortly, but this might give us a bit of a window just to dry the track out. It's a bit cool out there, but certainly warm enough, you would say, to get a bit of temperature in the track. And of course the riders are looking out on the circuit. I think majority, if not all of the riders, seem to be on the full wets at the moment. But watching this morning some of the qualifying sessions, it seemed to be very quick for the track to dry out and a dry line to appear on there. So if we get a few moments of prolonged periods of no rain, I think we could be seeing a drying track at least. I wouldn't say fully dry, but we shall see how things get on today. There is a weather front coming through somewhere between 2-3 p.m. this afternoon. It will be full on wet later on today. So a tricky round for the riders here at Rowrah. Just a couple of other shout outs as well. Essex Lou saying good luck to everybody in the SM90 class from Callum. And Jan Echterman, good morning from Germany, and good luck to everybody. Hope you're keeping well out there in Germany. We're certainly sorry that we can't come over at the moment, but hopefully as the year goes on we'll be able to go and see our German friends as well. Great, of course, to see that the series running well in 21 ahead against the backdrop, of course, of the COVID-19 pandemic. If you've been following the series, you'll know, of course, that this is, of course, the third round of the championship, but this is the second point scoring round. Round number 1 at Teesside was effectively run as a non-championship event as part of the winter series, basically because riders were not able to camp over at the venue at that stage. So it would have been a case really of obliging riders almost to drive for 10 hours during the Sunday, go and race and go back home again. So as we say, many hours, up to 10 hours of driving on a round trip in a single day wasn't really feasible or possibly safe or fair on the riders, you would say. So Red Lodge, we were at a few weeks ago, that was effectively the first point scoring round of the championship. This is round number 3, and as we say, effectively our second point scoring round this year. Another shout out from Abigail Taylor, good luck to Sydney Marshall. Big love from Mum and Edith. Great way, of course, if you're following your riders across 2021 and you can't make it to the venues in person, at least we've got the streaming service, a great way of being able to keep tabs on the race action and see what's going on. Looking down at the Parc Ferme area, we've got the Brap Super Minis just waiting. They're in the waiting zone at the moment, out on the track at the moment. This is the final qualifying session before racing gets underway. Right after these riders have completed their session, we'll be kicking things off with the All Seasons Interiors, Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90s. That'll be our first youth race of the day. We'll look at the race calendar in a bit more detail later on as well. We've got the all the usual suspects, but the Brap Super Minis, this will be our final race of the day later on this afternoon. Joe Dickinson, who's been helping out on the MLAV Academy, leads the riders out onto the circuit as it continues to dry out, and again just another chance for riders to get some lines developed before the racing gets underway, and gives us another opportunity, of course, to have a look at this Rowrah circuit on some of these fantastic aerial shots here. There you can see the clubhouse on the right hand side, and as we say, on that first floor, when you get the chance to look around there freely in normal times, as it were, you've got some really fantastic artifacts giving you an idea of how historic this circuit is. It's been here since the 1960s, formerly a limestone quarry, which you get the idea looking at the scenery here at Rowrah. It's all cut into the ground, as it were, and down at the bottom, some of these camera angles, you get the idea. There are some real undulations on the track. It's not flat as a pancake by any stretch. Red Lodge, of course, up for round number 1. It was relatively flat. There were one or two slight off cambers, but down here at Rowrah, we see Joe Dickinson leading the riders into that corner in the centre of your shot there. That first corner leading through known the run towards McRae's. That right-hander is a bit undulating. There is a bit of an off camber on there. So it does go up the hill slightly, which means you can carry a bit more speed into that first corner as well. And looking at the, just going to keep an eye on the lap times here as these riders make their way around on our live timing charts. We'll be, of course, giving you the grid rundowns later on, but just to give you an idea of the pace, Joe Dickinson currently leading these riders at the moment, lapping a 58.897. I've been watching the qualifying this morning, and because of the conditions, a lot of riders are struggling to get under that 1 minute barrier. Only about 5 or 6 riders lapping under 1 minute at the moment. But who knows, it really has been changeable weather today, and if we do get the opportunity, this dry weather carries on for a little bit. We just saw the 126 of Richard Holmes-Williams just lose the back end slightly there, saved it though. Gives you an idea though of how slippery things are this morning. But as I say, if we really is a mixture of conditions this morning. There is a weather front due through later on, so it's fair to say we'll have a wet afternoon here at Rowrah, but perhaps if we get this dry weather for a little bit, 20-30 minutes at least, I think the track will be rapidly drying out. You can see already, if we look at the centre of the screen here, there are 1 or 2 drier patches starting to emerge. Now, of course, when the riders keep circulating around there, they will start to create a dry line on there. And then, of course, you've got to try and get the overtaking done onto the inside of some of these corners where it will still be wet. So I think these first few races will be very interesting indeed on a rapidly drying track. Of course, it could turn fully wet again at the drop of a hat, really. But the pace certainly is picking up here. We've got Joe Dickinson lapping quicker all the time. He's into the 57.9s at the moment. Jordan Pritchard and Richard Holmes-Williams all lapping under 1 minute. Now, of course, they would go a lot quicker on a fully dry track, but as you can see, it is a bit treacherous out there at the moment. Lawrence Wardle, incidentally, he's also gone under 1 minute as well. So we'll keep an eye on this weather conditions. As you can see on the background here, though, it is starting to dry out somewhat, though. And there is a brief bit of stability here. It's been really hairy this morning. It's gone from cloudy, light drizzle, heavy rain, and back again, really. But we just in time for the racing, I'd say. We do seem to have a bit of stability. So hopefully for these first few races, it will dry the track out a little bit for them. And this, I predict, could be a really difficult day for these riders at the third round of the championship. It's changeable weather conditions forecast. We had pretty much perfect weather for racing at round number 1 round number 2, I should say, at Red Lodge. Wasn't too hot either. It stayed quite steady all day, and the bike's working well on that track. But here today, I think we're going to have some real mixture of conditions for the riders to deal with, and that's what it's all about in the championship. Of course, you can't expect it to be perfect every time, and it's fair to say at some point, especially in the UK, of course, where we're hardly renowned for the Californian climate by any stretch, we are going to be having some wet weather at some point. So this is where the rider's skill comes into play. Last few minutes now then before racing gets underway, as the riders continue to make their way around the track, the pace picking up all the time. And as you would imagine on a drying track, the lap time's continuing to tumble at the moment. Just to give you an idea, if you're just tuning in now, this is the we are running a little bit behind schedule. Racing should be underway in around 5-10 minutes time at the most. At the moment, we're just waiting for the racing to get underway as the Brap Superminis make their way round for their qualifying session, and the lap times are continuing to tumble. Joe Dickinson still the fastest qualifier, and he has cut about 2 seconds out on his qualifying pace. He's gone down to 56.1. So these are pretty quick bikes, of course, derived from youth motocross bikes. power to weight ratio very impressive on these small machines, and we do tend to see some very quick lap times for them. Joe Dickinson there we see 56.1, as there we see the 1:26. So Richard Holmes Williams goes second, 57.332, 1.2 seconds adrift. And possibly, of course, we've got the mixture of the 85cc two-strokes and Holmes Williams 126. He's riding the Honda CRF 150. Perhaps that smoother four-stroke power band may possibly be an advantage. I don't know. We'd have to speak to the riders about that one. But certainly the 85 power band really is sharp, and you really have to be on it. But again, it's a lighter handling bike at least, feels more nimble. So we do tend to see that two-stroke versus four-stroke battle pan out in the Super Minis. They'll be racing, of course, later on today. And a shout out to from Jade Moore for number 420, Nathan Summer, JPI, and the guys. If you are watching on YouTube, if you want to give your rider a shout out, comment on the conditions or the track, get in touch with us. Keep it clean, of course, and we'll give you a shout out as the day goes on. So last few riders, we've got about 3 minutes to go in the qualifying session. The riders assembling down in the waiting zone as I speak for the first race of the day, which is the All Seasons Interiors Mini GP Junior Supermoto 90s. And just at the point, of course, I'd like to give a shout out to All Seasons Group, one of our new sponsors for 2021. Over 50 years experience in the renewable and energy efficiency industry, and great to have them on board for 2021. A sponsor, you might say, external from the world of motorcycle racing as well. So great to see the team at All Seasons Group on board for 2021. Also supporting Hudson Kai Cooper in that class as well. New sponsor we'd like to welcome on board for the Ovale 110s and the mini bike vets as well. Really a famous brand, Motul, a lubricant company, on board for 2021 as well, and helping to support some real up-and-coming sports and riders, vital for the future of the industry, they feel. So Motul, great to have them on board, and keen to get involved in this series as well to help support some of the up-and-coming riders. And there we see the impressive setup here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, the home of Rowrah, of course, and this venue for round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. As we have the final couple of minutes of the BRAP Super Minis qualifying just drawing to a close. We saw a few moments ago the riders getting ready for that class we were talking about a moment ago, the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90s, and there they are. We will have a look at the grid, of course, in a few moments as they make their way out onto the track, but nervous moments down there in the waiting zone as the riders assemble, all keen and raring to go. I think you, if you look in a bit more detail, you'll probably see that those riders, I believe pretty much everyone at the moment, still sticking with those wet tyres. It is drying as I speak on the track. The lap time's continuing to tumble all the time, but I'd stick my head out at the moment and still speculate that I think it may be a little bit too early to gamble to switch on dry tyres. If you get that sweet spot, of course, it's almost like having an extra boost on the bike of the amount of grip you can get on the dry line, but I'd say at the moment it is very much a wet race, and riders, as you can see, if you look at those wheels on the machines, the tyres there, all sporting the wet weather tyres. Another shout out from Joe Woodward. Good luck to Reese and Daniel Stevenson. They'll be out there later on today. And Abigail Taylor. Good luck to Jonathan Payne, also racing today. Have a look at these riders as the day goes on. I think Robin Davis on the Facebook feed said that's Rowrah for you. It's an amazing track, though. He does comment as well, Robin. It really is a fantastic circuit. It's a long way for pretty much everyone in the series. Many hours driving to get here on the edge of the iconic Lake District. But once you get here, there is some fantastic scenery, and I'd say this is one of the more picturesque venues, at least, for the championship. There we see, we're looking at the overview of the Rowrah circuit. If just on the bottom left of your screen there, that is the Iredale's hairpin. And that camera angle gives you an idea of some of the elevation here on the track. When you stand towards the top of the quarry, you really do get a good view of the whole circuit, and it gives you an idea as the track goes around to those hairpins, those 180-degree hairpins, about halfway around the lap. They really do start to climb up the quarry and back down again when it gets a bit more tighter and technical towards the end of the lap. Shout out to Rude Boy Racing as well. Good luck to Jack Newton racing as well a bit later on today. But we're coming now to the end of the Brap Bikes Super Minis qualifying. Joe Dickinson was the fastest qualifier. His final lap 56.098. So in the end, he cut about 3 seconds out of his lap times as the circuit dried. So it just gives you an idea of how quickly the track's drying at the moment. Richard Holmes Williams second, Jordan Pritchard third, and Luke Bithell fourth. They will be out a bit later on today, but we'll be underway in just a few moments for our first race of the day in association with All Seasons Interiors. It's the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90. So we will be underway very shortly for our Mini GP JSM 90 race in association with All Seasons Interiors, and we'll have a look in just a moment at how they will line up as the riders make their way out onto the circuit. Travis Shaw, our fastest qualifier from Billy Carter. Jack Hamilton in third from Harrison Quincy fourth. Harvey Saville in fifth. Owen Tempest in sixth position. Seventh place for Ollie Pearson from Hudson Cooper. Valentino Kimmy Kirk in ninth from Charlie Pearson. Charlie Ward and Finley Hanna in 12th position. Paige Mullen and Brooke Champion rounding out the field. Leo Soliu, we believe, will be a non-starter. So we're expecting 14 riders out onto the grid in just a few moments. They're making final preparations in the waiting zone, and there we see most riders ready to go. Final checks being made to the bikes. Nervous moments for the riders. I think everyone opting for the clear visors today, or not putting too much of a tint on there, you would say, because those conditions, they could change at any moment. Visibility perhaps not the best either. So our paddock marshal gives the riders the signal, and out they go for their sighting lap, making their way round, and we'll be back on the grid very shortly indeed for our first race of the day. This is the Mini GP Junior Supermoto 90s, and as we said, of course, a moment ago, thanks to All Seasons Interiors, the All Seasons group, for all their support in 2021 in this race class. Here we get an idea of the track. The riders just making their way round McRae's for the first time. They were out bright and early this morning, just after 8:30 for the warm-up session, so the track has changed a bit since they were out this morning. A whole deluge of rain has gone down since then, and now it's starting to dry out again and really is changing lap by lap. So we shall see how the riders get on, but look out on the inside there. See one or two of those damp patches. There are still puddles of water on the track, and even with those wet tyres on, if you hit one of those unsighted and get it wrong, you will be off into the barriers. So real test for the riders' skill and line choice here, not to get caught out by the conditions. And this is also, I think, one of the things that will be important in these early races. If this weather stays as it is for now, is the track will be drying out, it will change, and it's just about having a real feel for the bike, you would say, and just as soon as you get the feel that the grip's starting to come in there, to be able to get the power down and get some speed, because some riders will be playing it cautious out there as well. So if you can hit the sweet spot and you know that you're going to be they're going to get the grip out there, this could be a chance to really make up some position. Some riders, of course, prefer the wet, others detest it, but in terms of a championship, they always say you win your championship on your weakest days. So if these aren't your conditions today, it's more a case of just having the right head on, you would say, getting through it, and you just say getting some decent points out there. There are plenty of points on offer. Still very early in this championship. Still about 7 more rounds to go, of course. So, as they always say, though, in motorsport and motorcycle racing, you can't win the championship in those early stages, but you can certainly go a long way towards losing it. So we certainly don't want to be too rash and drop points at this early stage. Be playing catch-up for the rest of the year. I think Billy Wiz down there just having a bit of mechanical trouble on the grid. 1 or 2 riders in trouble there, just sorting the bikes out. I think Billy Wiz the main one, but it does seem to be sorted out now. We are about ready to go racing for round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Rowrah in Cumbria. Mechanical trouble on the grid, though, and Billy Wiz, oh, he looks dejected. The bike is being pushed off to one side, out of view, trying to get that machine fixed. He looks dejected down there. Whether it's the carburetor or something wrong with the engine on the bike. For whatever reason, it's not running. Billy Wiz looks dejected on the side. Meanwhile, the race gets underway. Off they go, charging into that first corner. Good safe start there. Harrison Quincy with a good start. Jack Hamilton and Harvey Saville up there. Billy Carter, there he is. Billy Whiz. Oh, and he's lost the engine again. They're trying to get it restarted. He's still down there on the grid. He missed the start. And the race goes on as they make their way. Oh, Ryder down, though, in the McRae hairpin there for the first time in the midfield. We'll try and pick that up on the lap charts in a few moments. Doesn't appear to be anything serious. The low-speed tumble, we might see a few of those today. But the rest of the field go charging through. So 2 riders in a bit of trouble on the first lap. The rest of the field making their way up to the top of the circuit now. Through the stewardesses they go, just dealing with this drying track. There is grip out there to be found, but certainly don't want to be too gung-ho because you'll be off and into the barriers if you're not careful. So let's see how they get on. Jack Hamilton looking strong with Harrison Quincy, Harvey Saville. Here they come back up towards the paddock bend. Looking for lines. But the race leader charging through. There we go, Harrison Quincy, your race leader. Harvey Saville, Ollie Pearson in there as well. So I think we lost Jack Hamilton early on. That may be one of the riders who got in trouble on the first lap. I think he's gone through in 7th position. Leo Solio and Charlie Ward in there as well. Finley Hanna drops to 10th place. And the field really starting to string out on this first lap. The leaders at the front starting to get the power down. A brave move down the inside from the Ovale machine there, going through into the Idale's hairpin. Harrison Quincy looking strong. There's the number 4. Really starting to pull away now. There's the 41 in 2nd place of Harvey Saville, losing ground all the time on Harrison Quincy, who really is starting to get to grips with this track. As we said at the start of the race, that it is starting to rapidly dry out, and Quincy really has got a handle on this at the moment. We're looking at Harvey Saville, Ollie Pearson, and Valentino Kimi Kirk a bit further behind. Oh, and another brave move. Oh, he got it wrong. Oh, what a shame for Valentino Kimi Kirk. Tried to go down the inside. He's going to struggle to get that bike picked up, so the pickup marshal just helping him out. And what a shame there for Valentino Kimi Kirk. He's okay, he's back on the bike and should get back into the action, but he's lost a whole host of places. So may get the chance to look at that again, but there he is, trying to get the bike restarted. Of course, when you drop the machine, sometimes they can be difficult to restart. He's only a small rider as well, Kimi Kirk. We saw him earlier in the lap having a brave move into Idale's and tried again into Paddock Bend, got it all wrong. And that's a shame for him because he's running so well. But he's okay, of course, and back into the race. We cut back, though, to the race leader. Looks like Ollie Pearson in there. Nice and neat through the middle of the track. This is where it gets a bit more technical down the hill. These man-made undulations, harking back, of course, to the circuit's heritage as a quarry. So it's you get an idea there, actually, on the corner of just how off camber that corner can be sometimes. There we see Ollie Pearson and Harvey Saville. I think that's Travis Shaw, actually. My apologies. We'll get the lap updated on the lap chart shortly, but Ollie Shaw looking good at the front, lapping 109.60. 13th on the lap chart, so I'm sure the lap scorers will have that picked up and we'll sort that one out. So the number 4 of Travis Shaw leading the way at the moment. Ollie Pearson second on the track, and there he is. Right on his tail, though, is the 41 of Harvey Saville. Down the straight they go into Idale's, that wet line on the inside, got to be careful. But as you can see, the track is starting to dry out a little bit now. Through Idale's they go, around the back of the circuit, and the main battle now for second place. The 998 of Ollie Pearson, rider down though, and is that the race leader? We'll get the number when they pick it up. Yes, it is. So that is number 4, Travis Shaw, that's gone down. He was running so well. And that's exactly what we were speculating. It comes towards you when it's drying out the track, but one small mistake and down you go. I think Shaw's got back underway, I believe in 3rd place. We'll confirm that in a moment when they come back round. So that means our new race leader is the 998 of Ollie Pearson, Harvey Saville in 2nd place. This is now the battle for the lead. Round Paddock Bend they go, and Saville takes a tighter line on the exit, gets the power down. He's going to put the pressure on Pearson as they cross the line. So it's Shaw in 3rd now, Quincy 4th, Charlie Pearson And the 217 of Hudson Cooper a bit further behind. Leo Soliud, Charlie Ward, Valentino Kimi Kirk up to 8th incidentally. Good recovery, Finley Hanna and Jack Hamilton on the edge of the top 10. But here's the battle for the lead, and again Saville getting some traction out of the corner. Doesn't quite get alongside as Pearson shuts the door. Here they come into Iredale's. Pearson again just guarding their apex. Lap time's going down towards the 1:11, 1:12 sort of region. Saville has a peak on the inside. He can't go for that inside line because of that standing water on the inside line. This is where Travis Shaw went down on the previous lap. I think he's battling back, third on the track. There he goes. Rest of the top 5 going through. There's the 217 of Hudson Cooper, running neatly at the moment in, I believe, he's 5th on the lap chart here. I believe he's in 6th place on the track. So running neatly in the top 10. Back to the battle for the lead though. Ollie Pearson, still a few more laps to go in this one. And Pearson sweeping around the outside. Saville still on his tail as they cross the line into that first corner. Real uphill climb, bit of undulation there on that first corner. Back towards the hairpins they go. This is towards McRae's, once again one of the main braking points normally, but you've got to be careful in these wet conditions, and Saville looks a bit braver on the brakes there than Pearson. And they are starting to catch up on the tail enders. I think that's Owen Tempest and Brooke Champion just a little bit further ahead, battling for those midfield points. And as you can see at the bottom, the 85 of Billy Carter is out of the race. The bike failed on the start line and has now been pushed back to the paddock. So that's a terrible look for Carter. They've got to be brave there because they go past the back marker, which I think may well have been Brooke Champion. And the riders had to divert onto the wet line there momentarily, so just had to play a bit of caution. And there's number 4 of Travis Shaw, I believe still in 3rd place, still charging back towards the front. And it looks like Ollie Pearson has taken advantage of that slower traffic and has pulled away slightly. We'll look at the gap when they go through. That gap has gone up slightly. 0.6 of a second between the first 2 riders. Travis Shaw in there, and the 100 of Charlie Pearson running well. 217 Hudson Cooper's just gone through his own personal best on the 217. And there he is, just going around the outside of the tail ender, which I believe is the 46 of Brooke Champion, currently 13th place. Paige Mullen, number 1, the next rider on the track, and Jack Hamilton on the edge of the top 10. There's the 127 of Charlie Ward, just ahead of 36, Leo Soliu. Oh, and he's gone down. Oh, and that's how quickly it happens. The front end goes away for the 127 Charlie Ward. Rider appears to be okay, and luckily the marshal's on hand to pick him up. Just a small mistake, the grip disappeared from him there, and I think that might not be the first time that happens today to the riders. It is still treacherous out there. And Ollie Pearson showing some good racecraft here. But here's the number 4 of Travis Shaw, who dropped the bike earlier on, of course, and he's getting back into this one. Ollie Pearson and Charlie Pearson in there as well. This battle for the lead is starting to hot up a bit now as they cross the line. Ollie Pearson, Harvey Saville, Paige Mullen just goes through a lap down with Travis Shaw. And here we go. The number 100 of Charlie Pearson getting a bit brave on the outside into McRae's. Lovely sweep on the outside of the 41, Harvey Saville. And we're looking at the lap times here of Charlie Pearson, really starting to get quicker now as the race goes on. It's getting treacherous out there, but there is a dry line starting to develop. We've got a bit of luck on our side here with the weather. It is starting to drought as the number 13 hits trouble. That's Finley Hanna, who was in 10th position. Meanwhile, Ollie Pearson still leads the race, but coming under some real pressure at the front here. They come back down towards the St John section of the track. Gets a bit more technical as Finley Hanna tries to get back into the race. 5 laps to go. Still, anyone could win this race. It really is on a knife edge at the moment. Here they come round towards Paddock Bend. And Pearson, 998, your race leader, just trying to guard that inside line. But Travis Shaw really putting the power down. He's second on the track, of course. Pearson 3rd, Saville 4th. And Travis Shaw, 8th on your lap charts, but I believe is 2nd in the race. Starting to put Ollie Pearson under some real pressure now as they make their way back into McRae's, and Pearson with a train of riders behind him. Shaw cuts early from the entry, squares the turn off and gets the power down the straight. Nice move there to go back into the lead. So number 4, Travis Shaw, he dropped the bike earlier on, recovered. And I think there's been an issue with the transponder. I believe he's now leading the race, of course. So we've got Pearson second, yellow flags up. Somebody's dropped the bike in the top corner. I think actually there may still be Finley Hanna just trying to get back into the race. As Travis Shaw now pulls away from Ollie Pearson. Charlie Pearson third, Harvey Saville in there as well. Lap times continue to fall as the track dries out. The riders notably quicker than they were at the start of the race. Oh, and there we see again how easily it happens. That, I believe, is the 100 of Charlie Pearson that's gone down. Let's hope the rider's okay. That was quite a nasty tumble. I think he's just gone off to the side of the track. Just again, the front wheel went away from him. Down he went on what's still a treacherous circuit out there. It is drying out all the time, but as we've seen, a couple of riders bin the machines quite easily because it's just on a knife edge, you would say, almost, the weather conditions. So the unfortunate Charlie Pearson drops out of this battle for the lead. Travis Shaw now your race leader, but this guy here, Ollie Pearson in second place, is not letting him get too far down the road here. And as the race goes on, Ollie Pearson is getting quicker, so he's finding the confidence now. He's finding the dry lines and is keeping the pressure on number 4, Travis Shaw. Here he goes. This is where he dropped the bike earlier in the race, but seems to have found his confidence there. Gets the power down. Waved yellows, of course, for the fallen 100 of Charlie Pearson. Travis Shaw trying to pull away now with 3 laps to go from Ollie Pearson. Harvey Saville still in there from Hudson Cooper. And a rider we've not talked about at the moment since the start of the race is Valentino Kimi Kirk. Now, you'll remember, of course, at the start of the race, he fell off on this very corner. And now, I believe, is up to 5th place. Really fighting back well. He'll be coming around this final corner in just a moment. There is the number 217 of Hudson Cooper going through. And there's VK Kirk really charging, and at the moment is the fastest rider on the track as well. So he's got 2 more laps to go. I think, barring any real disaster with the leaders, time could be against him in terms of taking victory, but Valentino Kimi Kirk fighting through to 5th position with 1.5 laps to go in this battle for the lead. There we see the tight braking zone into the right-handed hairpin, just cutting back now to the 127 of Charlie Ward, another rider who went down early in the race but recovering well to 8th position. A bit further back there is some of the midfield runners. I think it was Brooke Champion and Charlie Pearson in there. Some of the riders further down, we'll look at those as well. We've got Owen Tempest currently 12th place. That was Brooke Champion, and Harrison Quincy a bit further behind as well. Charlie Pearson on the edge of the top 10. I think he's still down off the track, actually, just getting some help from the medics. I don't think he's hurt badly as such, but I think he was a bit shaken up from that fall. So it looks like he's out of contention at the moment as Ollie Pearson and the number 4 of Travis Shaw start their final lap. There is the 217 Hudson Cooper. Valentino Kimi Kirk, here he is in, well, he's 4th on the lap charts, 5th in the race, I believe, but as you can see, fastest lap of the race, 109.13. The lap times really are starting to fall. Let's hope that these conditions stay dry for as long as possible, because we are seeing the speed start to develop. Here's the battle for the lead, though, and it's still Travis Shaw, half a lap to go. Can't afford to relax here, though, because Ollie Pearson not too far behind. Up at the very top of the circuit now, through the stewardesses, down we go towards St John's. It gets a bit more technical. Of course, those wave yellows still there for the fallen Charlie Pearson. But Travis Shaw, at the moment's got this under control. He is a bit off cambered here. Got to be careful. He'll have 1 more corner to go after this. Ollie Pearson still keeping the pressure on as they make their way towards the paddock corner for the final time. Round they go, and it's going to be a race victory. So I believe that was Travis Shaw, but Ollie Pearson credited as the race winner. Harvey Saville going through there on the number 41. Hudson Cooper just a bit further behind. And a brave fight back there from Valentino Kimi Kirk, who actually takes the 3rd position on the final lap. We'll wait for the results to be confirmed, of course. That may be 4th place. I'll have to let the... of course, it is manually lap scored as well, so the lap scorers can pick up any anomalies as well. But Cooper 4th. It will be Leo Solio, I believe, in 5th place. Good pace, actually, from these riders. We've still got, I believe, 7 riders on the lead lap. Waiting now for the 127 of Charlie Ward, who I think may have made up a position. There's Travis Shaw, who's lost the engine on the final lap. So again, I'm pretty sure he was leading the race at the start, so he would be credited as the race winner. I think he may have missed a lap on the transponder system, which will be picked up, of course. But the rest of the riders making their way through. There's Valentino Kimi Kirk, who will make his way back to the paddock. I'm sure he'll be hoping for some better luck next time out, as he certainly fought back well. So quite a tricky start to the day for those young riders, but everyone appears to be okay. There's the unfortunate Charlie Pearson walking away. Let's hope he's all right, and we'll see him later on with a bit of luck. We move on then to the first of our pit bike races. It's the Cymoto Stock 140 Group 2. Minibike 140 Group B riders now lining up in the waiting zone. We'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments, but as you can see, the weather is starting to turn. We've got a few raindrops out there, and as soon as the track dried, it will start to deteriorate as this race goes on. Real changeable weather, and we'll have a look at the grid, how they line up for this first moto. Stephen Tempest on the pole from Craig Rowland, Stephen Humphries third, Paul Mitchell in fourth, Peter Wadsworth in fifth, and Ian Blatchford rounding out the top 6. 7th for Lewis Mackay, Ben Cole in 8th, Chris Hymer's 9th position from Adam Weston, Tommy Almond and Tom Spencer in 12th place. 13th for Stephen Blatchford from Nathan Ellis Ward, Fahad Ladder in 15th, James Walker 16th position, Russell Cowling and Jake Marsh in 18th place, Alec Jones, Mark James Cockfield, Michael Briggs, Sam Wiseman, Kelsey Carter and Ben Nixon. Running through the rest of our pit bike qualifiers, Darren Coleman and James Herring 25th and 26th position. Riders, of course, are split into Group B and Group A over the weekend, depending on their qualifying times and their experience ability levels. And again, this could be a rather tricky race because the conditions changing lap by lap. We saw some sunny weather for the time being, but we saw a few raindrops as the riders make their way out onto the course for their sighting lap. And, well, is that just a passing shower, or is that going to be something more permanent? If you missed the start of the broadcast, just to explain the weather conditions today, it really is the main talking point today, is how tricky these weather conditions are. Just to briefly explain, we're expecting a mixture of sunshine and showers up till early afternoon, so pretty much our first block of racing will be in changeable conditions. At some point this afternoon, though, we are expecting a pretty major weather front to come through from the Atlantic. We are very close, of course, to the coast here, Cumbria coastline, so we'll get the brunt of the weather as somebody even drops the bike on the sighting lap. That's how tricky it is out there. Fortunately, nothing serious, nothing damaged, and the rider gets back, joins the rest of the field. Easily done, you would say, because it is still quite slippery out there. But as we were saying, oh, has that damaged the... looks like he's damaged the foot peg, you know. Now let's hope that's nothing serious. If we can get that repaired, it might just be perhaps the bracket that's twisted maybe, or... Of course, if the peg itself's damaged, that could make things very difficult in terms of the race. Well, he's affected in a repair, so it might just be perhaps knock the spring out of position possibly, and being able to get that sorted out. And he'll be able to rejoin the race. But as we were saying, of course, an Atlantic front coming through this afternoon. It's expected to be full-on wet this afternoon. So real changeable conditions, quite likely for these riders. And especially these guys who are out in the early races. I think it's fair to say they'll be expecting to race on a variety of track conditions today. Shout out, of course, to Cymotos for all their continued support of this 140 class. This is the Group 2 riders on the grid at the moment. Moving on to Group 1, of course, right after this one. And the one or two riders just hitting a bit of trouble on the sighting lap there. We've lost one or two riders losing the engines as well, which seems a little untoward. Of course, these bikes have been in the waiting zone, just firing up now, getting the bikes up to temperature. The tyres as much as possible as well. So we have got a rider out on the track, who I believe has got the machine started up, just sorting the grid out down here. Alan Lord from British Mini Bikes, making sure that the riders are in position. Shout out, of course, to Rich Energy for their continued support of the British Mini Bike Championships in 2021. I've been involved on and off with this series for several years, and it really is starting to go from strength to strength in terms of both rider numbers and the support of people getting involved in the series. Sponsoring, got some great sponsors on board this year, of course, and people continuing to get in and support the series. Fair to say, of course, in grassroots club and motorsport, without the help of sponsors, really wouldn't happen to the level that it does. So big thanks to Rich Energy and all of the sponsors who will go through throughout the day in the various race classes. Motos then supporting this pit bike class. We did lose one or two riders on the sighting lap, and I think everything's okay. So it looks like we're ready to go. So riders are in position, and we should be ready for the start of Stock 140 Group 2. And when we say stock, of course, that means that there's limited amounts of scope to tune the machines up and modify them as we lose. Oh, trouble on the start here, though, as the race leader lost the engine on the start and everyone piled in. That's the worst thing that we want to see at the start of a race, and I think the red flag is going to come. Yes, the red flag. The race has been stopped. Drama at the start there. So the race leader losing the engine on the start as the flag dropped, and that, as we say, that's the worst thing that can happen at the start of a race, because everyone else is piling away, and in the end 3 or 4 riders getting into trouble. So we got one rider still down, receiving medical attention. The race has been stopped pretty much as soon as the flag dropped because of a what was a nasty looking crash on the start there. The 02 at the front of the field, the engine just spluttered out as the flag dropped. Nothing he could do about that, and he was pretty much a sitting target. And the trouble is, of course, when riders going full pelt further back in the field will hit the rider unsighted, and that's never what we don't like to see that, of course. And let's hope the riders are okay. There is still one rider receiving some attention from the medics on the start line. Everyone else is okay. I'm not going to try and identify the rider at the moment, but medics just making their way down to the start line, and there's a pause in activity here at the start of the Moto Stock 140 Group 2 because of the start line accident. Medics are making their way out onto the track just to deal with the fallen rider. Our medical crews, of course, cover the entire Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, the same medics at all the rounds, so they certainly know what they're doing, and they're straight onto the scene. The marshals very quick onto the scene just to stabilise the injured rider, and medics just making their way back down to the start line, of course, where the incident happened. So a pause in activity here for the time being. So we've got a brief pause as the rest of the riders, I believe, have stopped making their way towards the back of the circuit. Everyone else is gathered up by the hairpin section Iredales at the top of the hill in the quarry. So at the moment we have got a pause in activity, quite a hefty crash on the start line. We'll take a few moments and be right back with you in just a few moments' time.
To Ovale Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. we've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search Rowrah for Life. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to Rowrah and round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, where we've got a pause in activity because of a nasty start line accident where we saw one rider, of course, at the front of the field losing the bike. I believe it was the 0292 possibly. The start of this race, the worst thing that we want to see at the start of a standing start. The bike stalled. I don't think it was a mechanical trouble, just seemed to stall the engine, and of course everybody else piling through further back. They just collecting the stricken rider at the front of the field. So medics on the scene. I saw one rider walking away, so I'm not going to speculate here, of course, because it wouldn't be fair or right to do so, but I believe that nobody is badly hurt. The medics don't seem too concerned at the moment. We saw there was one rider down, I believe I saw him walking away, but of course we've had a lot of riders down on the start of the race dropping oil, so there's a big cleanup operation at the moment down here on the start line. As you see, the rest of the field this is at the top of the circuit now, gathered up by Iredales. This is the rest of the mini bike field. So at the moment, we believe the medical situation, there are one or two riders still being checked out, but I don't believe there's anything too serious. But at the moment, the pressing problem now is that the start straight, in addition of course to that rain, is now covered with oil. So the pickup crews, the marshalling crews here, doing a really efficient cleanup job on the start straight where it is covered in oil. A lot of bikes went down. They got the catch trays, of course, to try and catch any fallen fluids if the bikes go down, but there is still oil on the track. About 4 or 5 riders involved in that start line accident, and yeah, we're just looking out here on the track. There's our marshalling crews just getting the ambulance at the moment. I don't believe there's anything too serious as happened in terms of injuries. There are 1 or 2 riders still being checked out at the moment, but I don't believe, well, we'll wait for confirmation of course, but I don't believe there's any serious injuries. But at the moment, the main problem, it seems to be, is that there's a lot of oil and fluids on the track and the cement and the sand going down just to make sure the track is safe and ready for racing. Meanwhile, everybody else has to pause and wait. And we have another look at Rowrah and the weather, which seems to have settled down a bit now. Of course, we were mentioning that it is a real backdrop to this third round of the championship, is the potential for the changing weather this afternoon. We do seem to have had a bit of a calm down at the moment, and the Rowrah circuit, certainly it's a long way for a lot of competitors. We are here pretty much on the edge of the Lake District. Really scenic part of the country. It's quite a drive to get out here for most competitors, but certainly a popular track with the riders. This Rowrah circuit has been about since the 1960s. It pretty much developed with the introduction of karting into the UK. It goes back as far as that, and really has been a staple on the calendar since then. It's been extended and improved over time, but retains that heritage that it had from when it was originally a limestone quarry. And it pretty much is, even the signs say, the Rowrah Stadium almost. It is a bit like a stadium format. You've got the natural amphitheatre of the cliffs and the banks all the way around the track, and you can get a good view of the racing. But there's not much racing going on at the moment. This is the Cymoto's pit bike stock 140 Group 2. The riders just gathered on the back straight, just going towards the Idell's hairpin. And at the moment, we're just waiting for the cleanup operation to continue. I don't believe there were any, fortunately, I don't believe there are any serious injuries in terms of the riders. 1 or 2 walking wounded, most definitely. But I believe everyone is walking away from the accident. I think 1 or 2 might not be taking part in the restart, quite possibly. I think there will be some riders getting medical examinations at the first aid centre after this race. But fortunately, I don't believe there's anything too serious. That, of course, is what it's all about in terms of the regulations, in terms of the safety, whether as you can see, the riders gathered down by the final corner, all having to wear the road race style leathers. Of course, it's par for the course, full helmet and safety gear, and that's what it's all about, because the worst does happen sometimes. And great to see that everyone, it appears, after what was quite a frightening looking crash, appears to be not badly hurt at least, and we should be able to go for a restart very soon. At the moment, there's one of the riders caught up in the melee, just holding his arm at the moment, just being taken back to the medical centre just to be examined in a bit more detail. But we'll have a look at this again as we cut back to the riders. We should be expecting the restart very soon. At the moment, as we say, we're just waiting for the cleanup crews to finish their work. I believe most of it's been mopped up now. Of course, we did lose about 4 or 5 bikes at the start, so yeah, we had about 4 or 5 machines down at the start on the racing line pretty much. So trouble was, of course, a lot of oil's gone down on the track, and it wouldn't be safe to start the race with that still in place. So should be ready to go very shortly. We'll just have a look again at the flag drone. Now look on the inside, the 92 loses the engine, and this is the last thing they want to see at the start of a race, because everybody else piles into the back of him. Frightening looking crash. Few riders going down. There were 1 or 2 down for quite some time after that start line accident, but it appears that everybody has walked away. We'll get confirmation, of course, as to who was involved in that one as soon as I can get it. But the important thing is we have seen everybody walking away from the accident, so that's good news, and hopefully we should be able to get racing back underway just as soon as the track is cleared and ready to go. The Rich Energy British Mini Bikes marshalling team, again, much like the medics, they follow all of the rounds. They're well drilled in what they have to do, and as soon as any bikes go down, if there are riders that go down, of course, any collisions on the track and bikes are down for any particular length of time, there is a risk of oil on the track. And particularly, of course, with motorcycle racing, that is extremely dangerous. So they are right on the scene, and they will make sure that the track is cleaned thoroughly and the cement goes down onto the track just to make sure that the grip is there. So 1 or 2 riders just receiving some further medical treatment at the moment. I've been told that there is no serious injuries at the moment, but I will confirm that, of course. Meanwhile, the rest of the riders just waiting for the event to get back underway. If you are interested, of course, in getting involved in mini bike racing, go to the website at britishminibikes.com. There's a full calendar in 2021. The series moves on to Ella Park just under a month's time. It's a busy month of June, actually. Clay Pigeon on the 26th and 27th for round number 5. The series goes to Pembrey in South Wales for the 6th round of the championship. Moving on to one of the old favourites, of course, Wilton Mill. Round 7, the first of 2 visits to Wilton Mill. The fast and spectacular Three Sisters in September, all the way down south to Lydd for round number 9, and the finale on the floodlit Zulu circuit at Wilton Mill right the way on the 31st of October. So a full season of mini bike racing. If you want to get involved, go to britishminibikes.com and speak to the team, of course. I believe, I haven't seen the bike this year, but there is the option as well to arrive and ride effectively. If you've got your own helmet and gear, you can turn up and ride a prepped race bike, just to give you an idea of if the sport's for you as well. Fairly modest entry fees as well, so it really is a cost-effective way of getting into the sport. And one of the things is, of course, with mini bike racing is that the bikes, they are very much based on stock machinery, so you can pretty much go to one of the suppliers such as Motos, Parker Racing, the people who support this series. You can buy yourself a mini bike out of the crate, and it's pretty much off the bat competitive. You can make minor adjustments, of course, in terms of the setup of the bikes, and there are some modifications you can make, but essentially the engines, most of these classes, there is very strict guidelines of what you can and can't do to modify the bikes. So it really does keep it a very closely competitive series. And we should be back on the grid very shortly for the restart of the heat number 1 for the mini bike 140s. Making their way back down towards the start line. As you may well have seen from the footage here, that delay that we've had because of the stoppage, no more rain has fallen. We did have a brief shower at the start of that race, but nothing else has fallen. I can certainly see from my vantage point from the commentary tower down onto the track, and you will see on your footage that there are dry patches starting to emerge. So this will be an interesting track for the restart. We've been paused for about 10 more minutes or so, and yeah, it's starting to dry out a bit now. You can see for yourself on the racing line that there is a dry line developing on there as the riders start to reform. Let's hope for a clean start this time, of course. One thing that's always apparent in that as well is the lap times as well, which I think will really start to tumble as the race goes on, provided of course it stays as it is. And the riders of course are still on their wet tyres as well, so this track really will dry out as the race goes on. Pretty much a full restart here. So we're getting the signal visors down. It looks like we're ready to go. Green flag goes up and the restart for Cymoto's stock 140 Group 2 gets underway. Looks a better start this time. Everyone gets away cleanly. Into the first corner they go. And we are back racing and underway. Look like Craig Rowland and Paul Mitchell up there. Stephen Humphries well placed as they make their way into McRae's for the first time. Plenty more grip out there, and that will increase as the race goes on. Here we come in towards Iredale's, the second of those 180 hairpins. This time they go right up to the top of the bank, round the back of the circuit they go. 7 laps to go. And as you can see for yourself, the speeds really are starting to pick up now that the track is drying. So this is almost, you would say, a lap to almost learn the track, get yourself used to the levels of grip out there. And a bit more braver into the corners, you would say, as well. Here they come back down towards the final few corners. They go through St John's for the first time and back towards Paddock Bend. One or few riders a bit braver on the brakes this time as they make their way through Paddock Bend over the line for the first time. We'll catch our results as Paul Mitchell leads the group from Chris Heimers, Craig Rowland third, Ben Cole, Stephen Humphries, Lewis Mackay in 6th place, Ben Nixon, Tommy Ullman, James Walker and Nathan Ellis-Ward on the edge of the top 10. So the lap times at the moment in the 104 region from a standing start, and we'll have a look at how they drop as the race goes on. Down the inside goes Heimers, having a look on the inside. Had to be brave, but made the move stick, or has he? Oh, just about. He covered the apex just in time there because Mitchell was trying to get him on the exit. And I don't think that Paul Mitchell is going to take that line down. He's the one that's got the, we might get a camera shot in a moment. He's got the very distinctive Valentino Rossi replica helmet. And you watch if he ever puts his head down over the bars, you can see Valentino Rossi staring back at you. And there he is. So you can't miss Paul Mitchell on the track. There he is. He's just trying to get back into the lead now because a great move there from Chris Heimers to take the lead once again. Over the line they go. So Heimers leads, Mitchell second. Those two starting to pull away now, and importantly here, Paul Mitchell is not letting Heimers get away. Shout out from Curry Racing to Matthew number 65 from Mum, Alicia and Hannah. 5 laps to go on this rapidly drying Rowrah circuit. This is where the race leader made the move last time round, Chris Heimers. And Paul Mitchell trying to fight back. Got a nice line out of Iredale's hairpin and gets onto the back wheel of Heimers once again. These two really pulling away now from Ben Cole in 3rd place, Craig Rowlands and Stephen Humphries rounding up the top 5. Lewis Mackay in 6th, Ben Nixon, James Walker, Nathan Ellis-Ward a bit further back on the edge of the top 10 with Adam Weston and Darren Coleman. For all our action here, it's a Cymoto's bike leading the way. It's Chris Heimers who looks over the shoulder. And what a sight you'd see there with Valentino Rossi staring back at you with that helmet. Paul Mitchell again, he's not giving this one up by any stretch and is keeping the pressure on Chris Heimers as they make their way over the line. Those first two corners there really starting to speed up now. It's a bit off camber, a bit treacherous there, but certainly drying out all the time. I don't think that'll be the case throughout the day though. Changeable conditions, and again Mitchell, he was strong into the hairpin last time. Got to be deep onto the brakes, but Heimers looks good. Around Idales, at the hairpin they go. Mitchell again cuts on the inside. Nice move there out of the corner. And it's a drag race in towards the stewardesses. Who's going to bulk first? Oh, it's tight, and oh, trouble there for Heimers. They got into each other. I don't think Chris Heimers looked too happy with that one, but Paul Mitchell gets away in the lead, and let's see if Heimers can pick the machine up. Did he lose the engine? He's still down. So he's got to get that bike restarted. I think he's in about 7th or 8th position now, so trouble at the start there between Paul Mitchell and Chris Heimers into that top corner. Racing incident, you'd almost say. I don't think either of them were going to give that corner up, and unfortunately either one of those could have gone down really, but unfortunately for Chris Heimers it was him that came off worse. He's back on the bike and just on the edge of the top 10 at the moment, so this means that Paul Mitchell leads the way now by, oh, it looks like Ben Cole, of course. He's looks like Paul Mitchell's recovered into the lead. Ben Cole in there too. Here's the rest of the top 10. Chris Heimers has recovered to around 8th position. 3 laps to go. As we look at this battle on the edge of the top 10, there is the 52 of Adam Weston, currently 11th place. Nathan Ellis-Ward, Darren Coleman in there too. Track drying out all the time as the sun continues to shine. It really is. Now this may be a point soon where riders may want to take a gamble on slick tyres possibly. There could be that sweet spot very soon, and almost you can see the riders going back onto the wet line now just to try and keep the temperatures down on those tyres. Only 3 laps to go, of course, so hopefully tyre degradation shouldn't be too much of a problem, but now it's turning into a battle between Paul Mitchell and Ben Cole for the lead. There is Mitchell. Had that tangle, of course. A couple of laps to go. Has held on to the lead, and now has got a new challenger because Ben Cole has got a sniff of the lead here, and he's not giving that one up like that. Oh, he's gone wide though. That was Ben Cole onto the grass. Now, I don't know if he saved it or not. There's a bike behind him. No, he stayed on the bike. No, he's still there. So Ben Cole still in the race despite going onto the grass. And that means that Paul Mitchell is now effectively unchallenged now. Is that Cole in 2nd? I believe it was. Stephen Humphries up to 3rd. Lewis Mackay 4th, and Ben Nixon running up the top 5. Craig Rowland made a mistake and dropped down to 6th position on the previous lap. Some of the midfield runners making their way through at the moment as well, just on the edge of the top 20. Alec Jones and Kelsey Carter. There they go, battling for position. As we move on to the last lap, the leaders are just behind these tail enders on the edge of the top 20. Bueno Diaz to Benjamin Coy Garcia, who's watching. As we look at Alec Jones and Kelsey Carter battling away for that 20th position, being closed on now by the race leader. As further back, Chris Heimers sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, 0.851. So again, 4 seconds quicker. As the race develops, the pace really starting to drop. There's the 21 of Tommy Almond, who was in 15th place, but has dropped the machine. Should be able to get back underway and finish the race now. This could be tricky now for Paul Mitchell, closing up on Kelsey Carter and Alec Jones. Of course, are battling for position, so etiquette says, of course, to let the leaders through, but they're by no means obliged to jump out of the way. Making their way now back towards the finish line. There is the 32 of Alec Jones in 19th place. About to be lapped by the race leader. Picks his way down the inside, and Paul Mitchell, after a dramatic race, will take the checkered flag. Race win for Paul Mitchell. It's Ben Cole in 2nd place. Stephen Humphries fighting through to 3rd position. It'll be Lewis Mackay in 4th, Ben Nixon 5th, and the unfortunate Chris Heimers. Fastest lap of the race though, but he has to settle for 6th position from James Walker. And a very close battle through to the edge of the top 10. Nathan Ellis-Ward, Rob Orend, Adam Weston, Darren Coleman, and Jake Marsh in 12th position. Shout out to Nathan Young, who's watching on the YouTube stream. Hope you're all enjoying this afternoon's action here at Rowrah. What could be a very tricky course today. Jake Marsh, Michael Briggs, Sam Wiseman a bit further back from Stephen Blanchford. So drama in the Simoto Stock 140 Group 2. Last few riders making their way off the circuit now. We'll be underway very shortly with our third race of the day. It's the Cymoto Stock 140 Group A, and that'll be underway in just a few moments. In association with Cymoto, it's the mini bike Stock 140 Group 1 for the pit bikes, making their way out onto the circuit very shortly. We'll have a look at how they line up. So it's Owen Mellor from Pete Hickman, Chase Collymore third, Dougie Craven in fourth, Jim Lovell and Ben Clucas rounding out the top six. Seventh for Jake Whittaker from Dylan Mellor, Ty Butler, Charlie Hopkins in 10th position, Andrew Jones 11th, Carl Sanders in 12th place. 13th for Phil Dickens from Ryan Clark, Scott McGivern in 15th place, Daniel Pearson, Oliver Linsdale and John Buckle in 18th position, Simon Wadsworth 19th, Ross Richards in 20th place and Ian Rogerson rounding out the field in 21st place. Slowest time there was 57.53 on a dry track. So things will start to slow down today, I believe, but as we saw a few moments ago, the track is drying out minute by minute. Just trying to see if anybody is, I think everyone appears still to be on wets as the riders make their way across the line. Now I think there are one or two possibly on slick tyres for this one. We shall wait and see. Of course, plenty of big names in this one as well. And great, of course, to see Pete Hickman back with us again. He was at the previous round at Red Lodge. Pete Hickman, who's joined us, of course, in the commentary booth before and very much involved in the world of minibike racing nowadays as the figurehead behind Ovale, the Italian manufacturer that has really gone from strength to strength, and big things are planned for Ovale in 2021 and going into 22 as well. Of course, we'll see the Ovale machines in a bit more detail later on, but we've really got the cream of the crop here in the Stock 140 Group A. The riders just making their way around the formation lap. They're out this morning for qualifying, and since then, of course, had a lot of rain on the track, and then it's dried out once again, so we shall see how it gets on. There are still one or two damp patches out there to catch out the unwary, so certainly caution still required for everyone just getting in position now as they make their way back onto the grid from their sighting lap. Rhys Stevenson on the 1, 2, 3 in there. He's another rider to look out for as well. He was full value last time out. There he is at the front of the field on the 1, 2, 3. And he was looking in good form at Red Lodge last time round, but had a nasty tumble whilst battling with Pete Hickman. Had a bit of a tank slapper and went down. But he was okay and continued during the rest of the day. Certainly bounced back well, so we'll look out for him in there as well. The 1, 2, 3 of Rhys Stevenson, 1, 2, 6 just a little bit further behind there. Holmes Williams as well, one of the stars in the, of course, in the Brad Binney Superbikes. Rider putting the hand up there, so the race gets underway. They're all going to miss that stationary rider. Lost the engine on the start, so fortunately no incidents, and the race goes on. Ben Lord with a good start from Richard Holmes Williams. Rhys Stevenson in there too. Up to the top they go, and Superbike style there, the leg into the corner like they do in the Superbikes and the motocross, but further back we've got trouble. Rider down at McRae's. Will they all get through? Yes, they do. Up to Idell's for the first time. So again, you can see it is drying out, but there are still one or two treacherous parts. As there's Rhys Stevenson pulling away. Really charging start. Holmes Williams in second. Looked like Ben Lord was up there too. Jim Lovell, Will Lathrop and Michael Med all well placed as they make their way down the hill towards St John's for the first time. Into the sunny bend, and it is looking sunny at the moment. But the pace really picking up as the track dries out lap by lap. Tyre choice becoming a factor now, and look at those lap times now. We were looking at riders struggling to break the 1 minute barrier, but it looks like Rhys Stevenson not on our lap charts, but there he is. He's just been inserted now and lapping well under 1 minute 57.4 for Stevenson. Richard Holmes-Williams lapping with a 58.186. And that, of course, is from a standing start as well. So we'll get an idea of the pace next time they come round. But suffice to say, we've had a good turn with the weather here, and the track really starting to get quick now. It's a bit greasy in places, though. Looks like Ben Lord, as the yellow flags go out. I think maybe a bit further down the field. There's the 97 of Jim Lovell. Michael Med in there too. Daniel Pearson and Ryan Clark also well placed. Oh, that's the reason for the flag. That's Holmes-Williams that went down, 1-2-6. So he's back into the action just behind the 77 of Daniel Pearson. So that, I believe, will put him down into 6th place. Just trying to get some temperature back into the tyres, get the machine functioning correctly. Very close on the edge of the top 10. Oh, and there's 97 gone down. Jim Lovell has hit problems. So it happens even to the best of them, of course. Jim Lovell, one of the top names in the world of British mini bike racing, and he has gone down and has dropped way down the field, down to about 21st position. Chase Collymore, another notable name that's quite far down. He, of course, was the rider who lost the engine at the start. He's just crossing the start line as I speak, and he is all the way down in 22nd position, 44 seconds adrift from the rest of the field. So Chase Collymore, don't know what happened there. He lost the engine at the start, but the race went on regardless. He's got some work to do, I'm sure. Won't be too happy after that one. Meanwhile, the race goes on with Rhys Stevenson still your race leader, and very close in the midfield. That is the 49. This battle just on the edge of the top 10 here. 62 of Carl Sanders. Very close indeed. At the front, it's starting to settle down a bit now. Stevenson leads by 5.1 seconds from Ben Lord. Michael Med in 3rd. Daniel Pearson 4th. Trouble there as Sanders just runs over the curb, saves the bike though. Ryan Clark in 6th place, and then we're looking at this battle just on the edge of the top 10 here. Ross Richards, Jonathan Harrison, Scott McGibbon and Carl Sanders all battling close. There we see Sanders, who went off the course a moment ago, but recovering well. Down the inside into Iredale's he goes. Oh, but he stands the bike up in the corner. And down they go, collecting another rider. Both appear to be okay. It's just high side. There's a bit of fluids on the track there. I think the marshals might have to have a look at that one as well, but both riders okay. There's the 411. This battle on the edge of the top 10 still incredibly close. This has taken us down 16th place. You've got Brett Neesham, Will Lathrop, George Kelly, Oliver Linsdale, Joshua Crew. Jim Lovell, I believe, looking to get back involved in this one as well. He's a bit further behind as they make their way over the line. The race goes on, of course, as there's the 62. After that fall earlier on, Carl Sanders dropping out of the top 20. Quite a nasty tumble, but both riders okay. And there's your race leader, 1-2-3, Rhys Stevenson. Had a tricky first round at Red Lodge, but recovering well. And look at those lap times again, continuing to tumble as the track gets faster. 55, almost on the dot. Number 13 in trouble there, down in the midfield. Lost the engine, so Ben Lord in 2nd, setting his personal best at the moment as well, 56.1. This pace really is starting to drop. Michael Med in 3rd, Daniel Pearson 4th, Richard Holmes-Williams recovering to 5th place. As you can see on your lap charts after that tricky start, possibly controversial as well, Chase Collymore is now up to 20th place. So he's picking his way through the field. Meanwhile, Rhys Stevenson charging down the hill, back towards St John's. Leads by 6.9 seconds. And the midfield runners making their way up towards McRae's into that 180-degree left-handed. Riders can be a bit more brave into the corner now under braking. There's a bit more grip out there. There's the 226. Will Lathrop now up to 11th place. Looks like Gaz Pearson and Mick Lord, Ty Butler all in there. This battle just on the edge of the top 10 up to the very top of the circuit now. Lathrop having a look over the shoulder. At the moment looking good in 11th place, but there's some real pressure behind him here because we've got Pearson, Lord, Butler, Kelly in there as well. Still 4 laps to go. And that battle on the edge of the top 10 still looking pretty close indeed. Every single point matters. No real change in the front though. Still Rhys Stevenson from Ben Lord, Michael Med, Daniel Pearson and Richard Holmes-Williams making up the top 5. There goes Ben Neesham in 9th place. Then this really close battle on the edge of the top 10. Nathan Smith, Will Lathrop, Gaz Pearson, Mick Lord, Ty Butler, Jim Lovell now up to 15th place. Chase Collymore on the move. There he is, number 31. Really charging with 4 laps to go. He's up to 19th position and starting to close on that midfield battle as well. Scott McGibbon going through a bit further down as well. 22nd place, Casey Hanby also in there too. Reece Stevenson increasing his gap now to 9.8 seconds at the front of the field. Meanwhile, this battle in the midfield raging away as 177 hits trouble. Oh, that's my apologies. Now that's Michael Med, who was in 3rd place, losing the bike on Paddock Corner. Ryder appears to be okay. And Richard Holmes-Williams, he had trouble on the previous lap as well, dropping down the field and just looking at to see where he is. And as you can see on your lap charts, Holmes-Williams on the 126 has not gone through. No visual on him here from the commentary point. So somewhere around the back of the circuit, it looks like Richard Holmes-Williams has hit trouble with 2. Oh, that looked like him there actually. I believe so, yes it was. So Richard Holmes-Williams down to 19th position. Reece Stevenson goes through. There goes Ben Lord in 2nd place. 2 laps to go. And Stevenson has increased his lap times to increase the gap at the front now to 54.318. 12.7 seconds the gap between 1st and 2nd place, as still this midfield battle rages away. There's the 69 of Mick Lord, Gaz Pearson and Ty Butler. Oliver Linsdell, Samuel Morrison and Chase Collymore all in there as well. So there's some pretty big names in this midfield battle. Still charging away with 2 laps to go. Stevenson, of course, not bothered by all this. He's starting to pick his way through the back markers and making his way around the final corners. This midfield battle goes on the edge of the top 10. Stevenson crossing the line now. 1 lap to go. Chase Collymore right behind him, up to 17th place. As we look at the number 49 here, Harrison, Jonathan Harrison and Will Lathrop just a bit further behind there, Jim Lovell. To the 24 of Ryan Clark he's battling with. As the rest of the top 10 make their way through Iredale's, that top hairpin now pretty much, you would say, fully dry. There's the race leader just going through. Got a 14-second gap. And up to the top corner as we again focus on that midfield battle. We should be seeing our race leader, and there he is. 1, 2, 3. Reece Stevenson, your race leader, leads by 14 seconds on what has turned now into pretty much a dry track. I think very soon quite a few riders will be making the change to slick tyres. It's working very well for Stevenson now as he makes his way up towards the final corner. He's got some riders in the midfield battling away in front of him. He doesn't have to worry though, because the checkered flag is about to come out. And Reece Stevenson takes the checkered flag. Chase Collymore recovers to 15th place. And it's going to be Ben Lord in 2nd position. There's Holmes-Williams going through. He's a lap adrift and has to settle for 19th place. So Ben Lord in 2nd place. Daniel Pearson has had a good steady race in 3rd position, and there he goes, 77. Pearson 3rd. Michael Med, despite dropping the bike earlier on, will finish in 4th place, and it looks like Ryan Clark will round out the top 5. So fortunately we've had a good turn with the weather. The track rapidly starting to dry out, and as we say, will slick tyres be an option now? I think they very much will be as the next few races go on. So that's the end of our pit bike action for now. We move back to the youth classes, and in association with Ugly & Co, our next race of the day is the Ugly & Co Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 140 and 50 coming up in just a few moments. So back to our youth contingent. It's the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 140 and 92 classes racing together, of course, but scored separately, thanks to Ugly & Co for all their support in 2021. And we'll have a look at how they line up in just a moment. Harley McCabe in 1st position from Wilson Dilks, Arnie Carr in 3rd, Ruben Bray 4th position, Joel Grigg and Zach Weston in 6th position. 7th for Brian Hamilton, Lewis Mullen 8th, Ruben Sherman Boyd 9th, Laken Payne in 10th, Luca Wilkinson and Harvey Lathrop in 12th place. 13th for Craig Dance, Tayo Collymore 14th, Joshua Williams 15th, Luke Hutchinson, Toby Skaman and Daniel Stevenson in 18th place, Jack Newton, Bobby King, Ruby Booth, George Wood, Dominic Gardner 23rd and Buster Sherman Boyd in 24th. Going further down we have Kobe Garbutt in 25th from Matt Davidson, Matthew Curry, Ozian Thomas, Harry Pell in 29th, Liam Kiernan 30th position and Alfie Flynn running up the 31 rider field. We believe Cade Watt, Joe Mostica and Harvey Brooks will be non-starters for this race. So the riders making their way out onto the track now for their sighting lap. And I believe a good number of the riders, a bit of a mixture of wet and slick tyres out there, drying out all the time. And I think we could be looking at what's pretty much a dry track. So this race, of course, supported by Ugly & Co. Lifestyle clothing brand woven from extreme sports. And you can visit the website at uglyandco.com with a range of hats, t-shirts, coats, hoodies and more. So help support our sponsors so they can help support the racing. And they are supporting actually in the Ovale 110 Cup a bit later on today. Look out for Monty Hillier, son of a famous father, of course, and Monty has been acquitting himself well to the racing. He was very much a newcomer last year, and he'll be out a little bit later on in the Ovale 110 Cup. As we say, visit ugly.co for the entire range of clothing available, including hats, t-shirts, coats, which might be important today, hoodies, and much more. So the riders now making their way round the back of the circuit. Through they go, St John's, and down to the grid. Of course, you have got one or two of the MLAV Vision Track Academy riders in this race as well. Look out for the likes of Joel Grigg, Daniel Goodman in there as well. Later on today, Joel Grigg going through on the number 3, one rider to look out for as well as Dan Goodman too. Last few riders now making their way onto the line. Still, I believe, a good number of riders still running the wet tyres as they pause on the grid. There are one or two actually gambling, well, say gambling on the slick tyres. Now would be a good chance to run the slick tyres. The track pretty much is dry, although there are still one or two wet parts on the track. At the moment it does look about a 75-25 split maybe of wets to slick tyres. Real mixture of tyre choice for this moto. Green flag about to go up. And we are about to get things underway. Off they go. Arnie Carr well positioned. Harley McKay with a good jump as well. One rider stuck at the back of the field, but everyone else gets through safely into the first corner. It's a bit tight through there. But they all go screaming into McRae's for the first time. Looked like Harley McCabe got the jump on the field. Arnie Carr also well positioned, and Joel Grigg with a good start. Down the inside he goes. I believe Zach Weston. 12-lap race, and again we said this in the previous race, look how quick they are going now compared to earlier on in the day. They really were tiptoeing around at the start of this race program, but we've been lucky with the weather conditions. It's really dried out now, and there's a few riders already starting to run the slick tyres. I think it may well have been Arnie Carr who switched to slicks. Will that help him as the race goes on? We shall find out as they make their way through for the first time. And your early race order is Harley McCabe leading from Joel Grigg in second place, Wilson Dilks fourth, Arnie Carr, Ruben Bray, Ryan Hamilton, Zach Weston, Lewis Mullen, Laken Payne and Ruben Sherman Boyd rounding out the top 10. And a shout out for Team DHR, Brian Hamilton. And Harley McCabe, who's leading the race, has had a shout out from his Emerald Isle fan club. Doing well so far, leading the race of course, and also shout outs to Ruben, Arnie, Wilson and Josh, Laken and Ruben of course, all in this race, some of the up and coming stars in mini bike racing. So Brian Hamilton running strongly at the moment, and there he was in sixth place. As we, looks like Wilson Dilks, that's one of the riders there, Dilks, who's running the slick tyres. There he is with the scene with the day glow graphics on the bike. Now, will that give him an advantage? Side by side over the line as down the inside. Great racing going on here. Harley McCabe starting to pull away by 2 seconds now. Joel Grigg in second. Looks like Grigg there. Then we've got Arnie Carr and Wilson Dilks battling away. To Iredales they go. There's Arnie Carr, the MLab Academy machine, the blue and white bike, number 83. There's your race leader, Harley McCabe, just trying to establish a gap at the front now. 54.745 last time round, and leads the race by 2 seconds. And the good news for the race leader, Harley McCabe, is that this battle for second, third and fourth is starting to hot up now. There's Joel Grigg in second place, McCabe trying to clear away now. Arnie Carr to third, having a look down the inside. Oh, that was brave, but didn't quite come off. Wilson Dilks just behind, running the slick tyres. Reuben Bray, Brian Hamilton and Zach Weston rounding out the top 10 with Lewis Mullen, Ruben Sherman-Broyd, Laken Payne, Tayo Collymore now up to 11th place, getting past Luca Wilkinson. Harvey Lathrope in 13th. So leading the Supermotos at the moment is the 7th place rider, number 35, Zach Weston. Second of the Junior Supermotos is the 11th place rider, Tayo Collymore. And third, the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrope, currently 13th on the track, third from the Junior Supermoto class. We had a red flag though, race has been stopped. And I believe there's been a rider down. This is the shot we're looking at now. Rider down on the approach to Paddock Bend, the final corner. The rider is off the track, just ahead of where we are looking at the moment. That's a shame, of course, for Harley McCabe, who's running well. Arnie Carr, incidentally, set the fastest lap of the race last time round with a 54.3, but we've got a red flag situation here because of a rider that's fallen on the approach to the final corner, just ahead of where these riders are at the moment. You'll see the exit to the pits there. So this is the approach to the final corner. And rider down, I'm afraid I can't tell you who it is, but looks like one of the Junior Supermoto riders looking at the shape of the bike. Rider down on the edge of the track, currently getting some assistance from the marshals. Let's hope it's nothing serious. Sometimes, of course, it's the number 7 on the bike, so let's try and pick that up on the lap charts. That's George Wood that's gone down, the bike being pushed away, number 7. He was in 31st place, one of the Junior Supermoto riders. So the bike being pushed back to the paddock. Rider still on the edge of the track, just getting some help from the marshals. And we're just going to keep an eye on that one. He is getting back on his feet, I can tell you, so hopefully he's all right. Sometimes, of course, when the riders go down in a bit of a heap, I've done this with motocross before, when you go down and hit the ground pretty hard, sometimes you can get pretty badly winded, actually, and it just takes a few moments sometimes just to be able to regain your composure. The helmet's off, and the rider is back on his feet at the moment, just getting some help from the marshals. And, of course, they're not just going to let him walk away. They are going to make sure he's okay before they let him go. I'm sure the medics might want to have a quick look at him as well, but it doesn't appear to be anything too serious. Riders there we just see them waiting for the resumption of this race. So it was a bit of a shame there, of course, for McCabe, who was running so well at the front. It was starting to develop into a close contest for second position as well. There were some very close battles all the way through. But another red flag here, second of the day. Hopefully that'll be towards the end of it. We've had a number 7, I believe, looking at our lap charts, and probably been told from the marshals, George Wood was the rider that went down just on the approach to Paddock Bend, our final corner. And there we see the riders comparing notes, as it were. And this, of course, is a tense moment, of course. The race has been stopped, but the riders still very much in race mode. There is still a race to be run and completed. All the time, of course, you may hear in the background how breezy it is out on the track. It's all helping the track to dry out incredibly quickly. If you watched this broadcast earlier on, you'll remember just how wet it was this morning. There was a lot of standing water on the track. The riders were tiptoeing around the track, and only a handful of riders were breaking the 1 minute barrier. As we saw a few moments ago, I think most of the field lapping under 1 minute, and we're seeing riders getting into the 53s, 54-second lap times, a whole 6 seconds faster So as you can see, the grip is out there, and the riders certainly increasing in pace as the race goes on. A few riders out there on slick tyres now. There is still one or two greasy parts on the track just to be wary of, especially up by Iredale's, the top part of the track. There are still one or two damp patches up there as well. But on the whole, you would say at the moment it is a dry track, and certainly getting quicker as the event goes on. We keep an eye on the skies though, and as you can see, as we look towards the, eventually that'll take you towards the Cumbria coastline out there, and as you can see, the advancing weather fronts on their way. We are expecting things to turn very wet as the afternoon goes on, very slippery indeed. But at the moment we're having a good turn with the weather, and the track looking in prime condition, this Rowrah track, which, as we alluded to earlier, of course, has been around since the 1960s. One of the oldest of its type. Of course, most of these tracks utilising karting circuits, and this has been around since 1963. Been extended and improved over the years, but still retains that natural amphitheatre setting on the site of the old quarry. So it looks like we're ready to go. The race, of course, not starting just yet. I believe the riders will now go around on a sighting lap under yellow flag conditions. So as you can see on your screen there, the red flag, that still stands. The riders aren't racing at the moment, but the clerk of the course has instructed everyone just to do a sighting lap under yellow conditions. Cruise their way around the track and back to the grid. Just a few more laps to go then of the resumption of this race, where it was still finely poised. The start, I think, will be very important. Track drying out all the time, the temperature's going up as well, so that might work against the riders who are running on wet tyres. Of course, in their favour, you would say that the conditions are still cool out there. You can see from the attire of the pickup marshals down there on the grid that most people, I think, are still in hoodies and coats today. It's not as warm as it necessarily looks, which of course will quite well keep the track temperatures down as well. So there we see Dilks still running the just to the 85 there. Wilson Dilks running the slick tyres. The only rider that's doing so out of the top 4 or 5. Maybe it's still quite a short race, so might not make that much of a advantage for him. I don't think the wet weather runners will be worrying too much about the tyres going off necessarily, but still we would say the increased grip from the slick tyre may work in Dilks' advantage for the final few laps of this race, as everyone starts to line up on the grid. The midfield runners making their way through to the line now, and it looks like riders are ready for the resumption of the Mini GP 140 and Junior Supermoto 140 riders now back on the line for the restart. Everyone appears to be okay. I think there's one rider lost the engine a bit further back in the grid, so just a few moments. Riders just been told to get the visors down and ready. There is a brief pause here though. You may see the pickup marshal towards the back of the field just trying to get the bike restarted. They'll get a few seconds to do that, of course, but if the bike won't start, then the clerk of the course will order that machine to be pushed off the grid, which I believe it is being done so now. It's the 21 actually of Dominic Gardner's bike being pushed to the side of the track, and lucky for him as he attempts to try and restart the bike. There he is. Can't get the bike. Oh, he's got the engine going, so I think he may have to hold his position on the grass until everyone's gone through. The race go. Oh, Wilson Dilks in trouble on the start. Oh, and another pile up on the start. Red flag, I think, will go out immediately. Wilson Dilks it was that stalled the bike, had his arm up, and unfortunately everyone else piled into the back, so the race has been stopped again. Quite a few riders involved in the melee, but unfortunately Wilson Dilks taking the brunt of that at the front. So for the second time we've had today, unfortunately, a rider losing the engine at the front of the grid. That's of course the worst thing that can happen on a grid start, of course. Had his hand up, but unfortunately the riders further back unsighted, unable to see him, so the medics on there dealing with the 85 of Wilson Dilks, who unfortunately is still down, receiving the medical attention and unfortunately we have the red flag flying once again. So unfortunate start here at the beginning of this Glencoe Mini GP Junior Supermoto restart. Medics are straight down on the scene. There are still 2 or 3 riders. We obviously saw Wilson Dilks was one of the riders involved in that melee, but I'm not going to speculate any further on who was involved. There were so many riders piling through there, and there are still a few riders just receiving some attention from the marshals and the medics at the side of the track. So for the time being, it looks like we're going to have a pause in activity, as we've still got quite a few riders down at the start area, and the medics are just making their way through to the rider injuries there. We see, unfortunately, the 85 of Wilson Dilks was the rider who took the brunt, but everyone else making their way through. There are still about 7 or 8 riders down here at the start, and quite a few towards the back actually didn't really get going. The red flag came out straight away, and the riders right at the back of the field actually just stopping the engines, and I think it was fairly obvious that would be a red flag situation. Everyone else who got away, though, they're situated at the top of the circuit up by the Idales hairpin. Unfortunately, I think it was quite a big crash. There are still 1 or 2 riders receiving medical treatment, and there was a lot of debris on the track as well, so we might have a bit of a clean-up operation taking place before the restart. As far as I know, this race, as soon as it's safe to do so, will be restarted, as that red flag pretty much occurred as soon as the flag dropped, really. But fair to say, I would say that that's at the back of our thoughts at the moment, because that was quite a nasty shunt at the start. And our thoughts really with, there's another rider down receiving medical treatment as well. I can't tell you who it is, unfortunately. I'm not going to speculate, but definitely Wilson Dilks took quite the brunt at the front of the field, and unfortunately is still receiving some medical treatment. A few riders gathered down here at the front. Actually, we'll just try and see who we can find down there. The 477 of Cade Watt, he wasn't involved, but he stopped the bike on the start. He stood at the side of the circuit. These are the riders who you can't see at the moment, of course, in the shot here. The 25 of Kobe Garrett. These riders all further back in the field, actually. Alfie Flynn, I believe, as well, is stood on the side of the track. These riders were not involved in the accident. They were just, of course, towards the back of the field and were able to avoid it. Most of the front-running riders, actually, who made their way through, the likes, I think we can see Harley McCabe, Ruben Bray, Joel Grigg, Arnie Carr, them, the likes of those riders, Zach Weston, Brian Hamilton, amongst others. I can see the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop. These riders were all the ones towards the front of the field who were able to avoid the stationary rider at the start of the race. They made their way through and are currently stationed at the top of the circuit. So the marshal making his way over to the stationary riders. Of course, the flags very quickly went out to red at the start of that one, and those riders stationary at the top of the track. Just a shout out to Tom Clark getting in touch on the YouTube channel, and a shout out to Danny Cohen, the number 22, racing in the 160 B class. We saw plenty of action in that one earlier on, of course. Now, this isn't anything official here, but I can tell you that Wilson Dilks is on his feet. He is being helped by the medics, and there's another rider, can't tell you who the other rider was that was injured, but both of those riders who appeared to be in trouble have, from what I can see, have started to get back on their feet and appear to be walking away. So thankfully, we hope at least, I'm not going to say any further than that, it's just purely from what I can see with my own eyes from the commentary point, but it appears that the 2 riders who are most badly hurt appear to be walking away, so that is good news. We're going to take a break from the on-track action for a moment, and of course, as we mentioned earlier, of course, the MLAV Academy, 1 or 2 of our riders down there you'll see closest to us here, wearing the very distinctive blue, white and red colours of the Vision Track MLAV Academy. This is in support, of course, with BR8 Media, who are a strong supporter of this series, and a notable name behind this rider development scheme is the top name, of course, of Michael Laverty. He's busy with World Superbikes this weekend, helping out Chaz Davis, but last time out at Red Lodge, he took a moment to speak with the series coordinator Alan Lord and tell us more about the Vision Track MLAV Academy.
Hi, I'm Alan Lord from the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. We cater for all age groups from 6 right the way up to 106 if necessary, though we haven't got anybody that age. Then we've got a few 66, but probably nobody any older than that. The whole idea is to make cost-effective racing for the masses. So from the total novice right the way through to people like Michael's ability at the very top to give us a broader spectrum as possible and try and make that as fun as possible. Also, as part of that, this year we've got the Vision Track MLAV Academy, which is designed to help groups of kids that we see have got talent come through the market, and with Michael's and the others' guidance is trying to get them, as, I don't know what's the best way to put this, to give them the best positioning we possibly can, to help them go forward into the future and the best guidance. But I'm sure Michael can tell you a bit more about that.
Yeah, it's interesting for us. We've got 6 kids this year across all kind of ranges and abilities and ages from 8 years old to 12. And I think it's great because we've got such a wide range of classes and abilities in this championship. You learn so much, but the whole thing for me is no pressure. Come and enjoy your racing, but you've got a great kind of facility here. You've got riders like Kyle Ride who turn up. You can go and race against someone who can win a BSB race. You can learn on the fly, if you like. So with no pressure, you can continue to develop your riding. But inside the Vision Track Academy, we provide a little bit of a structure with a rider coach there, Joe Dickinson, who wins the Super Mini class here. So he keeps all the riders on track. We've got his technician there, Trick, who can help both the fathers and the riders learn how to set up a bike. So they use the environment here inside. We have the awnings all lined up, so they're all together in what would be a team environment. So if you want to make a career out of racing, you've got to learn how to communicate with an engineer, with a crew chief, to work in a slightly more stressful environment whilst you're looking over at your rivals, essentially. So we've tried to replicate a little bit of that, a little bit of the professional environment, and it's working really good at the moment. It's our first race weekend together, so obviously there's always bugs to iron out, and we will kind of continue to improve it. But it's something that we've worked together with the BMB Championship, something we plan to grow. As I said, it wasn't like I picked the winners from every class last year. It was quite a diverse range of talents and abilities, and I think that's always got to be the focus, picking a rider who may not quite have reached the height of their ability just yet, but unlocking that and finding someone from the middle of the pack, taking them to the front, finding those who want to race for fun, and that's fine, trying to assist them, trying to find those who want to perhaps race in MotoGP in the future and kind of set them on their way. So I want to use the experience I've gained over the years, the knowledge and the know-how, the connections and the relationships, and open as many doors as possible. So not only in BMB, but also we're kind of broadening our horizons into the British Superbike Championship this year, maybe with a wild card in the British Talent Cup, with the new Ovale World Series of the 160s going to be run alongside those events. So we're going to be dipping our toes in there with 4 of our academy riders. So yeah, we've got some lofty ambitions with the whole Vision Track Academy, and some great people in there, and I'm enjoying seeing that development of the kids. It's always a worry when you put young lads out there and they want to impress, and I hate when I see them crash, and we've had a few crashes already, and that's for me the nervous side of it. But I think hopefully they'll calm down, they'll realise there's no pressure, and they'll go out there and enjoy it and have fun inside the BMB racing scene.
Yeah, it's a pretty exciting year, isn't it? There's a lot going on. We've got the World Series coming up, which the announcements come out. I know the FAM have already announced part of it, or the forming of it, and that we're running a UK version of it, but the full announcement of that goes out within the next, I think, 7 to 10 days, so people will see where the structure is that. And the academy is part of that and coming forward. I think there's a whole lot going on for young sport this year in motorsport, cycle racing, anyhow. Yeah,
it's great. I think it's something for me that I looked at that was missing inside the British UK scene. So we've got a great series here, and to have the academy running alongside it and have something that the other kids can aspire to hopefully join our team in the future. So I'm not quite sure how we'll do it, whether we can't go too big because we'll take up enough paddock space as it is, but actually, have something available for a new rider every year, something they can aspire to be part of, and then hopefully the likes of, we've got probably our fastest rider in there is Harley McCabe, who won the Ovale 110s last year, and he'll probably already be looking towards a future in Moto 3, so when he moves on, then be ready to find the next young rider to fit in there. So I think it's exciting. I know me as a 10, 12, 13-year-old, I'd love to have been part of something like that. So I try and think like a kid from the inner mentality of what keeps it fun and what excites you. And I think the smiles in the kids' faces for me is one of the great joys of it all.
Yeah, I keep saying it, it's exciting times going on. But yeah, if you want to be part of the British Mini Bike Championship, the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship, visit the website www.britishminibikes.com. All the info's on there. Give us a call, and we'll talk into how you can get your child or your pensioner into motorsport and how you can come and enjoy the racing. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Just do that ending again. Just that
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to Rowrah and round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. And at the moment, as you may well be aware, we are under a red flag situation and there is a delay to the racing, sadly. There was quite a nasty shunt at the start of the Ugly & Co Mini GP Junior Supermoto race and quite a few riders getting involved. We saw Wilson, Dilks and a few others go down. I believe that Dilks and possibly one other rider still receiving some medical attention track side, so we are unable to start racing, and of course our thoughts are with those injured riders, and we certainly hope that it will be nothing too serious. But at the moment we do have the unfortunate sight of a rider still receiving some medical treatment from the medics at the side of the track, and of course our thanks do go out to the medics who follow this series throughout the year. We hope they're not called on. Of course, last time out at Red Lodge we had a relatively incident-free day, but a couple of accidents at the start of these races today, this third round of the championship, and it's been a bit more incident-filled, unfortunately. I've been told that there will be a reschedule. Some of the races, there will be a change to the race schedule. So at the moment we are pretty much on something of an interval stage at the moment, as the looking out on the track, I think some of the marshals have actually stood down for the time being, so we are just taking the chance to let the marshals have a few moments, and the medics are still on the scene, out of your camera shot, dealing with the fallen rider. Let's hope that they will be okay, as it really was quite a nasty shunt indeed. This is of course our third round of the championship here at Rowrah, and so far today we've had a good turn with the weather. We are expecting quite a heavy weather front to come in from the sea in a couple of hours time possibly, and we could see the track change quite drastically. This morning of course we had some very heavy rain showers. The track was full wet and now seems to have dried out somewhat. We are pretty much under a dry track at the moment, and as soon as we get racing back underway, let's hope at least that we get a dry track when they get back underway. But certainly our thoughts are with the injured rider who is still trackside being dealt with by the medics. I can't tell you which one it is. There were a few involved in that one, and we did see 2 or 3 of them walk away. So for the time being we are under this we're under a pause somewhat here at Rowrah for this championship round. Just waiting to see what's going on. I have been told that we are expecting a reschedule of the afternoon race activities. Riders are still in the waiting zone, ready to go just as soon as we get the updates. Marshall's taking a few moments pause as well, so there will be a reschedule. At this point, we are going to have an interval here on Alpha Live for this broadcast of the third round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. So we're going to pause. Stay tuned, of course. We'll look to get back on the airwaves just as soon as possible once the racing gets back underway. But at the moment, as we say, we are under a pause. There is an interval on the track at the moment. Our thoughts, of course, are with the injured riders, and we will look to resume the afternoon's racing activities as soon as possible. My name's Chris Czora, and we'll join you a little bit later on here at Rowrah for the resumption of round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Stay tuned, and we'll be back with you soon. Good afternoon and welcome back to Rowrah for round number 3 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. My name's Chris Czora and I'll be taking you through the afternoon's action. Thank you, of course, for your patience. We've, as you well know, of course, we've been off the air for quite some time following a nasty incident that occurred earlier on during the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto race. And unfortunately, we've got no absolute condition on the riders. One rider has been taken to hospital, hence the lengthy delay whilst the ambulance crews came in to assist the medics and remove him from the circuit. One or two other riders walking wounded and receiving medical treatment away from the track. So certainly our thoughts are with the injured riders, and a big shout out and thank you to the on-track medics here and of course to the NHS. We'll be underway with racing very shortly. Just to announce, of course, that there has been a revised race schedule. Now, if you want to keep an eye on the schedule, if you go to the Facebook page, if you're on social media, visit Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. There is a copy of the race schedule if you want it for your own records. The Mini GP and Junior Supermoto classes have been split, so they will be racing in separate classes. They'll be coming up next, and in around 10 minutes time or so, we'll then pick up the rest of the heat races, and effectively a block of racing has been cut short. So we're going to run through the next block of races and then jump straight through to the finals. The riders preferring that with the shorter afternoon due to the lengthy stoppage, that they would prefer 2 longer races as opposed to trying to fit all the races in and turn them into 4-lap dashes, in other words. So essentially we'll be waiting for the racing to get underway in around 10 minutes time. As we say again, our thoughts are with the injured riders. One rider has been taken to hospital for further treatment and the rest essentially walking wounded, so nothing too serious for those riders. They'll receive separate medical attention. Thanks, of course, for your patience and sticking around, and we look to welcome you back for an interesting afternoon's racing here at Rowrah. And as we mentioned this morning, one of the real factors now could be the circuit conditions and the rain, because as you saw when we left you earlier, it was nice and sunny, and this weather front that's coming in looks like it's starting to move in now. You can see the clouds are forming. 1 or 2 spots of rain falling on the track, which at the moment is still pretty dry. As you can see for yourself in front of you, the track, not much standing water on there at all. It is only light drizzle at the moment. And for the braver riders, might even still be a gamble on slick tyres maybe, because it is still fairly dry out there. But as we mentioned earlier with the weather forecast, there is quite a heavy rain front scheduled to come through soon, and that could make things very tricky for the riders. So we'll be underway very shortly, kicking things off with the revised Junior Supermoto and Mini GP classes. The first group out will be actually the Mini GP riders. The class has been split, so the GP riders out first. They'll be followed by the Supermotos afterwards here at Rowrah. And so this track has been here since the 1960s, home of the Cumbria Kart Club and a favourite in the British Mini Bikes paddock. We will have a look at a hot lap of the Rowrah circuit and introduce it in a bit more detail. So let's take a flying lap of Rowrah over the start-finish line. We make our way down the start straight into the first corner, which has quite a bit of elevation there. This is effectively a banked first corner. And here we see up the hill into the first corner, hitting the apex nice and neatly. And then the track starts to speed up. We make our way down the first of the straights into the tight left-hander at McRae's. The first of the 180-degree hairpins. Turn a tight left. Back onto the power, and another prime braking point here. Real overtaking opportunity through Iredales. We've seen a lot of action there this morning, a few battles for the lead into this tight corner. Could be treacherous later on though when it gets slippery. And then onto the fast back straight in towards the Stewardesses. And again, this is another part of the track where for a brave rider there could be an overtaking move on here. Grip could be important later on. The track falls away slightly back down the hill into the quarry once again. and down towards the more technical part of the circuit to finish off the lap. We go down towards Sunny Bend and St John's, through St John's now, and into Sunny Bend, the left-hander, one of the slower parts of the track, really tight technical left-hander. Good line choice, essential. And then this long, sweeping right-hander as we make our way back around the final corner. Very important to get the exit speed right here. Back onto the grid once again. Over the line we go, and that's a lap of the Rowrah circuit. And here we see Rowrah today, not quite as sunny as it was yesterday. We had some lovely weather in the lead up to this, despite the tricky weather conditions in the last few couple of weeks here in the UK. But could be in for a tough afternoon for the riders now. As we say, quite a few races have been cut, so we're going to jump to the finals a bit later on this afternoon. If you want a race schedule, pop onto the Facebook page, Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, and we can give you some more information. Running through the race classes coming up next, we've got the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto. Just to run through the classes, these riders, youth riders 9 to 14 years old, and the riders up to 140cc. So a real mixture. The smaller bikes for the youth riders, we're looking at more the Junior Supermoto bikes, 88 to 90cc, a whole mixture of bikes out there. One of the most popular ones, of course, the Ovale 110 and 160, different engine sizes there for the riders. And a bit later on, of course, we're going to have the Brap Super Minis taking place as well. If you want more information, if you want to be interested in getting involved, visit the website at britishminibikes.com. More information on the race classes and how you can get involved. There is a full race calendar, of course, taking us right the way through to October. And I haven't seen the bike yet so far this year, but I do believe there is scope for effectively arrive and drive. So if you're a experienced rider, if you've got your own kit, of course, you'll need your own helmet and leathers and so forth. But if you want to get involved, there is a scope where you can turn up and ride on a fully race prepped bike as well. So visit the website at British Mini Bikes for more information. Riders are taking to the track now. We'll be underway with our first race of the afternoon schedule in just a few moments. Riders now back on the circuit for their sighting lap. For point of reference, the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto classes have now been split for the remainder of the afternoon. We're going to start things off now with the Mini GP riders. Unfortunately, we'll have to play things by ear in terms of the grid, of course, because this is a amended race category, effectively. So riders will be gridded in their class positions, taking their place on the start line now. So just a few moments to enable the riders to be in the right grid position. The clerk of the course and the starter just down on the grid now, issuing some final instructions to the riders. Going to make sure they grid it up correctly, of course. So this race will be followed by the same riders, of course, in terms of the Junior Supermoto, who normally race in this class. They'll be racing separately right after this moto. Once we've had the two youth classes, of course, we'll move back to the pit bikes with the stock 160 in association with Pit Bike Spares Group B and Group A. The Ovale Cup, the Veterans. Second of the heat races for the Mini GP riders a bit later on, the 160 Cup and Super Minis. That'll be the heat races, and they'll be followed by the finals later on today. There is a race schedule, an amended race schedule, I should say, at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship Facebook page. Has all the revised schedule. If you're looking at that, any of the race classes shaded in yellow, that's been abandoned for the day. We're picking things up with the race groups listed in the white. Basically because of the unfortunate lengthy delay as a result of the earlier accident, we lost quite a lot of time in the schedule. And down in the paddock, the feeling with the riders was they would rather have two decent long races rather than trying to fit all the races in, you would say, and having a 4-lap dash to the flag, which can be a bit dangerous in its own way, of course. So things about to get back underway. Thank you, of course, for your patience, for sticking around. We know it's been quite a lengthy delay. And as we say, of course, our thoughts are with the injured riders who are no longer able to continue with the afternoon's programme. We send our best wishes to them and hope they make a swift and full recovery. Shout out, of course, to the marshals and to all the medics for their hard work today as well. But we will be getting things back underway very soon with the mini GP riders. Everyone just lining up in their respective positions. One or two riders at the back just making sure they're lined up correctly. Riders appear to be lined up and ready to go. And we were talking about the conditions. It looks at the moment, I think there is one rider looking more like an intermediate tyre choice, but most of these riders running on the full wet. I don't believe, just purely looking out onto the grid, I don't believe there's anybody running on the slicks. It would be a brave move, I would say, because the track is still dry, but I would say it could turn at the blink of an eye, really. There's some threatening rain clouds above the track and potentially very tough conditions for the riders. But if you want to win the championship, of course, if you're looking to, you've got to ride in all conditions, all tracks, and you just got to put a positive attitude on it, because it's a difficult day potentially if you don't like the wet conditions. It's nice at the moment, but it could get greasy very soon. Just look at those rain clouds hovering in from the Irish Sea, which is only a few miles down the road, and bringing a whole load of wet weather potentially with it, but we shall wait and see. It's dry at the moment though, and prime for some good racing. Last few riders are just taking their positions on the grid now, and we should be underway in just a few moments. The starter down on the line with the green flag, just waiting, of course, for a confirmation from the clerk of the course that all riders are ready and in position. The grid pickup marshals, consisting of parents and guardians of the riders on the track, of course, they'll be told to move away from the grid now, and it appears riders are ready, and we are back underway with mini GP riders on the line now. Alan Lord down there from the British Mini Bikes crew. Looks like we're all ready to go. The green flag goes up, and the start looks good. Away they go. Everyone's away safely. That's good to see. Here we go into the first corner, and Harley McCabe has got the jump on the field. Looks like Joel Grigg in second position. So it looks like the MLAV Academy riders getting the jump on the field. Arnie Carr in there in third place. Brian Hamilton, Lewis Mullen and Ruben Sherman Boyd also well placed. Laken Payne just a bit further behind as they make their way through Iredale for the first time down the back straight and heading towards the stewardesses. So it's Harley McCabe that leads, Joel Grigg in second position. Grigg having a look, but not quite close enough to go for the pass. Track looking in good condition as they make their way back around the final few corners. We'll get an idea on the lap times in a few moments when they start making their way back towards. We'll see. It is still pretty dry out there. And the pace of the riders as they fly over the line there. Harley McCabe leading, Joel Grigg second, Arnie Carr third, Brian Hamilton fourth, Lewis Mullen in fifth. Then it's Ruben Sherman Boyd, Laken Payne, Luca Wilkinson, Craig Dance in ninth position. Kobe Garbett rounds out the top 10 from Buster Sherman Boyd, Cade Watt, Alfie Flynn, Liam Kiernan, Harry Pell and Ruben Bray. I'm not sure if he was a starter actually rounding out the field. But the action still pretty close at the front as Harley McCabe tries to break away from Joel Grigg in second position. So this is great news so far for the Vision Track MLAV Academy riders. 1, 2 at the front, although I'm sure that Arnie Carr in third will have other ideas about this as they make their way back towards us. There's the number 12 in there as well. That is Ruben Bray actually, so he's in the race. He should be picked up on the lap charts very shortly. Looks like he's third on the track. There he goes. So we'll wait for the lap charts to update. So Ruben Bray, number 12, currently sitting in third place, just behind the number 3 of Joel Grigg, and he's starting to put Grigg under pressure. In fact, there's Arnie Carr as well. So it's 1, 2, 3 now for the Vision Track MLAV Academy riders. So Arnie Carr's in there as well. 191. Brian Hamilton not too far behind as well. This race is still finely poised. We'll get an idea on the lap charts in a few moments when they make their way back towards us, but there's certainly no margin for error at the front here. top 4 or 5 riders only covered by about 5 seconds, I would say, but we'll get confirmation in a moment, and we'll have a look at the pace of the race as they make their way charging over. Look at the pace of these riders as they make their way through. Still plenty of grip out there, I would say, because Harley McCabe just setting a best lap time 54.676. All the riders lapping in the 55, 56 second region, so quite a good pace out there. And of course, psychologically, it can be difficult for the riders as well, as the number 19. Nice move down the inside there from Hamilton. Just a quick check over the shoulder, covers the line, but you're saying, like, essentially psychologically can be a difficult position. Get the words out eventually. Can be a difficult position, of course, for the riders as they've been sat for so long. Then they've got to get the helmets on, get the machines fired up, and be out there and be competitive once again. Harley McCabe, though, is starting to pull away as the 83 of Arnie Carr puts the pressure now on Joel Grigg as the rest of the field make their way through. Has a peek down the inside going into the first corner. Nothing going at the moment. Lewis Mullen still 5th. Ruben Sherman-Boyd as again he has a look down the inside. This time has he made the pass stick? Yes, he has. It was clean. He's got to cover the exit, and he does so. So Arnie Carr up to 2nd place. So a little bit further down, Ruben Sherman-Boyd in 6th position. Laken Payne 7th. Luca Wilkinson, Craig Dance. As we focus on this great battle for 2nd place. Kobe Garrett's just gone through in 10th position, just ahead of Cade Watt, Alfie Flynn. Buster Sherman-Boyd, Liam Keenan and Harry Pell rounding out the positions as leaders make their way back towards us. So Arnie Carr is now into 2nd place. He can't shake off Grigg at the moment. Harley McCabe goes charging through 54.276, fastest lap of the race. Similar pace between 2nd and 3rd. Brian Hamilton tagging on in there as well in 4th position. Lewis Mullen, Ruben Sherman-Boyd's just gone through. And the rest of the top 10, there's the number 41 of Laken Payne, currently alone in 7th position. Just a few seconds ahead of the 76 of Luca Wilkinson, Craig Dance and Kobe Garbutt rounding out the top 10. And they, rider down on the, who was that? So maybe one of our front runners down on McRae's. I think that's Hamilton. Oh, and he's run away from the bike there. I don't know if there's something on the ground there. Well, whatever's happened there, it looks like it could be end of the race. I believe that was Hamilton. We'll confirm that in a moment on the lap charts, but looks like Brian Hamilton's dropped out of the race. We'll confirm that as we say, but that would be a shame because he was running so well. 6 laps to go. And yes, indeed, you can see the 191 tumbling down the lap sheet as we look again at Laken Payne, who will move up to 7th position. So Brian Hamilton down at McRae's. Rider okay, but it appears that he is out of the race. Now, just to confirm, the Junior Supermotos will be coming up next, right after this race has been split for the rest of the programme. It looks like Harley McCabe maybe started to close up on 1 or 2 of the tail enders. You've got the number 52 of Harry Pell. There he is, currently in 16th place. He's just gone a lap down. And again, you just see him doing the right thing there, just holding his line. Oh, but trouble there for the leader. Or was that Carr that went down? Arnie Carr, I believe, out of nowhere. And that was a big tumble. Hit the ground hard. Meanwhile, the race goes on as Ruben Bray and Joel Grigg battling for position, but Arnie Carr's gone down. That's just on the exit of the Sunny Bend, I believe, and the red flag's gone out. There's more trouble further back. 44, that's Alfie Flynn that's gone down. 2 riders tangling there, 25 as well, Kobe Garbutt. Both riders appear to be on their feet. We shall confirm that, but the race has been stopped. 7 laps down, so wait for confirmation from race control as to what will happen with the remainder of the race. So the red flag goes out. So 2 accidents happening separately on the track pretty much at the same time. We saw Arnie Carr go down just on the exit. Small mistake out of nowhere, it seemed to be. Just seemed to lose the back end, maybe high-sided off the bike. He went down. And then a midfield tangle as well between, certainly we saw Alfie Flynn and Kobe Garbutt involved in that one towards the top of the circuit. Well, there is Carr, and glad to say that he's back on his feet. Looks a bit shaken, but that was quite a hefty tumble. think he's more just disappointed with himself for making that mistake rather than anything serious. Bit of a shame for him because he was running well. We only just caught the back end of that, but it just seemed to be that he lost the rear of the bike, and one of the worst crashes you can have in a bike race. High siding, got flung off the bike and landed in a heap on the curbing. So fair to say he'll have had the wind knocked out of his sails somewhat, but from all I can see, he is back on the bike, and I think he's returning back to the pit. So may well be the case that Arnie Carr is out of the race. He's going back to the pits under his own steam, I hasten to add. He's riding the bike back. Whether the machine's picked up any damage as well, because it was quite a hefty tumble, but the red flag is out, I believe, now because of the accident that happened pretty much at the same time, but elsewhere on the track. We certainly saw there's a 477 as well there of Cade Watt just in the bottom of your screen, and as you can see, the rider on his feet and walking about. He was one of the, I believe there was 3 riders involved in that one, so it was certainly Cade Watt, as you can see. And we also saw Alfie Flynn and Kobe Garbutt get together. That's at the top of the circuit, just on the exit. I believe that's on the exit of the Iredale's hairpin. That's at the very top of the circuit, and well, I'm not going to speculate, we didn't see the accident, but it must be a case perhaps of riders battling for position and just tangling on the exit of the corner, it would appear. Let's hope the riders are okay. We saw them walking about. There is one rider receiving some treatment, I'm told, on the top corner, so we are going to have a pause here. One of the 3. I can't tell you which rider it is, unfortunately, but there is a rider. We did see, however, Cade Watt, the 477. He was walking about, so he's definitely under his own steam and okay. We're just going to wait and see what's going to happen with the conclusion of this race. We're 7 laps down, so I believe that has been called as a result. So the provisional race results will be a race win for Harley McCabe, Ruben Bray in 2nd, Joel Gregg in 3rd, Ruben Sherman Boyd up to 4th on that final lap from Lake and Payne, Luca Wilkinson, Lewis Mullen, Craig Dance, Arnie Carr and Kobe Garbutt rounding out the top 10. But I hasten to add they are provisional race results. That was as the flag fell, so they may need to amend that depending on the red flag rulings. But the provisional race winner at least was the 179 of Harley McCabe, with Ruben Bray, Joel Grigg, Ruben Sherman Boyd and Lake and Payne rounding out the top 5. So at the moment we're under a red flag situation. 2 incidents occurring at the same time there. Arnie Carr went down just about half a lap around from where we are at the moment. He was okay and rode back to the pits, but there was a midfield collision between Kobe Garbutt, Alfie Flynn and Cade Watt. And one rider just getting a bit of medical treatment down there, so let's hope that everything will be okay. And the circuit medics are making their way just to the fallen rider. We'll be picking things up very shortly, of course, with our next race in the amended race program, of course, which will be the Supermotos. That's the Ugly & Co. Junior Supermoto 140s and 50s. Those riders are in the waiting zone, and just as soon as we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course, we'll be able to get racing back underway. Let's say we're just going to keep an eye out on what's going on. One rider at the moment is receiving medical attention. I wouldn't like to speculate which one it is. We did see actually Cade Watt walking about, so I think he's okay, but one of the 2 I think is just getting a bit of a helping hand. This accident's occurring on the exit of Iredale's corner, the hairpin. We didn't see the actual, only saw the end of the accident, so to speak, but medics just down there just checking that rider out. And pleased to say, just out of your camera shot here, that the rider who was receiving medical attention, just I think it's Flynn on the leathers. There he is, so that will be Alfie Flynn. He was the rider that was down, and as you can see for yourself, glad to say he's the rider that was receiving the treatment. I think he is walking away, albeit a little bit shaken, but he appears to be okay, at least. That's the main thing, of course. Now, as we wait for the Junior Supermotos to make their way out onto the track, we cut back to the Iredale's hairpin, and here we see the sand going down. It's effectively a bit like kitty litter almost, just to absorb the oils and the fluids that come off the bikes. Of course, when these bikes get together, and they tangle. They're down for quite some time. They may well drop oil onto the track, and these guys, they are part of the BMB team following all of the championship races. They're down there now just making sure that the track is clear of any of that oil's absorbed, because you don't need me to say, of course, with the two-wheeled motorsport in particular, of course, any sort of oil or spilled fuel on the track could be extremely dangerous. So that's what they're there for, making sure that the track is safe and ready to go. And it's always a particular area of concern when you get 2 or 3 riders together on the track. So fortunately, it appears that the riders involved in that incident are not seriously injured. They all seem to have walked away from what we can see at race control, and hopefully we'll see them a bit later on. So a bit of a shame there that the race was curtailed short at the end, but glad to say that riders are okay. I'm going to take a moment now for the track crews just to clean up the circuit. In the meantime, waiting on the grid are the junior supermoto riders. They will be racing separately in just a few moments. Big shout out, of course, to Ovale & Co, our sponsors for this mini GP and junior supermoto class. Supporting rider who'll be out a little bit later on, Monty Hillier in the Ovale 110 Cup. And Ovale & Co, lifestyle clothing brand woven from extreme sports, and more details available at uglyandco.com. Entire range of hats, t-shirts, coats, hoodies and more. So we're going to take a pause now. We're back underway in just a few moments with the Ovale & Co junior supermotos. They're on their sighting lap now and back underway in just a few moments. So the second part of our race group effectively getting underway now. This is the junior supermoto, and if you look closely at these bikes, you'll see, of course, slightly different machines, similar sort of power output, but these are effectively a supermoto style bike. So you've got the upright handlebars, a bit more like a motocross pit bike style bike rather than a mini GP racer. And of course the rider's a bit more upright, more of a supermoto style riding position. So similar bikes in terms of speed. Usually the GP riders do tend to be towards the front of this field, but especially the guys at the front of this junior supermoto class, they don't hang about, we should say. Just a reminder, of course, if you want more information on the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, visit the website at britishminibikes.com. Very much a series that you can get involved in. We've just had a question, actually, if you can just turn up at the weekend to test or practice. I believe there is scope for that. We know in the past we have seen a arrive and drive style facility where riders can turn up with their own kit and they can either have a go at these weekends. I should say they do go on for about 3 days. There's a lot of testing and practice out there, so the riders do get a lot of track time, and there is the scope where you can just turn up and have a go in the practice sessions, get a feel for the world of mini bike racing. Depending on your budget and what you want to do, you can go right the way through to a fully prepared race weekend. All you do basically is, to use a karting phrase, you would say arrive and drive. Just turn up with your kit and yourself and off you go. Bike's there prepped and ready for you. And then of course make the choice then if you want to get your own bike and get into the sport. A lot of these riders actually do tend to come from the world of motorcycle racing, from track racing, especially in the vets. Now these are riders perhaps who've raced on the 600,000cc style machines, superbikes in the past, and opting to switch to the mini bike world. It's a bit cheaper, of course, than full-size circuit racing. Potentially the speeds are slower as well, which can be an attraction for riders who just want to enjoy the racing as well. And so we do tend to get a lot of riders coming across from the world of circuit racing. So feel free, the website's there, britishminibikes.com. All are welcome, and it's certainly great fun at these tracks across the UK. Here we are then at Rowrah in Cumbria, and the junior supermotos are about to get underway. Flag drops, everyone's away, charging into the first corner. Looks like Zach Weston has got a fantastic start. That's Tayo Collymore in second, and we can't see Zach Weston because he's cleared off. Look at him, real jump on the field. Oh, and down goes Tayo Collymore, I believe, 31. Classic accident under braking, just seemed to lose the front wheel. That's a shame for him. maybe try and pick that up in a moment, but oh, what a shame for him. Zach Weston, of course, that won't bother him at all. So we saw Collymore go down. I wonder if that might suggest we did see some drops of rain. Perhaps things are a bit slippery, but Zach Weston, that's not bothering him. There's the 1-3-4 of Toby Skaman in 4th position. Daniel Stevenson, Jack Newton, Ruby Booth also well placed. I don't know if Tyre Collymore got away in the end, but the race goes on. But look at Zach Weston, what a fantastic start from him. He really dropped the hammer at the start. Harvey Lathrop in 2nd place, Toby Skaman 3rd. Luke Hutchinson up to 4th from Daniel Stevenson, Jack Newton in 6th position, Oisin Thomas, Ruby Booth, Matt Davidson 9th. Rest of the field go through. There's George Wood, who crashed out earlier. Good to see that he's okay and back in the action. And there we saw a rider walking away. I think that may well have been Tyre Collymore. So the rider appears to be okay, but looks like he's out of the race. That's a shame for him. A difficult day for him so far, but there, yeah, that's the 31 we just saw to the side of the screen. So it looks like the unfortunate Tyre Collymore is out of the race. Should say, well, at this stage, actually, a shout out we had earlier to the Scottish riders involved in the round this weekend. And this, perhaps along with Teesside, is something of a local round. Putting that list. Oh, but Zach Weston's gone down, the leader. He was running so well. We're just giving a shout out to our well-travelled riders, and the rider who was travelling away at the front. Well, I can only presume he's been off the machine. That is down on the left-hander. That's going through towards Sunny Bend, I believe, and there he is. And it looks like the rider's okay, but looks like he's out of the race, and he looks pretty dejected, and who can blame him, because he was running so well. Oh, and he's getting a bit of consolation there. So I don't know what happened there to Zach Weston. It happened just out of our camera shot. Whether that was a mechanical problem that brought him down, maybe, because he is okay, but he's sat on the side of the track. The race goes on, of course, and that means now that our new leader is the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop, who's charging over the line now as we look at the, I think it was Ruby Booth that went through. 7th position, closely followed by the number 80 of Matt Davidson. There's the 1-3-4 in 2nd place now. Toby Skaman, 3.7 seconds adrift in 2nd place. Circulating nicely, keeping it smooth. There's Tyre Collymore on the infield, the 2nd of our retirees. There's the race leader though now, Harvey Lathrop. He's always looked pretty good in this junior supermoto class and has inherited the lead. He's been given that gift and has certainly grabbed it with both hands here. 3.7 seconds ahead. 9 laps to go. And he's got to keep pushing hard now, keep the pace. He's lapping well, 58 seconds. Question marks perhaps on some of the track conditions. There were some spots of rain. Looks pretty dry out there, but we've seen a couple of riders caught out already in this race. So Lathrop's got to treat the course with respect as we look at the 1-3-4. There's Lathrop. Looked a little bit squirrely out of the final corner there, but he's recovered it, hasn't lost any time. There's Skaman just gone through in 2nd on your lap charts, 59.2, 4.8 seconds down. Still well placed. If Lathrop makes a mistake, he's got to keep that pressure on. But Lathrop's got things under control. There's the gap. 4.8 seconds. Skaman's still there in 2nd. He can see the leader ahead of him. He's got to try and keep him in close contact, he would say, as he makes his way through to Iredale's, the top of the circuit, back on the power. And as the camera pans away, there we see the gap between 1st and 2nd place. Was 4.8 seconds last time round. Luke Hutchinson a bit further behind in 3rd. We just saw him go through, back to the midfield. There's the 56. Hutchinson, the 3rd place rider, and it looks like Daniel Stevenson is starting to put the pressure on in 4th. Leaders go over the line as we focus on this battle for 3rd. And Stevenson looks strong, but he's in 4th. Hutchinson's in 3rd, and he's got to defend that position, looking strong in 3rd place. Stevenson not giving up though. The gap goes up to 5.2 seconds between 1st and 2nd place. Rest of the top 10 making their way through. Jack Newton's just gone through in 5th position. Still pretty much as you were. 1 or 2 battles further down the field, but at the moment Hutchinson, the rider in shot now, holding on to that third place on the 56. Matt Davidson and Matthew Curry on the 65 have just gone through 8th and 9th position. George Wood rounds out the top 10. The other two riders out of the race, Zach Weston and Tayo Collymore. And there's Ozzy Thomas on the number 10. Looks like Ruby Booth just behind on the number 86. Those riders a bit further down, making their way down the back straight. Just looking out the window, there were 1 or 2 drops of rain. You can see the riders just taking it smoothly through those corners, not pushing too hard. You would say they're going to hard as they can, of course. They're going to keep the pressure up as much as they can, but maybe a little bit slippery out there on 1 or 2 of the corners. Especially this final corner where the invitation's there to put the power down, but you've really got to feed it in when it's a bit slippery. So Harvey Lathrop continues to lead the way with 6 laps to go. The gap goes up to 6.2 seconds. Luke Hutchinson still in 3rd. Daniel Stevenson still 4th. The 135 of Jack Newton in 5th. The 2 riders we're looking at the moment, Ozzy and Thomas, number 10, in 6th place. Ruby Booth in 7th, still finely poised. Matt Davidson a bit further back, then the 65 of Matthew Curry. George Wood rounds out the field. There is the 134 of Toby Skayman, 6.9 seconds adrift in 2nd. And ever so slowly, we'll keep an eye on the number 56 here of Luke Hutchinson and Daniel Stevenson. Those 2 riders pushing each other along a bit now, and they are starting to close up on Toby Skayman. None of this, of course, is bothering Harvey Lathrop, who goes down the back straight once again with 5 laps to go. He's got almost a 7-second cushion at the front, and still the fastest rider on the track. So at the moment here, he's just got to look after himself, really, keep the bike pointing straight. Nice and neat as he makes his way down into the sunny corner. Tricky left-hander's caught 1 or 2 riders out already today. Lathrop's through okay. Then we see the number 7 lap down. That is the machine of George Wood, about to be lapped by the 134 of Toby Skayman. And we'll have a look at the lap charts when Skayman comes through, because he was being closed by that battle of a 3rd place. So Skayman 6.8 seconds down. He has closed up slightly on Harvey Lathrop, not by very much though. And that's right in 2nd place, looking safer at the moment because he has pulled away once again from Hutchinson. Stevenson still in 4th. As the camera pans back, you can see there that the riders further down the field are starting to spread out a bit. There's the number 7 of George Wood, sitting in 10th place at the moment. Then we've got Hutchinson and Stevenson, and a bit further back, Matt Davidson and Matthew Curry both going through 8th and 9th position. 4 laps to go. As Hutchinson starts to close up on the number 7, not racing for position, of course. Number 7, George Wood, about to be lapped by the 3rd place rider. And Wood sees him coming, just concedes the racing line to him, lets him get through. And I'm sure Stevenson will do the same in just a moment. 3 laps to go. One thing that is, of course, taught to these younger riders, the less experienced ones at the back, is just basically to hold their line. You'll quite often see, when we just saw there George Wood being lapped, he didn't jump out of the way of those faster riders, just held his line and let them find his way through. That's the safest way. So some good track etiquette there from our midfield backmarker riders, circulating well, and of course in these potentially difficult conditions getting some good championship points at the moment, because I had 1 or 2 riders dropping out of contention, but this could be a very good day. Of course there's still 3 laps to go, but Harvey Lathrop is finally poised here. One of his main rivals, Zach Weston, is out of the race, and this could really play into the hands of Harvey Lathrop. He's still got to bring it home though, and one thing we know today is certainly taking nothing for granted here. 59.3, so he's still maintaining a good pace. Skayman, there he goes in 2nd position, not really closing up. The gap remains at 7.6 seconds. 3rd position still finely poised, Luke Hutchinson, Daniel Stevenson. And at the moment, Stevenson can't get close enough to make a pass. He's tagging on in there in 4th place, but can't get close enough to Hutchinson to make a move. The 135 of Jack Newton still in 5th place, having a relatively lonely race so far, but he's looking strong in 5th. And still this battle of a 6th position. Ozzy and Thomas on the number 10 cannot shake off Ruby Booth, and neither of them closing up particularly on Jack Newton, so this is very much turning into a two-way fight for 6th position. And much like that battle of a third, Ruby Booth on the number 86 can certainly keep up with the number 10 of Ozzy and Thomas, but cannot find a way through at the moment. Thomas gets on the power down the back straight as the leader goes on to the last lap. Oh, and a mistake there from Thomas. What a shame. Running so well, and the back end just overtook the front going round the hairpin. Has he kept the engine running? No, I think he's lost the engine too. No, he has kept the engine running. That's good news. Doesn't lose much time, but he pretty much can forget about 6th position. So there we see just how easily it can happen. I think it is a bit moist out there in one or two of the corners, a bit greasy out there. So at the moment, Lathrope certainly got to put some caution there. Is the last rider on the lead, lap the 65, Matthew Curry, currently in 9th place. Waiting now for our leader, and there he is, treble 2. Harvey Lathrope making his way down towards the sunny corner for the final time. Back towards the finish, one more corner to go. Harvey Lathrope keeping it neat around the last corner. He's got the time on his hands, and over the line he goes. Harvey Lathrope, after a dramatic race, takes the checkered flag. Looks like it's going to be Toby Skaman crossing the line. There he is in 2nd place for the 134. And after what's been a high pressure race for Luke Hutchinson, did well there to hold on to 3rd and withstand the pressure. Daniel Stevenson on the number 11 has to settle for 4th position. And coming around the final corner now is the number 7 of George Wood. And good to see George Wood. He's looking in celebratory mood there as he crosses the line. Of course, he crashed out earlier on today, so good to see him back in action. And there is Jack Newton. He's had a very lonely race there in 5th place, but brings it home nice and neat for 5th position. Ruby Booth, 6th position. The pressure pays off for her. Looks like Matt Davison will come through in 7th place, and the unfortunate Ozzy and Thomas on the number 10 recovering to finish in 8th place, just ahead of Matthew Curry in 9th. So that concludes the Junior Supermoto 140. So we will now pick up the rest of the race program with our next race of the day. They're down in the waiting zone now, and coming up in a few moments we move back to the pit bikes. We start with the pit bike spares stock 160 Group B. In association with Pit Bike Spares, we have the stock 160 Group B, and we'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments. This race brought to you in association with Pit Bike Spares, as we cut back to the last few riders making their way back to the track. We'll see them later on, of course, for their final race, but we move on to the Pit Bike Spares stock 160 Group B, and this is how they line up. Nathan Smith on pole from Brett Neesham, Tom White in 3rd, Dan Merrin 4th, Tommy Champion in 5th from Peter Wardworth in 6th position, Kira Williamson 7th, Dean Widowson 8th, William Horner 9th, and Ben Cole rounding out the top 10 from Nathan Ellis Ward. James Landamore in 12th place, Danny Cohen in 13th from Craig Rowland, Jake Marsh, Paul Johnson 16th position, Ben Nixon in 17th place, and looking a bit further down, one or two of the late entries towards the back of the field. So riders now in the waiting zone, you'll see them there, and as you can see from the camera lens, there are one or two raindrops starting to fall, and we saw a few moments ago in the Supermotos. It is still fairly dry out there, but there's one or two slippery parts on the track that may catch out the unaware, and one part of the track in particular that requires caution and respect, I would say, is the exit of the Idales hairpin at the top of the track, which we'll cut to in a few moments, of course, when the riders make their way around. Seen a few riders just losing the back end there on one or two of the motos, so that could be one part of the track to catch out the unwary, you would say. So this 3rd round here at Rowrah, just cutting back, of course, from the 2nd round of the championship at Red Lodge. Some real great entries of riders, bumper grids through there, and really was a positive start to the 2021 championship, and a big word of thanks from Alan Lord to all the riders and supporters through the difficult COVID period. But now hoping, of course, that we're powering through the other end of it now as we move into the rest of the season. And also a shout out at this stage, I'd say, to BR8 Racing Media, to Nathan Smith and Ovale for all their hard work behind the scenes as well, with all of the fantastic press support that's given to us here in the commentary booth ahead of the championship rounds. We've got full details behind the scenes of what's been happening with many of the riders, and a few of the pit bike vets, of course, been hard practicing over the last few days. We'll look at them in a few moments. Thanks, of course, to Motul for coming on board with their sponsorship of the vets class. But we will move on now to the pit bike spares stock 160 Group B, in association, of course, with pitbikeparts.co.uk, another strong supporter of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championships. So the riders now making their way onto the line. Just a reminder, of course, if you're joining this program now, the race schedule has been amended. We did have quite a lengthy stoppage earlier on today with a rather nasty accident, so our thoughts with those injured riders. And we'll effectively be jumping to the finals a bit later on, so it is a slightly curtailed race schedule because we have had the lengthy stoppage. And general consensus with the riders was, faced with the loss of time, that it's better to have a couple of long, decent races rather than 4-lap dashes, you would say. Just a case now of sorting out the riders on the grid. Looks like the 556 of Nathan Smith up there at the front. So the riders patiently waiting, nervous moments. And again, we just constantly keep one eye on the clouds above the Rowrah circuit. As we mentioned before, there is a weather front scheduled to come in at some point this afternoon. We had quite a lucky turn with the weather, you would say. It wasn't a very nice forecast. There were some heavy showers predicted in the local area. It's the kind of thing where it's dry here and then about a mile down the road it'll be soaking wet. And I think we've bypassed the worst of it today so far, but there is a rather hefty weather front supposed to be coming in, and we are likely to see a wet track in the last few races. Most riders say it was a real mixture of tyres on here. We've got the wets, intermediates, one or two slicks even on the back wheel of one or two of these riders. Visors down, we're ready to go. The green flag goes up, riders ready. And away they go, one or two riders creeping on the line. I wonder if the stewards will pick up that at all. I don't know, we'll have a look at that, but the 06 are stalled on the line. Everyone else getting round okay. So one rider left on the start stalling the machine, but everyone else has got away safely, and there we go. Still can't quite get that bike moving, but the race goes on nonetheless, and it's the 411 of Brett Neesham with the initial lead, but round the outside goes the 110. A couple of riders in front, actually. No, that's Nathan Smith, also well placed. So Brett Neesham was the early leader, but seems to have dropped a few positions. Now is that Tom White leads the way? Could even be Chris Heimers actually in the 151. Very close start to this race as they make their way around for the first time. Looks indeed like Chris Heimers that leads the way. Incredibly close behind as they make their way through Sunny Bend for the first time. Back towards Paddock Bend. And four riders screaming over the line with only a couple of seconds separating them. Incredibly close here. Heimers leads. We'll pick up the 110 in a few moments in second place. Nathan Smith third. Brett Neesham in fourth position. Ben Douglas. And that, I think, was Dean Widowson who lost the engine on the start. And it looks like he's out of the race, but nonetheless it goes on. 110 now into the lead. We'll try and pick up that in a few moments, but it's a 110 your race leader. Chris Heimers second. Oh, it's getting close to the third there with Nathan Smith. Nathan Smith, one of the guys we talked about at the start of the race behind BR8 Media, doing a great job of supplying not only the commentary teams here and the Alpha Live, but the media partners, getting everyone involved, spreading all the information about the series this year and the riders behind the scenes. And a great move there from Smith down the inside. Real opportunistic move there. Snatches second place from Heimers, who drops to third, and Heimers fighting back there around Paddock Bend. He got the drive on the final corner, retakes the position, and Neesham having a look there as well, but no. Smith holds on to third place. So Chris Heimers back to second. 110 your fastest rider. Now into the 57 lap region, so the gap goes up to 2.7 seconds. All of the action though at the moment is for second place as Chris Hymers tries to pull away now from Nathan Smith. Into Iredale's hairpin they go, that 180 right-hander down the back straight. There's the race leader, 110 on the Bucci machine trying to pull away. So it's Hymers second, Smith third, Neesham fourth. 71 of Ben Douglas. One or two unidentified riders in there as well. Tom White, Tommy Champion, Ben Nixon. A little bit further down in the top 10. William Horner, Danny Cohen in 13th, Kira Williamson. And rounding out the field in 16th place, Dean Williamson, it appears, is out of the race. 110, the race leader charging through. Still the battle of second rages as Chris Hymers, though, starting to pull away a bit now. Nathan Smith on the 5.56, still in third place, but being closed on now by Brett Neesham. But in turn, look at Nathan Smith. He is keeping his eyes ahead. He's not worried about the rider behind him so far, just trying to keep up now with Hymers. Smith closes up under braking and negotiated that corner quite well, closing up again on Hymers as 110 your race leader. And it looks like Smith has closed up a bit now on Hymers, still got Neesham behind him though. 115 in there, Ben Douglas on the 71, also well placed. That battle of a second still finely poised. None of these riders can afford any kind of mistake. Still got 7 laps to go. 110 charging through. Still looking at Hymers in second. So Hymers second, Smith third, Neesham fourth, and the 115 in fourth as Dean Willowson is left to sit on the barriers and wonder what could have been. He's out of the race. Down the inside goes the 115, has a peek down the inside of Neesham. Neesham's got the line but sacrificing speed on the exit. 115 goes through. Neesham again down the inside. Can't find a way through, loses the position, so he drops down to 5th place now. Nathan Smith just ahead with the Dayglow yellow helmet, trying to close up on Chris Hymers. 115 on the move here though with 6 laps to go. Back towards the finish. There's Smith on the treble 5. Coming under pressure now from the 115 just behind him. 6 laps to go. Mini bike 160. Group B, they'll be out later for the final of course. Sponsored by pitbikeparts.co.uk. Chris Hymers charging away in second place, 110 your race leader. Nathan Smith and the 115 Brett Neesham and Ben Douglas, 6th position. And Neesham coming under some real pressure, trying the outside here into the McRae's hairpin. Looks like Ben Douglas starting to put the pressure on him now. Neesham covering that outside line. Douglas tries to cut in. Landing grip out there. Drag race down the back straight now as Douglas tries the inside line. Making his way in towards the S's. Looks like 115's gone through past Nathan Smith into 3rd place now. Closing up on Chris Hymers. 5 laps to go. 10 still your race leader. Charging away at the front. Hymers still second as we look at the 71 of Douglas. Neesham trying to fight back now though as they make their way around the final corner. And Neesham just staying on the back wheel there. 6th position, battling for 5th. Just a bit further behind we have Tom White. Ben Nixon drops his a few positions now with Tommy Champion, William Horner, Danny Cohen, Kira Williamson running up the field further back. And there is Horner just over the line. Chasing the 22 of Danny Cohen. So plenty of action throughout the top 10. The leaders starting to spread out a bit now, but here's the 68. William Horner trying to put the pressure now on Danny Cohen, who took the position last time round. Cohen in turn trying to pull away. Again, you can see the bikes just look a little bit twitchy under braking going into that hairpin. Quite as settled as they would normally be. Race leader on the 110 setting the fastest lap of the race, 56.673. Chris Hymers second, 115 in third. Oh, we're trouble there for 71. Ben Douglas stationary going in towards the final corner. He's gone into the pits and it looks like Ben Douglas is out of the race. Douglas has gone into the pits, back to the paddock. and evidently some kind of mechanical fault there. He is out of the race, so that changes everything in the top 10. Ben Nixon and Tom White still battling further back. Then we have Danny Cohen in there as well on the 22. Tommy Champion a bit further ahead as well. The back of that little battle there is the 112 of Ben Nixon. Nixon on the 112 still in 8th position, 2 laps to go at the front. As Nixon starts to put the pressure on, 2nd position still Heimers. 115 3rd, 556 of Nathan Smith in 4th position. Those top 4 starting to pull away now. So Brett Neesham with the misfortune of Ben Douglas now into 5th position, but you're going to have to fight here because we've got a few riders behind him. Ben Nixon and Tom White in there too. The 23 of Tommy Champion just going through as well. Rounding out the top 10, all fairly close. 110, your race leader. Looks like one of the Bucci machines there, making his way back down the hill for what will be the penultimate lap. Bruce St John's into Sunny Corner. And off towards the long sweeping right-hander here at Paddock Bend, over the line for what will be the last lap board. Still a potentially treacherous looking track in places, 1 or 2 slippery parts, so by no means is this race over. Chris Holm is still in 2nd place. 115 3rd, Nathan Smith crossing the line in 4th position as your race leader up to Iredale for the final time. Back at the finish line as Neesham goes through. Rest of the top 10 closely followed. There's Ben Nixon in 8th place, Tom White and Tommy Champion just a bit further behind, rounding out that top 10. But your race leader, top of the circuit now, the long drive down the hill. Heading towards St John's, the right-hander, and through Sunny Corner, one of the slower parts of the track. Just going to treat that corner with respect on the final lap. Here we come up towards Paddock Bend for the final time. Through the right-hander he goes, and your race winner of the mini bike 160 Group B. Pick the details of the course very soon, but a very good race. It's going to be Chris Heimers in 2nd place. 115 pushing hard in 3rd. Has to settle the 3rd position though. Looks like it's going to be Nathan Smith in 4th on the trebles 556 machine. And 411, Ben Neesham just about holding on in a very close finish as we make our way down towards the top 10. So plenty of action in the pit bike spares. Stock 160 Group B. Down in the waiting zone now we have the Group A riders, and they will be out on track in just a few moments' time. In association with Pit Bike Spares, it's the Stock 160 Group A. They're in the waiting zone now, and we'll have a look at how they will line up in just a few moments as the riders take their place out on the track. And leading the way will be Owen Mellor, qualifying just ahead of Pete Hickman in 2nd place, Chase Collymore 3rd from Dougie Craven, Jim Lovell in 5th, Ben Clucas rounding out the top 6. Jake Whittaker 7th from Dylan Mellor, Ty Butler and Charlie Hopkins rounding out the top 10. Andrew Jones 11th from Carl Sanders in 12th position. Phil Dickens in 13th from Ryan Clark, Scott McGiven, Daniel Pearson, Oliver Linsdale and John Buckle in 18th position. Simon Wadsworth in 19th, Ross Richards in 20th, Ian Rogerson, Simon Patterson, Nathan Summers and Ben Douglas in 24th position. That is how they line up. I think we may have had 1 or 2 riders drop out of contention. We will find out in a few moments when they line up. But the Pit Bike Stock 160 Group A in association with pitbikepartsuk.co.uk is about to get underway. Don't forget, of course, if you want to view the revised race schedule for this Sunday afternoon programme here at Rowrah, available to view on the website, well, I should say the Facebook page, really, the Facebook page at Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. We did have quite a lengthy stoppage earlier on, so we'll be running through the remaining heat races and going straight through to the finals just a little bit later on. This race will be followed by the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup. That will follow on after this race. Then it's the Motul Oils Vets. OMG Racing Mini GP 190 is a bit later on from the Ovale 160 Cup. And the Brat Bikes Super Minis for the last of the heat races. And then our remaining finals will be a bit later on today. So the revised schedule available to view on the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Facebook page. But we'll be underway very shortly with our next race. Riders now lining up in the waiting zone. And this will be the Pit Bike Stairs Stock 160 Group A. I don't know if there's a rider still out on track possibly, because we've still got the riders in the waiting zone. And as you may hear in the background, things are starting to get a bit more hairy out there now. The winds are starting to pick up. The track's still dry. Those patches on the grid there, you can see that is the cement that went, or the kitty litter, so to speak, that went down after the accidents earlier. So that is still a dry part of the track. Tense moments though down in the waiting zone. You can see for yourself at the front of the screen there are some raindrops starting to fall on the track now. It's not particularly heavy rain at the moment, but we are expecting things to get very wet later on. But this is the sometimes the tricky part, of course, of a wet stroke dry track. It's still fairly dry out there, but there are still one or two greasy parts on the track. We've seen riders in the last two races going down rather easily, caught out by the conditions, and sometimes it's just a bit of bad luck. You get a greasy part of the track and down the bike goes. Where I think certainly the marshals and everyone in the paddock just keeping an eye on. This is looking basically looking westbound towards the coast. There is a weather front coming in from there basically, so anything that we're expecting is coming from that direction, and there are some rather threatening clouds rolling in. Riders still waiting in the waiting zone now. Just waiting to ascertain the cause of this. There doesn't appear to be any problems out on the track, so can only speculate there may possibly be an issue with some spilt fluids on the track maybe, but whatever the reason, we'll be underway very shortly. Riders still instructed to keep the engines running, warming the machines up. They should be out on course very shortly. Should be getting the communication from the clerk of the course in just a few moments. Again, as you may see in the foreground there, the rain appears to have eased slightly again, so it's just dribs and drabs just to keep the track a little bit slippery in places, a bit greasy, and another challenge for the riders contend with as well. And we'll certainly find the dry lines very shortly. And of course, one of the easiest ways to find out when you're out there on the track sometimes is physically you'll see the raindrops on the visor. That's almost like an early warning signal. Here's again most riders looking to run the most on full wets and one or two on the intermediate style tyres out there as well. Maybe a touch brave to go on the full slicks, you'd say at this stage. It was drying out earlier on, but at the moment it's a bit greasy out there. This Rowrah circuit really is an established track on the UK motorsport network. Now this track's been here since the 1960s, home of the Cumbria kart racing club. And just to name check a few people who've cut their teeth here in the past, we've had the likes of Jenson Button, David Coulthard, Lewis Hamilton, amongst others over the years, on four wheels. And as we move to two wheels, of course, a staple on the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes calendar. We've seen the clubhouse several times in the background on these shots during the afternoon, and in there there's almost something of a little karting museum, you would say. There's photos and artifacts, trophies from days gone by. And a very interesting one, there's a race meeting from all the way back in 1964 where there's an international between England and France, karting race, and cars all lining around the edge of the circuit, everyone cramming onto these banks for vantage points. Of course, a lot of clubman races and grassroots level motorsport used to get big crowds back in the day. But great to see so many people, of course, enjoying the action on the streaming channel here at Alpha Live, not just with the British mini bikes, but of course plenty of four-wheeled action across the country today as well. And we'll, of course, we'll look at that a bit later on as well, but plenty of ways to catch all the action with Alpha Live in 2021. In fact, as we wait for the pit bike riders to make their way onto the grid, just waiting, there's a bit of a delay on the track. We'll have a look at that in a few moments. But whilst we're waiting, we'll perhaps have a look in a bit more detail as to how you can follow Alpha Live in 2021.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to Rowrah. Short pause then before the pit bike spares stock 160 Group A gets underway. And the riders now on their sighting lap, making their way around the back of the circuit, and will be on the grid in just a few moments' time. And at the risk of sounding repetitive, we're just keeping an eye again on these storm clouds moving in. The track's still fairly dry, you would say, but there are one or two slippery parts. We've seen one or two riders going down at the Idell's hairpin at the top of the circuit. And this run down to the corner we're looking at now on Sunny Bend is a bit greasy on the exit, and we have seen one or two riders drop it there as well. So certainly this Rowrah circuit demanding respect at the moment, because it is a bit slippery in places. Still plenty of speed out there. We're looking at some of the lap times from these riders. They really are motoring around the track at the moment. But there's still plenty of tricky parts of the track, you would say, to catch out the unwary. Certainly some experienced names from the world of pit bike racing lining up on the grid now. They will take their positions in just a few moments. This is the pit bike spares stock 160 Group A, and riders will take their place on the line in just a few moments. They've got a lap now just to get the tyres warmed up somewhat as they start to line up now. I believe Pete Hickman riding a may not be on Harley McCabe's machine at the front there, the 178. That's Pete Hickman, and from what I can see, that bike appears to be running on slick tyres. So Hickman, of course, very experienced rider, he knows his stuff, and he's opting to go out on the slicks. Most of the other riders appear to be on either intermediate level tyres, and Collymore just lining up there on number 31. He's on the intermediate style, you would say. No one really on full wets though, particularly. I think it's quite wet enough yet to warrant the full wets, but certainly a gamble, you would say. Most of these riders appear to be on the intermediate tyres, but Peter Hickman at the front, he's definitely on slicks, and the 1-2-1 of Jake Whittaker a bit further behind towards the back of your screen. He appears to be running on slicks as well. This could be a potential benefit, of course. It is a bit greasy out there, but it's still quite a dry track. And as we've seen in many races, of course, both on 2 wheels and 4 in the past, that can sometimes be an inspired choice. Almost tantamount to having an extra boost on your machine, you would say, if you get the right choice on the tyres and everyone else has got the wrong one, you would say. But sometimes it's about second-guessing the weather, which even the forecasters struggle with sometimes. The rest of the riders now starting to line up. And it appears that looks like the grid has just been spread out because of the numbers on here. I think they have spread out the grid slightly just to make the visibility a bit better. Maybe in line in some of the trouble we had earlier on today, just to spread the grid out slightly just to make it a bit more clearer visibility for the riders. They can see that they have effectively done a double grid almost there. There's a gap between the riders. You see Pete Hickman there on the left-hand side of the grid, Chase Collymore just behind him, and there is a bit of a gap between those riders now, so everyone appears to be in position. Clark of the course happy, and we wait now for the green flag. Our starter on the line now, gets the all clear, the green flag goes up. Pit bike 160 gets underway. Rider stalls at the back where everyone gets through safely, and Pete Hickman jumps to the front from Dougie Craven. Now that's the number 97. Rider at the back was Ty Butler, left behind, but everyone else gets away. Good start from number 30. Pete Hickman leads the way. And of course Hickman, your race leader, running on full slick tyres. It's a bit greasy out there. Hickman, of course, very experienced rider, fastest man on the Isle of Man TT. And it's great to have him with the British mini bikes in 2021. Hickman leads the way. Look like Dougie Craven in there too, and taking the lead now is the number 30. Nice little move around the outside. And again, you see the different types of machines in this race. This is a pit bike class that's open to both the Supermoto style machines and the Mini GP style. The Ovale's in there as well. So that's Owen Mellor that's taken the lead. Hickman down to second. Dougie Craven on his tail in third. And Hickman starting to reapply the pressure now. Oh, and that's one of the riders on slick tyres has gone down. Jake Whittaker, the gamble has not paid off, and he is cut adrift in 19th position, still yet to complete his first lap. The race goes on though. So Mellor leads, Hickman second. Dougie Craven starting to put the pressure down. Hickman, Wade Yellows at the top of the track. Somebody's gone off, and I think that's the 97 of Ty Butler. There he is, pushing the bike away. So this is where the rider's going past now under yellow flag conditions. They'll hold their position. Now back to a clear track, and oh, Hickman's gone. Craven up to second on the 74. And I think Hickman's still there. There he is in third place. So Hickman drops to third. And the man on the move now is 74, Dougie Craven, having a look down the inside. Oh, brave move into the first corner. Doesn't quite come off though, and Owen Mellor holds on to the lead. That taller Supermoto bike, the more upright riding style, will that be of benefit on these slippery conditions? We will find out. But certainly Dougie Craven's got the bit between his teeth, down the inside into the hairpin. Got to make sure he doesn't run wide. But a nice move there, and Dougie Craven takes the lead. Mellor in second, Hickman still there in third, Lovell fourth. Chase Collymore just at the back of this little group, rounding out the top five, and these five riders really have started to pull away from the rest of the field now. Dylan Mellor a bit further behind now from Collymore in sixth place on the 131. Ben Clucas, Charlie Hopkins, Daniel Pearson and Andrew Jones running out the top 10. But Craven, your new race leader. And now the hunter turns into the hunted here as Owen Mellor, Pete Hickman, Jim Lovell and Chase Collymore trouble further behind though in the top 10. Rider down on the final corner appears to be okay. And that's a separate faller there as well. Oh, that's Whittaker again. He's not having a good day so far. Oh, and Hickman's gone down. Hickman in trouble. So Peter Hickman out to second place. Now I think that is by the Sonny Ben possible. No, that's actually McRae's hairpin. It's one of the first of the hairpins. So drama here. And well, Dougie Craven now still in the lead. There's the 97 of Lovell. So a real shake-up at the front here. Now I wonder if these riders are being caught out now by the slippery conditions. We've seen both of the riders who we saw on slick tyres hitting trouble, both Hickman and Whittaker. Craven now your leader. Nice move there from Chase Collymore going through to second place. So we had 5, now we're down to 3. Dylan Mellor 4th, Pearson 5th. Top 3 riders battling for position. Collymore's now through to second place. Another rider down, that's the 62 of Carl Sanders. He was in 11th place before, dropping down the field. So Pete Hickman and Carl Sanders. That's another rider down on the final corner. So we're seeing a resumption here of the battle between Jim Lovell and Chase Collymore. These two riders, if you remember, last September at Three Sisters had a real bar banger to the line amongst many other riders. Thrilling fight to the line, and at the moment Dougie Craven just trying to pull away. In fact, as we look towards the final corner, here are our two, I believe, our two leaders. It looks like somewhere around the back, Craven has gone missing. There we see riders in trouble on the approach down the hill. And this looks like it could be serious. The red flag is out, rider down on the racing line. So, yeah, unfortunately there's a rider in trouble. The red flag has come out. I can't tell you who it is. We did lose Dougie Craven, as a matter of fact, at the front of the field, but I can't tell you at the moment if that's Craven or not. But there is a rider in trouble at the top of the hill. So medics on the scene. This incident has occurred. Looks like it's on the exit of the Stewardesses on our run down St John's corner, the top of the track. A rider down, and I believe he requires medical attention. So the red flag has come out. The rider's very quick to stop their machines on the track. I think they knew that rider was in trouble, so I think almost, the marshals were straight on it as well, but the riders themselves knew that they had to stop. So there's an incident at the top of the track. As I say, I won't speculate as to who it is just yet. We did lose Dougie Craven last time round, but can't tell you for definite if that's him or not. We've just seen the rider go down. I believe it's Dougie Craven, but I wouldn't like to say for definite just yet. But whatever the case, there is a rider in trouble on the track at the moment. So when the red flag came out, we had 5 laps to go. Jim Lovell was your race leader from Chase Collymore. They were two battling for the lead. Dylan Mellor 3rd, Owen Mellor 4th, Daniel Pearson 5th, Ben Klukas in 6th. Those 6 riders crossing the line before the red flag came out. Now we are 5 laps down in this race, so we'll wait and see, according to the clerk of the course, whether that race will be restarted and run to its conclusion, or if that is declared as a result. We shall wait and see. The medics up at the top of the track, just dealing with the injured rider. Everyone else making their way. The moment it appears, the riders will be going back towards the waiting zone. So, as I say, we're just going to wait and see what will happen in terms of this race. Meanwhile, the medics just making their way to the top of the track to help with the injured rider. You see just 1 or 2 more of the officials just making their way up to the top of the circuit. The ambulance is already on site with the medics. This is a bit of a shame, of course. We saw the previous round at Red Lodge. The medics had a relatively quiet day, which is always a good sign. Unfortunately today, of course, this is just the nature of motorcycle racing. Sometimes it's we have incidents on the track, and we do hope sometimes that we always hope, of course, for a clean day, but sadly, just the nature of the sport, sometimes you do have these incidents on the track. And unfortunately, the red flag has flown again here at Rowrah today. The red flag is out. There is an incident at the top of the track in this mini bike 160 Heat 1. And the medics are on the scene at the top of the track. The riders, we did notice the riders actually very quick to stop their machines at the top of the track. So the marshals there as well, of course, they were straight on it too. And whatever's happened up there, it does appear that it did need to be stopped straight away. So coming up next, we have got the, well, I believe we haven't had no confirmation yet, but I've seen the the pit bike riders go back to the paddock. So I believe that race may well have been concluded. Whether it has or not, I need to confirm with you. It might be the case where they're changing tyres, I don't know, but if that race has drawn to a conclusion, we will be out next with the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup. That is scheduled to be the next race. But at the moment, the medics unfortunately back out on the track again, dealing with an injured rider. As I say, we'll try and find out as soon as we can as to who it is, but we did lose Dougie Craven, who was leading the race. He didn't come round last time, but as I say, we will get confirmation if at all possible. But at the time of the red flag coming out, we did have Jim Lovell, the new race leader, battling with Chase Collymore. And as we mentioned before, of course, that is almost a repeat of Three Sisters last year, where we saw a thrilling race between those two, amongst many others. And as you see, we've got a pause on track at the moment. And as you may see, of course, the weather is starting to turn. We've got that weather front coming through, and the rain is starting to come down just that little bit more. So I think we may have passed the window of slick tyres now. And I think we might be going more towards the full wets as the rain starts to come in. So welcome back to Rowrah as we await the start of the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup. Riders are in the waiting zone, but as you may have seen, the red flag has come out for an incident at the top of the circuit. Rider receiving medical attention from our on-track medics. The crew, of course, who follow the Rich Energy British Minibike Championship around the country at these various locations, and unfortunately have had quite a busy day, you would say. Next race is scheduled to be the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup, so please stick with us and we'll get the racing back underway just as soon as possible. Just to cut our way back towards the series for 2021, this is the third round of the championship. 10 rounds across the season in 2021, and this of course is the third round of the championship here at Rowrah. If you followed the series, of course, in 21, you'll know that this third round is effectively the second point scoring round. Our first round was at Teesside, where we concluded 2020. And the first round, unfortunately, was, well, it was still run, of course, but it was, with the COVID regulations at the time, riders were not able to camp over at the venue, which would have made it difficult to have a one-day championship with all the travel involved. So it was decided to be fairer to the riders, you would say, to hold that as a non-championship event. So last time out at Red Lodge was our first point scoring round, and we move on now, of course, here to Rowrah. Next time out, of course, in a few weeks' time. Got quite a busy month, of course, in June. Riders moving on next time out to Ella Park, and of course to Clay Pigeon a bit later on in June as well. We'll run through the full championship calendar in just a few moments' time. Don't forget, of course, that full details on the championship available at britishminibikes.com. All of the information for 2021. So the pause at the moment, the medics still on the track, just making sure that treating that injured rider. It did happen out of our camera shot, so we're not too sure exactly what happened, whether it was a direct result of an incident, or I believe the rider went off on his own. I'd say unconfirmed reports are that it's the 74 of Dougie Craven that went down. That is just unconfirmed reports. I can't tell you any more, unfortunately, so we will try and keep it brief unless we get any firm news on that one. Riders then just waiting to make their way out onto the track. We'll be out on course in just a few moments' time. And there we see our next group of riders taking shelter now in the waiting zone. That's the Ovale 110 riders who are scheduled to be out on the track next. And as you can see, if you look closely at, well, I think that, yeah, looking closely at those bikes, I believe they are it would appear, all on wet tyres now. We have seen, of course, the riders, 1 or 2 gambling on the slicks, and last time out it didn't appear to pay off. We saw both the riders in trouble, so we're just going to take a pause for a few moments and be back on track in just a moment. So thanks for holding with us here at Rowrah. Unfortunately, it has been a bit of a injury-straddled day, and I can tell you, looking out from our commentary point, that the ambulance is on the move. So that fallen rider, who we believe could be Dougie Craven, in any case is in the ambulance now, will be taken off to the medical centre for further checks. So hopefully we should be in a position to get racing back underway very shortly. Waiting for our next moto is the Ovale machines, the Ovale 110 Cup. Great to see so many riders joining this series in 2021, of course. Now, this series was new last year. You may remember we awoke from the slumber of lockdown last year at Ella Park, and we saw the Ovale machines on the track for the first time, of course. Much of the brainchild behind that, of course, has been Peter Hickman, who's doing a lot, of course, to help get the young riders involved in the sport. And these Ovale machines, it's quite a cost-effective way, you would say, of getting into motorcycle racing. These bikes, relatively stock, there's not too much that can be modified with them. And a lot is done to keep the costs under control as well. So it means that a rider can effectively walk in off the street and buy one of these machines from a dealer, take it racing, and immediately the bike will be just as competitive as any of the others out there. It's all down to setup and how good the riders are turning the throttle, you would say. So the Ovale 110 is getting underway shortly, and great to see, of course, in 21 that it's been joined as a sponsor by Motul, and of course that's a brand that's been around in motorcycle racing for many years. And Motul, in fact, as well, they were keen to see all the take-up of the young riders, just helping to support the next stage, the next chapter of riders up and coming as well. Not just, of course, with the young riders, but they are getting involved in the vets racing as well. So also supporting the older riders who've either come from the big bikes, you would say, to a more cost-effective formula, or finding racing for the first time. And in fact, the Motul brand manager, Richard Barrett, was very keen to be getting involved, getting trackside and seeing the riders in action very soon across 2021. So real shout out to Motul for all their support in 21, not just for the Ovale Cup but also for the vets as well. Just waiting now for the track to clear, and we should be underway with our Ovale riders in just a few moments time. And there, as you can see for yourself on the camera shot there is rain now continually starting to come, and as the second stick by the track is getting progressively more damp and slippery. We have seen riders gambling with the slick tyres, but I think that ship has long sailed now. It is really starting to turn into a wet meeting. The track still fairly dry though, I would say, but certainly will require caution as the riders prepare themselves, anxiously looking out onto the track as we wait for this race to get underway. Riders still in position. So this Ovale Cup is effectively, it's a one-make series. This is the 110 Cup. This is for riders aged between 8 and 12 years. The 110 machines, 4-speed bikes. And one thing, of course, as well, is the riders do have a quota in the amount of engines they can use as well. They are sealed, which, if you're not familiar with the concept of sealed engines, that means basically that they're not allowed to strip the engines themselves and work on them themselves. They've got to be sealed by an approved mechanic or approved body that's involved with the series, and that effectively ensures that there's no scope to tune the engines as such. They've all got to be standard out of the crate, and riders allowed to seal a maximum of 3 engines per season. So again, it's just making sure that the costs are kept within a sensible level. It's more about the rider, you would say, and it's all about, you would say, as well, that the riders can effectively get these machines and take them to the track and be instantly competitive. And we look in the regulations actually for the Ovale series, and it is fairly detailed in terms of the parity between the riders. And there's even a cost cap in terms of the engine rebuilds. We're looking at such things as rebuilding a top end as well. And in terms of the all the works carried out at Ovale, and it is fairly reasonable labour cost as well. In terms of the maintenance, and with a maximum of 3 sealed engines per year, that really does mean that the cost is kept at something of a sensible level. And it really has been borne out on the track as well, because we had about half a dozen, maybe a bit more than that, riders taking part at the start of 2020 when these machines first came into the UK. Ovale is an Italian manufacturer, and Pete Hickman, one of the driving forces behind bringing them into the UK. But as we've seen in 2021, a lot more riders have joined the series, and here we see our unfortunate Alpha Live cameramen who've had a nice turn of the weather today so far, but luckily for us we're here in the dry commentary tower, but the unfortunate cameramen having to brave the elements. There we see the Michael Schumacher tribute with the Benetton hoodie and the Ferrari coat on there as well. So full Schumacher. And he was the rain master, wasn't he? So everyone having to make do with these conditions, and just goes to show, of course, the guys out on the track. We've got our camera crew here from Alpha Live, braving the elements. And the marshals, we always say what they call the Orange Army of marshals at events across the UK, not just with the mini bikes, but also with all forms of motorsport. That's a bit more appropriately dressed, you would say, the thicker clothing and trousers for inclement Cumbrian weather. But there you go, just joking apart, gives you an idea, of course, of how tough the conditions are out there for the people who are trackside. I believe the riders on the track now, we're being told they're going to have 2 sighting laps. So the riders on the track now, this is effectively almost a free practice session. We'll be running for 2 laps just to get a feel for the track, because in the last 10 minutes it has changed somewhat now. It's a bit more wet, it's more damp. There are some, looking out from the commentary point here, there are some real damp patches on some of the corners. So we're running under effectively wave yellow conditions here. So we're about to get underway then with our next race of the day. This is the Ovale 110 Cup in association with Motul Oils. The riders out on track for 2 sighting laps at the moment. In the meantime, we will have a look at how the riders line up from their qualifying positions. I think there is a discussion out there on the track with some of the pickup marshals as well, but this is how they line up. Wilson Dilks lining up on the front. I'm not too sure if he will be starting the race, unfortunately, but Ruben Bray second, Tyler Humphries, Arnie Carr, Luca Wilkinson and Laken Payne. Monty Hillier 7th from Kobe Garbett, Cameron Ancliffe 9th, Thornley Trevorrow 10th position, Daniel Stevenson and Travis Shaw in 12th place. Jack Newton 13th from Jonathan Payne, Izzy Carter, Sidney Marshall, Jack Hamilton and Dan Deering in 18th position. 19th for Ethan Dunning, Logan Connolly. Freddie Bridewell, we believe, is a non-starter, so 20 riders scheduled to start this race. See our pole sitter, unfortunately, one of the riders caught up in the melee earlier on. I don't believe was seriously injured, but medical purposes, this is what I've just been told in the paddock. I don't believe he will be taking the start this afternoon in this race, but pass on our best wishes to him. The riders just completing now the second of their sighting laps, so everyone assembling on the grid to make sure everyone's in correct position. This is just now giving the riders a chance to acquaint themselves with the circuit, which has really changed in the last 10 minutes. We were expecting the weather front. It is starting to come in now. We did have a relatively dry track no more than half an hour ago, but the rain has been a bit more continual now. The riders, I believe, pretty much on full wets, and the clerk of the course just opting to allow the riders to complete 2 laps, 2 sighting laps, to give them a bit more of a chance to look at the track and how it is gripping at the moment. So final moments before the Motul Ovale 110 Cup gets underway. Thanks, of course, to Ovale for getting on board and supporting the series in 2021. Just to recap in terms of the championship, our 4th round of the championship will be taking place on the 12th and 13th of June at Ella Park. That's on the Norfolk-Suffolk border. Moving all the way down to Dorset for round number 5 at Clay Pigeon, 26th and 27th of June. Round number 6 over to South Wales and Pembrey on the 17th and 18th of July. Returning to Wilton Mill for the 14th and 15th of August. The fast, spectacular Three Sisters on the 18th and 19th of September. Round number 9 all the way on the Kent coast at Lydd on the 9th and 10th of October. And the series finale taking place on the Wilton Mill Floodlit Zulu circuit on the 31st of October. Don't forget, of course, that all of those rounds will be live. The Sunday race action on Alpha Live. So riders now lining up on the grid. Ruben Bray in first position again, just in the interest of safety and taking into account, of course, that it is a bit more slippery and wet at the moment. It looks like the grid has been rearranged slightly to allow the riders a bit more space between the rows. And looking out of the window here at the riders, it appears that everyone, quite naturally you would say at this stage, is on full wet tyres. We are very much on a wet track now. Not quite as out and out of a deluge as it was this morning. Certainly is still 1 or 2 dry air lines, I would say, out there, but it is very much a wet track now. I think the, as we said a few moments ago, the boat has long since passed for slick tyres. And the last few of our Ovale riders just lining up on the grid now. 1 or 2 shout outs from people watching the riders now. For Keely Garbutt getting in touch to shout out for number 25 of Kobe Garbutt, who's lining up on the grid as well, and to Jack Hamilton, and the message being bring it home safe. Good luck from Brian Bain Photography. So Jack Hamilton on the number 28 lining up in the midfield, as is the other rider getting a shout out there, number 25, Kobe Garbutt, just a little bit further behind in the field. Those riders lining up a bit further back. As we say, we have spread the grid out a bit as we look again at the Rowrah circuit, how it's made up here, of course. And you may not be surprised to know this is effectively a man-made amphitheatre. Former limestone quarry back until the 1960s, and then was reconstituted, as it were, as use as a karting track. And certainly very popular with the mini bike contingent as well. A real amphitheatre, and in, when the weather's nicer, of course, a lot of people do like to stand on the banking and have a real panoramic view of the whole track. But it's certainly indoor weather today, you would say, if it's all possible. And now you can see, as we look at some of the close-ups, that I believe is the Idell's hairpin at the top of the track. And now there are puddles on the track, standing water as the race gets underway. So we've got wet conditions for the riders to contend with as they charge into the first corner, still maintaining a good pace out there. Tyler Humphries with a good start, Arnie Carr, Luca Wilkinson in there as well. It appears everyone got through the first few corners safely. Now to the hairpins for the first time. Got to be careful on the braking here. Riders just feeling himself into the track at the moment. Cautious first lap as the 76 of Luca Wilkinson has a peek down the inside. Back onto the power they go, riders just feeding that power in down the back straight. Still carrying some good pace down the straight though, it has to be said. Up to the top of the circuit now. They make their way through the stewardesses down the hill towards Sunny Bend. Not so sunny anymore, you can see the spray from the riders. Those wet tyres doing their job, and we heard the scrape of a bike going down, one of our leaders going down on the approach to Sunny Bend. Trying to pick the number up, but rider in trouble who appears to be okay. I'm sure you heard that in the background, the sickening scrape of the bike down the track. That's the number 19 of Tyler Humphries that's in trouble. Humphries appears to be okay. And will he get back in the race as the rest of the field make their way through for the first time? Looks like Ruben Bray has taken the lead. I can tell you, looking out to the window here from the commentary point, Tyler Humphries is okay, but doesn't appear to be back in the race. So that means that Ruben Bray is the new race leader as we look at the 41 of Lake and Payne. Luca Wilkinson third, Arnie Carr in fourth, Monty Hillier in fifth, improving all the time. And there is the unfortunate Tyler Humphries, who looks every bit as dejected as anybody would when they crashed out to the lead. Ryder okay, but it looks like he is out of the race. That's a shame for him because he had a good first lap. Thornley Trevorrow in 6th position, Kobe Garbett in 7th, Cameron Ancliffe in 8th position, 9th for Daniel Stevenson, and Jonathan Payne rounding out the top 10. So we've seen already how treacherous these conditions are, how easily it is, especially on that really tricky approach, you would say, down to Sunny Bend. Very easy for the riders to get it wrong and go down. And you can see in the lap times they really have dropped down. Nobody anywhere near 1 minute, 1:03.01, the fastest lap of the race so far. But of course it's the same for everyone now, and wet conditions part and parcel of bike racing. And we're going to see how the riders cope with these conditions. Very well so far. 18 riders started the race, 17 are still in it as we watch the 76 of Luca Wilkinson. Dealing now with the pressure from Monty Hillier, number 37, who appears to be closing up. And Hillier is getting better and better. He was a midfield runner last year, starting to post some decent results at the sharp end of the field now. And as they make their way down, Ruben Bray starting to pull away. The gap was 5.6 seconds last time round. And the race leader going around the final corner, coping really well with these tough conditions. As we look again at Hillier down the inside. Oh, he had a peek down the inside, but Wilkinson shuts the door. Still a battle raging for 3rd position. Hillier losing a little bit of ground there to Wilkinson, who pulls away. And of course, Monty Hillier, the son of James Hillier, rider in the British Superbikes, and of course the Isle of Man TT, following in his father's footsteps and really enjoying his racing so far. Started to put the pressure on another one of our up-and-coming young riders, Luca Wilkinson. Goes down the back straight. It's still Laken Payne in 2nd, Ruben Bray pulling away at the front. Most of the midfield runners maintaining a good pace out there, but taking it nice and easy into the corners. Our leader coming around the final corner, incidentally, still the number 12 of Ruben Bray, who's absolutely charging at the moment. Laken Payne still alone in 2nd place, and here's our battle for 3rd, as Hillier again having a look down the inside of Wilkinson, not quite close enough to go for the pass. Wilkinson's got the faster line and pulls away under acceleration. Hillier still there in 4th place, Arnie Carr in 5th, Thornley Trevorrow 6th, Kobe Garbett still 7th, Cameron Ancliffe, Daniel Stevenson, Jonathan Payne rounding out the top 10, and the rest of the field made up of Jack Newton, Jack Hamilton, Travis Shaw, Sidney Marshall, Ethan Dunning, Dan Deering and Logan Conley. 17 riders still in the race. Further back at the top of the track here, we see the riders towards the back of the field here. Travis Shaw, Sidney Marshall, Ethan Dunning and Dan Deering. This is the battle now at the back of the field. And they're just cautiously making their way down the hill. We saw one leg going out there just for stability. Who can blame them, because these conditions really are treacherous out there now. There's the 2nd place man, number 41, Laken Payne. I should say that the leader well clear us now. One rider in the field there. Look out for the rider with the green leathers. That's the number 19 of Tyler Humphries. He's back in the race. So he was crashed out on the first lap. Now, whether he picked up some damage, I don't know, but whatever's happened now, he's sorted the bike out, and he is back in the race, and that's what it's all about sometimes. If he's lucky, he might be able to pass 1 or 2 riders towards the end. He is quite a bit of drift at the moment, but if he can just salvage a few championship points, that might help him towards the end of the season. So, yeah, very much looks like Tyler Humphries is back in the race with 7 laps to go. Now, that looks very much like our leader, Ruben Bray, through the top corner. And all the time here, the man to watch out for is number 41 of Laken Payne. Now, I don't know if Ruben Bray lost a bit of time lapping the tail enders, possibly. We shall find out, because he's now got a clear track in front of him. But for whatever reason, Laken Payne, who we'll see in a moment on the 41, he's actually just gone through. There he goes over the line, is starting to close upon the leader. There goes Ruben Bray, there's 2nd place. The gap is now 3.4 seconds, so Ruben Bray pulls a little bit of a gap. Looks like Dan Deering and Ethan Dunning just a bit further behind there, currently a lap down. Tyler Humphries back on track, lapping a 1:17.71 last time round. He's got a whole lap to make up though on the number 33 of Logan Connolly. Arnie Carr still 5th. No real change in the top 10 so far. Still Trevorrow 6th, Garbett 7th, Ancliffe in 8th, Stevenson 9th and Jonathan Payne in 10th. And the real rival at the moment is the weather conditions, as Ruben Bray, now with a clear track in front of him, appears to be picking up the pace once again. He lost some ground to Laken Payne in 2nd, but look out for number 41 here, because he does have the psychological boost here of being able to see his rival ahead of him on the track. And if he starts to close up, he looks quick at the moment. We'll have a look on the lap times. Here's the number 41. Ruben Bray's just gone through now. There he goes, 1:02.71, fastest lap of the race. The gap's still around 4 seconds, so these two riders at the front setting their own fastest laps. Clear now the rest of the field. Monty Hillier still in 3rd position, Luca Wilkinson 4th. So the pressure pays off for Hillier, he remains in 3rd place, but Wilkinson still very much in there. Thornley Trevorrow's gone through in 5th, getting ahead of Arnie Carr. As we watch number 41 of Laken Payne in 2nd position. Down the back straight they go, and there we see the amount of standing water on the track. That is ready to catch out anyone who gets it wrong into the hairpins. Thornley Trevorrow then still 5th as we look at the 1:35, just on the edge of the top 10 here of Jack Newton, closing up on the number 4:11. Jonathan Payne just ahead of him as those two riders cross the line. 5 laps to go. And as you can see, the weather conditions extremely tough out there for the riders. There goes your race leader though. Ruben Bray absolutely charging there, 1:02.73. And he's got to, because Laken Payne almost matching on pace. There goes the 3rd place man, a little bit screwed up the corner there, but recovers well. That's Monty Hillier, and he's running well, 11 seconds adrift in 3rd place. There he goes. Rider down is 33 on the leathers, I believe. That's Logan Connolly that's in trouble. Wave yellows. Now is that Connolly there being pushed away possibly? Let me see the wave yellows. We'll confirm that. Yes, indeed it is. It's the number 33 of Logan Connolly. Dropping out of contention momentarily. So, as we said at the start of the race about the number 19, the machine of Tyler Humphries, he's got back in the race after losing those laps, and already he's picked up a couple of positions there, because Ethan Dunning's hit trouble. Again with the N next to the name, that means they're a novice rider if you're watching this on the live alpha timing. Logan Connolly, as we've just seen, has gone off the track, and Humphries now up to 16th place. So that's what it's all about sometimes. Even if the race has dropped away from you, just get out there and grab some points, and those little 1 or 2 points here and there could make all the difference when you're looking at the sharp end of the championship later in the season. So Humphries recovering well. Meanwhile, the gap has gone up to 5.4 seconds at the front. And for a lot of the riders now, it's all about survival out there, as the number 4 of Travis Shaw takes a really wide conservative line through that top corner. And I think may have lost a position there to Dan Deering, I believe. We shall find out in a moment when they come back through, but taking it nice and steady. So Hillier still 3rd, Wilkinson 4th, Arnie Carr 6th, Kobe Garbett in 7th position on the number 25. Cameron Ancliffe, Daniel Stevenson and Jonathan Payne running up the top 10. But all of the riders riding fantastically in these weather conditions. Dan Deering going through on the number 80, getting past Travis Shaw as we saw a few moments ago. And there's our race leader, Ruben Bray. And the top 2 in this race really are charging. I'm sure you can see for yourself on the track just how slippy and how wet it is. And these bikes will go down. If they get it wrong, they'll be down the drop of a hat, really. And these two riders really confidently battling their way through the wet conditions. Full credit though to all the riders, because these really are tough conditions out there. There are a lot of novice and newcomer riders in here as well, and these really are tough conditions. They have got wet tyres of course, but nonetheless it is still treacherous out there, and a lot of these novice riders really are coping well with the conditions. Everyone is still in the race, I hasten to add, because Tyler Humphries has rejoined. Still waiting for Logan Connolly to come back around, but at the moment, according to our lap charts, everyone's still classed as in the race so far. So even if we've lost Ethan Dunning and Logan Conley, which I believe we may well have, we've still got a good rate of attrition. Only 2 riders, it appears, have dropped out so far. So you really have to say full credit to all the riders for how well they're coping in these conditions. Brave move down the inside of the tail enders there from the 76 of Luca Wilkinson around the final corner, still in 4th place, trying to keep up with Monty Hillier in 3rd, who's just gone through. And there we see Travis Shaw in 15th place, just taking it safe, taking it steady through those corners. And you can see the plumes of spray being chucked out from the side and behind these machines, as well as our race leader, Ruben Bray, now on the last lap. It's been a tough race for him so far. He's still got to bring it home. There's still half a lap to go. I think that may possibly be Jack Newton in front of him. Oh no, that's the 83, Arnie Carr. So really making his way through the field here now, lapping up to 6th place. And Ruben Bray up towards the final corner now, and the number 12 just got to bring it round this final corner, stay out of trouble, and he will cross the line to take the checkered flag. Fantastic ride there for Ruben Bray in appalling weather conditions, takes the win. But he couldn't afford to relax though, because the 41 of Lake and Payne charging to the line, 7.6 seconds adrift. Arnie Carr, Kobe Garbett and Cameron Ancliffe all going through on the edge of the top 10. Then the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson. Elliott 3rd, Wilkinson 4th, should be Trevorrow in 5th place. Last rider on the lead lap, only 5 riders completing the full race distance. Just goes to show how quickly Bray was going at the front. So congratulations to Ruben Bray, Lake and Payne and Monty Hillier, our top 3 riders. And there's a rider who really does deserve good recognition. Tyler Humphries bringing it home in 16th position after losing so much time at the start of the race and grabbing some vital championship points. So a dramatic Ovale 110 race drawing to a close, and Keely Garbett on the social media getting in touch. Well done all riders in such awful weather. I would fully echo those statements. I mean, I've never done track racing in the wet on 2 wheels before at least, but certainly in the world of motocross and how tough this can be as well. And certainly I would say well done to the riders. We'll be cutting to our next race very shortly, but just to announce that the race program has been curtailed. We've got 4 more races scheduled in this block. We have the Motul Oils Vets, and that's still scheduled to be coming up next. The OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and 70, the Ovale 160 Cup, and the Brat Bikes Super Minis. We were scheduled to be having the remaining finals after that, but I have just been informed by race control that the race meeting has been curtailed. So we have got 4 more races remaining after this one. So unfortunately, due to the stoppages earlier on due to the accidents, it's delayed the programme somewhat. And I think in the interest realistically of safety, it has been opted to curtail the meeting short. But there are still 4 more races to go, so stay tuned. We have 4 more races coming up, and our next race coming up in just a few moments is the Motul Oils Vets. They're in the waiting zone and underway in just a few moments. So you may hear in the background the paddock announcement. Just to recap, as you may see in front of you, the weather front really is coming in, and a lot of time has been lost today, sadly, because of the incidents earlier on today. So we've just had word from race control that the race meeting will be curtailed in a few races' time. We have 4 more races scheduled in this block. We have the Motul Oils Vets, the riders in front of you now, who will be out on track in just a few moments. And basically 3 more races after that and the meeting will be curtailed because of the weather conditions. The weather front that we were fearing would be coming through, we thought it would be about 2-3 o'clock. It is a little bit late, but it is starting to come in now, and we've been told that when it comes in, it will come in with a vengeance. So I think realistically, in the interest of safety, and we have lost quite a bit of time sadly because of the incidents earlier on today, that the meeting will be cut short in 3 races time, of course. We have still got some races to go. We've got the Motul Oil Vets, OMG Racing Mini GP, the Ovale 160 riders, and our final race of the day will be the Brap Bikes Super Minis, and we were looking forward. They will have a really tough race. The fastest bikes, of course, in what will be the wettest conditions by the time they get out in about 3 races time. So again, just to repeat, unfortunately, due to the inclement weather conditions and the fact that we have lost some time, sadly, because of the lengthy red flag stoppages, that the meeting will be curtailed a bit early, I would say. We've got 4 more races, including the next one, the Motul Oil Vets, and they will be the final 4 races of the day. So the Vets are currently in the waiting zone right now, and as you can see, the weather really starting to turn and make things tough for the riders. We saw some fantastic riding there in the Ovale 110 Cup, and these riders, of course, very young indeed as well, 9 to 12 years old. This is the other end of the spectrum, of course. This is the Vets class, and we'll have a look at how they line up. Andrew Thompson qualified on pole position from Matthew Davis. Ben Douglas in 4th behind the unidentified rider. Dean Bednarek and Ian Walker in 6th position. 7th was Dervin Elaine from Mike Smallbones. Simon Chambers, Leslie Noble in 10th place. Stu Bates in 11th. William Horner 12th. Tony Revley 13th. John Pearson 14th. Mick Price, Alan Brooks and Gav Tappenden rounding out the field. Although, as we look at the riders as they make their way out onto the track for the sighting lap, this is turning into a race of attrition already. We had a few riders have opted to pack up and go home, I believe, because at the moment only 11 riders leaving the waiting zone and going out onto the track, and sometimes that does happen when the conditions turn like this. Some riders opting to call it quits and make an early journey home, and of course for those riders who stick it out and deal with the tough elements, it's of course rather unpleasant and very tricky. And I think the riders, actually, just looking out on the officials on the track, they are going to be having 2 sighting laps, so I'm going to stick my head out here and say this will most likely happen for all of the races. So the riders getting an extra sighting lap here. This is just purely because the track is getting so wet. The rain is absolutely hammering it down at the moment, and I believe it is just a case of giving the riders another chance to acquaint themselves with the circuit. So this is kind of the conditions, of course, that the bad days, so to speak, of bad weather, where you can really sometimes pick up some championship points. As we see, we've had a few riders opting to retire early from the meeting, and still 11 riders out there today. So it does mean, of course, there is scope here to get some pretty decent championship points from this round. So especially the riders who like the rain, there are riders out there who sometimes, you wouldn't say actively prefer the wet weather necessarily, but certainly cope very well and revel in it sometimes. This could be a chance to get a decent points haul in this race. Matthew Davis, the 110 who won earlier, leads the riders round. Now this is the second of the sighting laps. They'll make their way down to the grid in just a few moments' time. I believe Alan Law just stopping the riders at the top of the circuit. Mike Smallbones has hit trouble on the 617. I believe that is on the approach to the hairpins, about a third of the way around the lap. So Smallbones quite a way back from the grid, so I don't know if he'll be able to make the start or not, but Mike Smallbones, number 617, appears to have hit trouble on the sighting lap, and at the moment it looks doubtful whether he will be able to make the start. Meanwhile, the rest of the riders make their way onto the grid. Matthew Davis wearing the wet weather top there, perhaps a bit more comfort, you would say, in these tough conditions, keeping it as dry as possible. And the riders now starting the lineup. This is the Vets class, of course. This is an age-related class, so riders over the age 40 and above. I believe it's 40. I'll double check that, of course, to be fair to the riders. And this is more of an age-based class. You've got the mixture again of the Supermoto style machines and the Mini GP. We do see a few of the Ovale machines out there as well. It is something of an open class, you would say. And glad to say, of course, that we've got a new sponsor on board in terms of Motul Oils. Big name sponsor, you would say, as well. It's a name firmly established in the world of motorcycle racing, and great to see them getting on board and supporting the series in 2021. So this is the Motul Vets riders aged 40 years or above. I'm sorry to say, we don't want to give people's age away, so it's a bit rude, isn't it? But fair to say if they're on the line, they're a minimum of 40 years old. And this pretty much runs to the 140 and 160 class regulations. It is purely an age-related class as opposed to a spec class. But once again, of course, we've got the factor in there, of course, that the bikes pretty much have limited scope to modify them. It is something of almost a spec series, you would say, because they get the opportunity to get an out of the crate race somewhat. There is a bit of a mix-up on the grid, I believe, here, so we're just waiting for that to be sorted out. No sign, sadly, of Mike Smallbones, who it would appear at least has either dropped the machine or hit trouble on the sighting lap, so he's not on the grid. Everyone else is now in position, and so with 10 riders, it would appear the race gets underway. Everyone through safely and charging into the first corner. Matthew Davis with a good start from Andrew Thompson. It was the 51 in third, I believe. Charging up to the first of the hairpins through McRae. Matthew Davis won earlier, but the track very different now. A full wet circuit, you would say. Just a reminder once again that there are 3 more races to follow after this one. The meeting has been curtailed short because of the weather conditions and the incidents earlier on today, but still plenty of action, and we kick things off with the Motul Vets. Davis looking good at the front. Maybe Andrew Thompson up there as well, Ben Douglas, Ian Walker, Stu Bateson in there as well, Dervalane, Alan Brooks, Tony Reveley, and Mick Price rounding out the field. That's the number 19 of Andrew Thompson. Here they come up towards the final corner. Oh, we just saw a mistake there from the race leader Matthew Davis, but he stays on the bike. There he goes. Thompson in second. And here they come, the rest of the field make their way through. 51 in third, Ian Walker, Alan Brooks, Stu Bates and Ben Douglas. And we'll just see Mike Smallbones, incidentally, making his way back to the paddock. I don't know if he's going to continue in the race, but he was on the track. But returning back to the paddock, it appears at the moment at least, it looks like he's out of the race. But nonetheless, the action goes on as the number 99 of Alan Brooks starts to put the pressure. Looks like Ian Walker in front. And I tell you what, despite these tough conditions, there is still grip in this. They're still carrying quite some speed. We've seen for ourselves how wet it is. But now the riders are acquainted with the track, they really are motoring considering these treacherous conditions. Fair to say, one small mistake and they'll be out of the race, because it is very tough indeed, so they really are going for it here. Matthew Davis cleared away at the front, the rest of the top 5 making their way through. Andrew Thompson, 51 in second place now, Thompson third, Ian Walker dropping to position to Alan Brooks, the rest of the top 10 making their way through. It's incredibly close on the edge of the top 10. They've just gone through behind this little group now. It's all very competitive indeed throughout the field. Stu Bateson, Ben Douglas, Dervalane and Mick Price in there. Tony Reveley rounding up the field just a little bit further behind. With 2 laps down, incredibly, only 13 seconds covering the whole pack. When you consider how treacherous it is, they are maintaining a good pace up there, but right on cue, the commentator's curse, we just saw 2 riders going down on McRae hairpin. I don't know if we'll see them. I think they appear to be okay. We'll pick that up on the lap charts in a few moments, but 2 riders going down in the midfield. And just looking out of the commentary booth, it appears they're back on their feet and back on the way. We'll get the revised race order then when they come back. Oh, that's the number 7 of Mick Price still down. So that was the group containing Ben Douglas, Dervalane and Tony Reveley at the back of the field. Mick Price has been lost from that group now, but he's okay and back in the race. And we'll see how they filter themselves out when they cross the line. There goes the 72 of Stu Bateson, still in 6th place. Dervalane 7th, Ben Douglas just going through. So it would appear that the 2 riders that went down, well, we definitely saw Mick Price. The other one must have been the 164 of Tony Reveley. And there he is, 164 back on the bike, making his way through Sunny Bend. And that happened just out of camera shots, so I can only speculate they must have got together when battling for position, but it's a relatively slow part of the track. Unfortunately, both riders are okay and still in the race, but none of this, of course, is bothering this guy here. Number 110, Matthew Davis, 9 laps to go, still a long way to the finish here, and he's still picking his way through the treacherous conditions. The lap times really have dropped now. They're lapping in the 103, fastest lap of the race instantly, 103.8. Oh, as Davis gets the back end a bit squirrely there. That's how close it could be to disaster for him, but he holds the bike. And fastest lap of the race, 103.2. And there we just see that is just how easily it could potentially go wrong. Matthew Davis, again, just the back end stepping out at him there. Fortunate not to lose the bike, but another rider goes down. Oh no, and that's the number 7 of Mick Price crashing at the same point again, kicking some debris away. Too sure what that is. Whatever it is, he's looking to hide it in his leather, so it's something he wants to bring back to reattach to either himself or the bike. But the unfortunate Mick Price crashing at the same point, 2 laps in succession, which is not really what you want, but he's okay and should be able to bring the bike back home. Here's the race leader, Matthew Davis. It nearly went wrong for him last time round. Here he comes once again. He's got a 5.8 second gap. Bit more cautious through Paddock Bend this time. Continues in the lead. It's still Alan Brooks in second, 51 third. Andrew Thompson, number 19, in 4th place. Ian Walker on the 151, still in 5th position, closely followed by Stu Bates and Derva Lane. 7th position, then the 71 of Ben Douglas. These riders, effectively the only riders left in the lead group, because number 7, Mick Price, just been overtaken now, is effectively out of contention in 10th place. And Tony Reveley still circulating, but because of that accident early in the race, he is quite some distance back. It's just a case now of bringing it home and getting the points for the number 164. Still out there as we look at this battle of third. There's the number 19, Andrew Thompson, still keeping the pressure on. Alan Brooks on the number 99, it appears, has started to pull away a bit now. 4.2 seconds covering 1st and 2nd place. Still the battle going on for 3rd. And there we see the camera angle just showing us how tough the conditions are as they go splashing over the line. There's 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Still pretty close, 7.7 seconds the gap between 1st and 4th position. It's the number 51. Try and pick up the details of that rider in a few moments, but the number 19 of Andrew Thompson starting to put the pressure on now as they make their way towards the 2nd of the hairpins. Nobody hairpin. And it's all getting pretty close out there now as Thompson goes to the move into the top corner. He had to be brave on the brakes. Still got to make the corner. And he does so, and Thompson now up to 3rd place. A brave move in the appalling weather conditions, but certainly not throwing 4th place off just yet. Still 6 laps to go. Anything can happen. There's been no change in the pack so far, apart from this change in 3rd position on the previous lap. Matthew Davis, you can see on your timing screen, setting the fastest lap of the race, 102.773. And Alan Brooks, another rider to look out for here on the number 99. We should pick him up in a few moments, making his way towards the hairpins. Number 99, he has looked quick actually going past the commentary booth. And Alan Brooks, just going out of shot there, setting the fastest lap, as does Andrew Thompson, the man in shot now in 3rd place. Both these riders closing up on the leader. So this is interesting now, 3.7 seconds covering 1st and 2nd place. There's the race leader, Davis. We'll have a look at the lap times as they come back round, but last time round, there's Brooks in 2nd. And it appears that he is closing on the leader. There's your race leader, Davis, going through. He's had the race all to himself so far. And through Sunny Bend he goes once again. That background shot showing just how steep the banking is on this Rowrah circuit. Really is a real natural stroke man-made amphitheatre, you would say. So Davis goes through. There's Brooks. The gap goes down again, 3.3. And Andrew Thompson again, fastest lap of the race, number 19 in 3rd. 4 laps to go, 6.5 seconds covering the top 3. And in these conditions, he's not very much. And the man to look out for, in particular, I would say now, is the number 19, Andrew Thompson, who's battled through to third. And as the race goes on, he's getting more and more confident out there. He's finding some good lines, finding some good pace. And both those riders are catching up on the leaders, as we see Ian Walker and the 72 of Stu Bates and Dervalane on the 189 in there as well, currently in 7th position. They're having their own battle in the top 10. 164, Tony Revley, who crashed earlier in the race, of course, back on the bike and circulating well in 9th place still, I believe, just about on the lead lap. He's about to be lapped by the race leader, Matthew Davis. There'll be 3 laps to go this time round. Davis again taking that inside line, got to be careful, there's a lot of standing water. 102.2 last time round, so he has picked up the pace again. Just looking at the times when they go through, and it looks like Matthew Davis has responded to the pressure now. The gap goes up to 4.6 seconds, pulls away from both Alan Brooks and Andrew Thompson. So here we see the 2nd place man, Alan Brooks, still charging away. It has been closed on slightly by Thompson in 3rd, but it would appear at the moment that Matthew Davis is just managing the pace at the front. As you can see, the wind as well, those trees really buffeting about on the back of the circuit. Tough conditions out there. Brooks still charging away on the number 99. There's the last man on the lead lap. I think he may have been lapped now. Yes, he has. So Revley a lap down in 9th place. It appears that Mick Price is out of the race. Another rider in trouble. Oh, and that's the number 19 of Andrew Thompson in trouble. Back on the bike. I don't know if he's held, I doubt whether he's held on to that 3rd place. I think he may have dropped down to 4th, possibly 5th position. So change for 3rd place now. 51 in 3rd. Thompson then dropping to at least 4th position with 2 laps to go. Still the battle raging further down the field. There's the number 19. So yes, indeed, Thompson dropping down the field now to 7th position. He's behind Dervalane, who's gone up to 6th. Back with our leader now, number 110, Matthew Davis. Up to the top corner. There's Brooks in 2nd. The gap 5.4 seconds. So at the moment it appears that Matthew Davis, he's got this under control. He knows he's lost a bit of advantage at the front, so he's just picked up the pace once again. And it's just racecraft here, race management, keeping that gap. I don't think he's taking too many risks out there, because we almost saw him lose the bike earlier in the race. As another one goes down, that's the 72 of Stu Bateson. Going on to the last lap now, this is really turning into a race of attrition. Quite a few riders hitting trouble. Andrew Thompson, of course, who looked so quick, he drops down to 7th place. Stu Bateson crashing out of 5th, and another one's gone down. And that, I think, is Andrew Thompson. We'll have a look at the number board when he picks the bike up. Yes, indeed it is. That's at the top of the track. So the unfortunate Andrew Thompson, who we were looking halfway through this race, could have been a contender for victory, appears to have dropped out of contention as the number 110, Matthew Davis, round the top corner he goes for the last time. Still, this race is not over. He's done all the hard work so far, but he's just got to try and bring it home now. And what's been a very tough race. He's got one more rider in front, which is the 71 of Ben Douglas. I don't know what Ben's going to do here, if he's going to let him go. Just hold his line. No, Matthew Davis just sitting there now, and will take the checkered flag. So a very tough race there, but Matthew Davis controlling it well and brings it home to take the checkered flag. 2nd position is going to be the number 99 of Brooks, 51 3rd. And it looks like 4th. Well, Stuart Bateson finishing a lap down. I think 4th place actually will be Dervalane, who's coming around the final corner now on the number 189. You'll see him in your shot in just a moment. And there he goes, Lane finishing in 4th place. Ian Walker in 5th. And I believe the final rider on the lead lap should be the number 71 of Ben Douglas, who was just about squeezing ahead of Matthew Davis at the end there. And he's still out there on the track. I believe that Andrew Thompson is he still on the, I don't think Andrew Thompson's on the course anymore. I think he may have retired. Mick Price, of course, we certainly saw is out of the race. He's had a strong, steady race, you would say, actually. The number 71 of Ben Douglas coming around the final corner now. That marshal's going to have to be quick. because here comes Douglas, and he will finish in 6th position. So well done once again, much like we said to the riders in the Ovale class. Well done to our Motul vets. Very tough conditions out there. Well done to all the riders for finishing the race, and congratulations to Matthew Davis for a very good win. 3 more races to go in our schedule. We will start things off in just a few moments with the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and 70cc riders. They will be underway in just a few moments. So here we go then with the Mini GP 190 and 70cc riders incorporating the Bucci Cup, and we'll have a look at the lineup in just a few moments time as the vets make their way back to the paddock after a very tough race indeed. So this our curtailed race programme, 3 more races to go including the one that's about to get underway, and this is how they line up. Pete Hickman on pole from Sullivan Mounsey, James Mostiger 3rd, Tom Lewis in 4th, Philip Suriak in 5th position from Daniel Goodman, 7th for Callum Ricketts, Kobe Perry in 8th position, 9th for Tim Patterson, Simon Bogg in 10th position, Ted Wilkinson and Jack Knights, 13th for Dominic Ivola, Tom McKenzie 14th, Paddy Moore, Dougie Craven in 16th place, and I believe that Zach Weston and Jack Bednarek are non-starters in this race. Dervalane and Reece Stevenson, but we will find out in a few moments. We saw I saw Dervalane running into the waiting zone. Whether he was looking to get on another machine, I don't know, but nonetheless we'll find out in a minute. The riders having 2 sighting laps, much like the vets did a few moments ago. So the riders now back on track. This is the 3rd to last race today. Just to remind you again, if you missed the announcement, that the racing has been curtailed for today. We were expecting to get the final in for the day, but unfortunately due to the weather conditions and the fact we had some lengthy stoppages sadly due to accidents, there will be 2 more races after this. We have the 160 Ovale Cup to follow, and the last race of the day will be the Pratt Bikes Super Minis. So we'll be underway shortly with the Mini GP 190 and 70. We have a mixture of a youth and adult class here. So R&G sponsoring this event as well, formed in 1999. A UK-based network of importers and distributors. Official sponsors to BSB and Moto America. This is a company that works with an array of leading brands including WD-40, Keiko, Barkbusters, and lot of supplies of crash protection and so forth. And incorporated in this race as well is the R&G Bucci Cup. This is a separate point scoring race which will allow the riders on the Bucci, sort of like the Mini GP style machines you see, usually have a very distinctive, if you're looking out onto the footage here, certainly the bikes in OEM stock format will have a red stripe at the bottom with Bucci Moto at the bottom. That's how to recognise them. Separate point scoring race, and this will incorporate that for the one make series effectively. R&G products stepping up with some lots of freebies and prizes up for grabs as well. Thanks of course to the contingency sponsors of that class as well, to Puteoli Motorcycle Oils, DRC Race Leathers, Parker Racing and HTWO Designs, who have put some great prizes up for grabs for that one. And much like the rival Ovale machines, Bucci are Italian-made bikes, Bucci Moto. And when you see these bikes up close, they really are spectacular to look at. They really do look like scaled-down MotoGP style machines. And it'll be interesting to watch. After the first round of the championship, James Mostiger was the leading point scorer with 56 points. Kyle Guide in second. Kyle Ryder maybe in second. Daniel Goodman third. And looking at some of the details from Bucci Moto, there are some really fantastic prizes on offer for the riders. They get all sorts of oils and so forth, chain lube, helmet, very important nowadays, helmet, sanitizer, all the oils and the parts that these riders get given. It's really an impressive prize fund and really useful for the riders. So I have to say big thanks to R&G and all the sponsors for getting involved with the Bucci Cup and of course the Mini GP. So Pete Hickman lining up at the front Sullivan Mounsey Jr. in there too. So it looks like Tom Newts, Kobe Perry, Jack Knight's in there for the Bucci Cup as well. The number 30 of Tom Lewis alongside 27, James Mostiger, another one of the Bucci riders. So this is very much a two-way battle, you would say, between the mini GP style machines. It's Ovale versus Bucci out there. Real mixture of bikes as the flag drops. Another clean start, but look how treacherous those conditions are. One rider in trouble at the back, but gets away well. The back of the field now. Oh, this is a close start. Oh, as the leader goes down, a great start there for, I believe, that, I'll just confirm the number. I was going to say it was number 44, Sullivan Mounsey Jr. I'm not too sure looking at that now. Whoever it was got a fantastic start, but again, you can see how treacherous these conditions are. The bike just got away from there. Number 30, Tom Lewis, one of the Bucci Cup hopefuls, has gone down. That was the rider who lost it through the chicane for the first time, and he saw how easily he went down as well. That's the real worry for the riders that they've got to contend with now. Even Peter Hickman in second place is just riding at 50%, you'd almost say, on this first lap, taking it steady, bedding into the track. And then he will try and apply the pressure onto the leader, one would suspect. There's the number 44, Sullivan Mounsey Jr. One of the mini GP riders as the leaders make their way round for the first time. Good midfield battle going on there as the leaders make their way through. I'll pick up the lap charts in just a few moments, but it's James Mostiger that leads. Peter Hickman in second place. Dan Goodman up to third. Sullivan Mounsey Jr. fourth. Simon Bogg in fifth. Philip Suriak, Jack Knights, Callum Ricketts, Kobe Perry, Dominic Ovale, Tim Patterson, Derv Lane, who did join the race, just came in from the Vets race, of course. He's back on the field now in 12th place. And the unfortunate Tom Lewis is just crossing the line now in 13th position. But look at this great battle here. Nice little move down the inside. I believe Simon Bogg, the two leaders pulling away now, James Mostiger and Peter Hickman. Dan Goodman, it looks, alone in third position. All the action now for fourth place, and you can see how treacherous these conditions are. These riders doing a great job of battling their way through. Back at the front, the leaders coming round the final corner, getting a bit close now between James Mostiger and Peter Hickman. Very closely fought indeed. As we look at our riders a bit further down, Dan Goodman in third, and then here comes the battle for fourth as we look at it now. They charge over the line, very competitive racing despite the wet weather. And it looks like Simon Bogg, the number 10, there he is, heading this group of riders. Philip Suriak in fifth position now on the number 75. 44 of Sullivan Mounsey in sixth position. Callum Ricketts and Jack Knight just a bit further behind. Oh, as the machine there almost running out of road. The 4.58 of Callum Ricketts has another look at Sullivan Mounsey down the inside. He's brave on the brakes. Oh, and he almost came to grief there. He was even using his foot as a brake almost there. Well, we know the motocross style there of putting the foot out for stability, but almost using it as a brake. Now we cut to the leaders, and this is getting close as they make their way to the final corner, because James Mostiger getting a good start. And he has got none other than Peter Hickman behind him. And look at that incredible pace. You may well see it on your lap charts in a few moments. But these two leaders lapping under 1 minute. And that is a really incredible feat when you consider how wet the conditions are out there. You've got to carry a lot of pace to lap under a minute in these conditions. And it's a really close pace at the front. We just saw that rider going down at the back of the field. I'm not sure if that may have been Dominic Ovale, I believe, that went down at the top of the track. Rider okay and rejoined at the back of the field. And will soon be lapped by our two leaders as Hickman starts to put the pressure on once again on Mostiger. So we've got the BSB Isle of Man TT star here in second place, and the British mini bike star James Mostiger, of course, an experienced mini bike rider at the front. The two disciplines going head to head, but of course this is very much Mostiger's territory, you would say. Hickman still in second, both riders still lapping in the 59-second region. Hickman with the fastest lap of the race, 59.03. This is a really fast-paced race at the front when you consider how treacherous it is out there. And still on a knife edge. That looks like Ovale in front, about to go a lap down. And the two leaders just taking their time, getting past the slow rider, finding a gap and going through. Hickman down the inside of Ovale. Of course, he lost a lot of time when he dropped the bike last time round, but circulating still in 13th position. So in terms of the Bucci Cup, I think, of course, we lost Tom Lewis a moment ago. It looks like Jack Knights could well be leading the group, although James Mostica, of course, another one. This is very much a battle of the mini bike brands here. We've got Bucci leading, Ovale in second, still too close to call. Over the line they go. Hickman right in the rear wheel tracks here of James Mostica. Not risking going for a move at the moment. So at the moment in the battle of the brands, it's Bucci leading, Ovale second, but still very close indeed. And I am sure that Pete Hickman will have something to say about that now as he starts to put the pressure again on Mostica. Is he going to jump down the inside? He has a think about it, I think. No, he's gone down. Oh, and it happens to the best of them. Peter Hickman has gone down. The front wheel dropping away from him. Very quickly gets the bike fired up. I think that may have been Dominic Ovale that went back through. I don't think it was Dan Goodman. But oh, wow, there we go. As you can see, it'll catch out the best of them because Peter Hickman going down. Now I think that's Dominic Ovale, the rider who was a lap down in 13th place, and Hickman again puts him a lap down. We get the chance to try and look at that, of course, but Hickman, just a small mistake, lost the front wheel. There's Ovale still circulating in 13th place, looking to bring it home and get the point, 6 laps to go. And that, of course, means, I don't know if Mostica saw that himself, but I'm sure he'll hear now that he's on his own. James Mostica, just saw him having a little glance over the other side when he left the hairpin there. I think he knows now that he is clear at the front. Mostica opting for the motocross style helmet with the goggles there. Rider down on the final corner there we see coming into shot. I think that is the 4.58 of Callum Ricketts, the rider okay. Just very wisely would say pushing the bike off the track there because he is in the firing line on that crash barrier. So Ricketts off to the side of the circuit now, just trying to get the bike restarted and back into the action. This could benefit, of course, Dominic Ovale, who's in last place at the moment, looking to get back into the action as we look at the 75. Very distinctive blue and day-glow yellow machine there of Philip Czora. Oh, and the synchronised crashing there. This is how tough it is. Both Czora and Mounsey go down. The riders are okay, I hasten to add. And, well, this is it. I think almost there. I think Czora seemed to go down. And whether it put Mounsey off, I don't know. But just lost concentration for a second. It was synchronised crashing from those two. And being good sports there. No one was at fault particularly. Simon Bogdan, that will mean that he goes up a couple of positions. So it's all change here. We'll have a look at the lap charts, of course. Tom Lewis is having a good race here. Tom Lewis, you'll remember, crashed the bike on the very first corner of the race, and he is now up to 5th place with 5 laps to go. And well, he'd be perhaps relying on other riders making mistakes, but Tom Lewis could yet make a podium in this race, and that would be incredible. There we see the unfortunate duo there of Philip Czora and Dominic Ovale with some rather bent and battered machines. The riders are okay. Yellow flag up the top corner, of course, and there's the green flag signal. The course is clear. So it's all change here, of course. It's turning into a real race of attrition here. Simon Bogg up to 6th place, Jack Knights in 7th, Kobe Perry in 8th, Derva Lane up to 9th, and Dominic Ovale, who was cut adrift at the back of the field, is now up to 10th place. So certainly goes to show that perseverance pays off, and there we see, and I think that's Czora still in the barriers. The bike, it appears, has sustained some damage, so I think that Mounsey's got going, or should catch him very shortly, and I think he's touring back to the paddock. Another rider in trouble as well. Oh, it really is getting tough out there for these riders, and that's well, he looks like he's been motocross riding there, the unfortunate Callum Ricketts in 11th place, and look at the state of the levers of that bike. It really does look like a motocross meeting out there for him. Mounsey, there he is back on the bike now. I don't know if he's going to continue in the race or he's back going again. Well, he's bypassed the pits, and it looks like he's going to stay on the course and just try and get some points. The bike appears to be undamaged, and it's a bit of a shame for Philip Czora, you would say, because the rider's okay, but it looked like the bike had picked up a bit of damage. I wouldn't like to. This race is still too close to call. Although we should have a look now, because Mostica's still leading, but in the middle of all that drama, as we look at the 0-6, that's Jack Knights, who's making his way around. He's circulating well in 7th place. In the middle of all the action, the lead is coming down towards the final few corners now, and Peter Hickman is back with Mostica. And it's a real battle for the lead there, side by side into the final corner. We'll stick on this angle as we see who's going to be that takes the lead. And it's going to be Peter Hickman into the lead out of nowhere with 2 laps to go. So in the middle of all that drama, Hickman has come all the way back to challenge for the lead and has snatched the lead from Mostica as Callum Ricketts. I think he's wondering whether to invest in a set of golf clubs at the moment. He's having a tough race out there, but he's not giving up. And Hickman, well, he's injecting some yet more drama into this race. He's pulled all the way through and certainly flying the flag for Ovale here, taking the lead from Bucci. That battle at the front, it's certainly full value. Now let's see if James Mostica can keep up. There he is in 2nd place. Hickman finding a second wind in this race. You would say the fastest lap of the race, 57.67 from Peter Hickman. Great riding considering the tough conditions. Mostica still lapping in around the 1 minute region. You saw the unfortunate Filip Suriak being pushed away back to the paddock as we now make our way towards the final lap. Last lap board is out. Waiting now for our third. There's a rider down, I believe, just a corner before this. That might be Suriak taking bits of his machine back to the paddock. Rider is okay. It was just a bit unfortunate with a bit of synchronised crashing out there. The important thing is, though, both riders are unhurt. And hopefully just more cosmetic damage to that machine that I'm sure they'll be able to get repaired fairly easily. Meanwhile, Pete Hickman fighting his way through the spray. Looks like he's gone past the 7th place rider, Jack Knight. So Simon Bogg up to 6th. Tom Lewis, an incredible ride by him, up to 5th place. Tim Patterson, another one who's been slowly but surely making his way through the field. The number 13, he's up to 14th position. Mostica in 2nd, and it looks like he's going to have to give it his best to Peter Hickman, who comes round the final corner any moment now. There he is. And Pete Hickman takes the checkered flag in a dramatic race. Mostica 2nd, there goes Knights in 7th position, a lap down. And it looks like we've got 6 riders on the lead lap. Let's hope they all come back home, of course. It's still very, very tough out there in this really torrential weather front. And round the final corner, is that going to be Goodman or... Oh no! Tim Patterson, the rider who slowly but surely has been making his way through the field throughout the race, has snatched 3rd position on the final lap from Daniel Goodman. And it'll be Tom Lewis in 5th place on the number 30. Great ride from him after falling on the first corner. And here is the unfortunate Sullivan Mounsey, who at least was able to complete the race. He will finish in 11th position. I think Callum Ricketts was out there as well. There goes Dominic Ovale recovering back to 10th place. Another rider who was cut adrift at the start of the race after a tumble. But he recovers to 10th. And the last few riders as we look at James Mostica, who settles for 2nd place. Lead Bucci rider popping a wheelie. Simon Bogg's gone through in 6th place, and Derverlane rounds out the field in 9th position. So a dramatic race there, you would say. Fantastic action. Real thrills and spills throughout the field in the Mini GP 190 and 70. We still have 2 more races to go, and well, if they're half as good as that one was, I'm sure we'll be in for some real cracking racing. Last race of the day is the Super Minis. They'll be underway very shortly, but coming up next, the riders who are in the waiting zone at the moment. We go back to the Ovales. It's the Motul Oils Ovale 160 Cup. They're making final preparations, and they'll be back underway in just a few moments' time. Second race of the weekend for the Ovale 160 Cup. Riders are in the waiting zone and will be underway in just a few moments. We'll have a look at how they line up. So this is the second race of the weekend for the Ovale 160, is our penultimate race of the weekend. And this is how the grid looks. Harley McCabe lining up on pole from Kobe Perry, Joshua Williams, Mason Greasley, Lewis Mullen in 5th, Cade Watt in 6th position, 7th for George Bowes. Craig Dance, who we believe is a non-starter, So what we believe will be 7 hardy souls will be making their way out into this gnarly rainstorm now. We were expecting the weather front to come through, and it has hit us with a vengeance as the afternoon goes on. You'll see for yourself, look at those raindrops in front of you there. Really tough, gnarly conditions here. And this is going to be a real battle here for the last 2 races. We saw even the likes of Pete Hickman going down in the previous race. Just goes to show how tough it is. So full credit to our Ovale pilots for making their way out. Streaming their way through. Once again, these riders, I believe, will have 2 sighting laps. Such are the conditions. We've got about, well, at least 5 or 6 out there at the moment. It is turning into a bit of a race of attrition. So this is the Ovale 160 group. We've got the 110s that we saw earlier on. This is the 160s, slightly larger machines. There's a bit of a crossover with the age, but this is for riders aged between 10 to 14 years. So this is effectively a senior youth class, you would say. The slightly older riders, slightly larger machines, the 160s. Slightly more powerful machines, a little bit heavier, but not by very much. Still with the same regulations that we touched on earlier with regards to the engine sealing, and very much an emphasis to keep the cost at a modest level to make the bikes affordable to run and to race. And we spoke to Pete Hickman before, who's the man behind Ovale UK in terms of importing the bikes into the UK. And one of the real things here is that it is really is, I wouldn't say it's a full spec series in the sense they are allowed to make minor modifications, but it's very close regulations in terms of the jets used on the bikes, the carburetors, everything down to the sealed engines that we touched on earlier as well. There's a limit on how many engines they can use as well. So it really is a case, when you consider really the costs involved in grassroots racing, it's more a case to be able to keep this there's always a cost involved in both car and bike racing, but the idea being really is that anyone can go to the dealers and pick up an Ovale machine and enter this race series, and if they're talented enough, they will be mixing it at the front. So sometimes you see riders, of course, who have more wealthy backgrounds, they might be able to afford more engines, there's more cost to maybe able to get more tuning out of the machines normally. It doesn't really apply to the Ovales. It's not entirely a stock class, but there are some modifications, but it's very slight, and it is really an aim of making the bikes as competitive as possible. Last couple of riders just making their way out onto the course. I can tell you, looking out of my commentary tower here, that it really is throwing it down right now. There's a lot of rain on the circuit. You can see why the meeting's being curtailed, sadly. I don't think it'll be feasible to carry on much longer into the afternoon. There's ditches of water on the edge of the track down by the finish line here. Fair to say it'll be the same round the track as well. This rain is already falling on saturated ground, so really is tough out there. We get an idea. Here's down by the finish line now. You'll see the marshals on the course, and look at the right-hand side of your track there. You'll see there's a whole ditch of water on the right-hand side, and there's a lot of standing water out there as well. So certainly the marshals have got this under control. But this is part of the reason why the meeting has been curtailed after the next race, because I think as the afternoon goes on, this is a weather front that's coming through. It's not forecasted to go away anytime soon. This is good for the evening now, so the track's only going to get wet. There's only going to be more standing water, and I think realistically, interest of safety, not going to be able to carry on much longer into the afternoon. We've still got 2 races to go, of course, and we've got our Ovale 160 riders just completing the second of their sighting lap, and I believe we've got 6 hardy riders lining up on that final corner to do battle. I believe will be a 12. It'll still run to its full duration of 12 laps. Penultimate race of the day. And here we go, the riders starting to line up in their position. This, of course, the one-make series. We saw the mixture of the Bucci and the Ovales last time out. This is pure Ovale racing, the slightly larger 160 capacity machines, but still very much a stock-based formula. And as I said before in these broadcasts, when you walk around the paddock and look at these machines close up, I mean, for a young rider, they really must be fantastic to ride. They, you know, I mean, we talk about them being built to a spec, but they are well-crafted machines. We say Italian-based bikes, and they got all the right components on them. And when you look at these bikes in the paddock, they really do resemble scaled-down MotoGP bikes. And even in the standard form, they look the part with the graphics and everything right the way down to how they're designed. And really are tidy-looking bikes, it has to be said. And they've really developed some great racing over the last year and a half. As the race gets underway, here we go. Into the spray they go, and Kobe Perry leads them into the first corner from Harley McCabe and Joshua Williams. And I'm sure Pete Hickman, who dropped the bike even himself last time, will be taking a keen eye on this race, on how some of his young riders are getting on. And it looks like Kobe Perry 53 is your race leader, but look at this, a duel into the hairpin now as Harley McCabe tries to fight back, and it looks like he's retaken the lead. So McCabe leads, Perry in second. These two really pulling away now from the rest of the field. Joshua Williams in third. Mason Greasley fourth, George Bowes and Craig Dance rounding out the field. 12 laps to go in this race, and the top two pulling away. Battle of a third as I think that's Joshua Williams, parking his bike on the inside, forcing everyone to go round him. Just getting himself acquainted to the track as Harley McCabe leads the way. Kobe Perry in second. It looks like McCabe's pulling away a bit now. As we mentioned earlier in the Vets race, one of the things now is we can see for ourselves how tough these weather conditions are. And the rain is absolutely throwing it down at the moment. The rider's still lapping 105 in that sort of region. These sort of conditions, you see a lot of riders head for home, and these final races on a wet day like this, they don't tend to get the numbers, but this is where it's all about grabbing your championship points, you would say, because these riders, even the rider who finishes in last place, will still be in sixth place and grab some decent points from this race. And these are the sort of days that potentially can win you championships as well. It's not the nicest weather to go out racing, it's horrible out there, it's throwing it down, but it's the same for all the riders, and it's what you make of the conditions. And the guy leading so far, Harley McCabe, is motoring along quite nicely, but keeping him in check is second position Kobe Perry on the 53. Back with McCabe now, all on his own. And look at how he's riding, he's nice and smooth, he's not doing anything too rashly, but keeping the momentum going as well, keeping the pace. Looking to get the power down as quickly as possible, but good throttle control, very important as to not to let the back end step out on him, because he'd be out of the race if that happened. Perry still keeping him honest though in second place, 4.3 seconds adrift. And it's that sort of gap at the moment, 4.3 seconds. He's not close enough to put McCabe under any real pressure, but if McCabe makes a mistake, and we've seen how easily it can happen, Kobe Perry would be right in there. So he's really got to keep pushing here in second place. At the moment, he's not really able to match McCabe on pace, but he's still motoring along quite nicely in second place. There he goes down the back straight. He's well clear of George Bowes in third. So Kobe Perry staying strong in second, keeping the pressure on McCabe. Still finely poised this race, you would say. Any kind of a mistake from McCabe and Perry would be right in there, but I'm sure Harley McCabe would have other ideas on that count. These two really far away now from George Bowes in third. Craig Dance, actually Craig Dance making his way through the field. He was in last place on the first lap, now through to fourth. Mason Greasley and Joshua Williams running up the field with 9 laps to go as the two leaders make their way through. McCabe's gone through 104.2 last time round, so Perry losing a couple of seconds, 106.5. I don't know if I saw yellow flags there, if it was just in the corner of my eye possibly, or I don't believe so. It looks like they're all still on the track. So George Bowes in third, Craig Dance in fourth. Mason Greasley and Joshua Williams rounding out the field. The 6 riders all still in the race. But still, this race is far from over. It's atrocious conditions now, really tough for the riders, and you can see just how gently they're taking it into the corners. There's the 67 of George Bowes, a distant third place, but third nonetheless. Pulling away now from the rest of the field. Got Craig Dance in fourth, Mason Greasley and Joshua Williams running out the field. Harley McCabe well clear of the field at this stage, just crossing the line as the race leader. There's the third place rider still, George Bowes, looking strong in third. We should see Craig Dance just a little bit further behind him in fourth as they make their way around Sunny Corner, which isn't really sunny at the moment. We'll keep an eye on Craig Dance, the rider just behind here, because he may well be closing up on this fourth place man. Bowes goes through, 106.2 last time round. Oh, it's very closely matched on time. Craig Dance, number 19, in 4th place. Only about half a second or so separating those two riders, so still finely poised for 3rd place. A bit further back, Mason Greasy just gone through, and the number 28 closely followed by the 78 of Joshua Williams. All the riders who started the race are still in there, riding very well despite the tough conditions. Craig Dance, there he is, number 19, just trying to close up. You can see the rider in front of him, number 67, George Bowes. Into the top corner they go. All 6 riders are still in the race. And Craig Dance, back down the undulating downhill section they go, trying to close up on George Bowes. At the moment, I don't think he's closing up all that much, but he's certainly keeping him honest in 4th. And much like we said about the rider at the front, Harley McCabe, George Bowes in 3rd position, he certainly can't afford any kind of a mistake, because there we see Dance. And he would say it's just a case of keeping him honest in 4th place. There he goes. The rest of the field somewhat further back. You can see on the panoramic view there just how wet things are. There is the 28. That's Mason Greasley coming round the final corner. And this battle for the final position, this one's not over yet either, actually, because there's Greasley going through over the line. We should see Joshua Williams in just a moment as we focus on Greasley. And I'm sure when we get the panoramic view in a moment, so he looks over his shoulder, that's always the best thing to do. Joshua Williams about 3 seconds behind in 6th place, currently at the back of the field, but there he is. So certainly this race far from over. 6 laps to go, because our leader Harley McCabe has just gone through. Anyone thinking this is slow, I tell you what, try and do this yourself, because Harley McCabe is really motoring now. He's going to close up on these 2 riders very shortly. Just picking their way around the track, keeping the bike on 2 wheels. Very tough conditions out there. This is one of those things, I would say, that is infinitely harder than it looks. Rest assured, when he turned the bike into that corner, it just wants to go off the side of the track. So it's just a case of keeping it under control on 2 wheels. You can hear the brass of the 2 strokes in the background. The Super Mini's coming up very shortly, of course. That's the 28. Mason Greasy goes through. Joshua Williams just behind him. There's Williams, and we should be seeing our leader very shortly around the final couple of corners. The 79 of Harley McCabe making his way up towards the final corner. Here he comes into that last corner now, and you can see he's maintaining a good pace out there. Round the final corner he goes, and McCabe splashing through those treacherous conditions into the first corner. Still lapping in the 105 region, so he's making his way round quite nicely at the moment. These riders, we say, aged between 10 and 14 years old, very much a youth category. And Harley McCabe, who leads at the moment, he's part of the Vision Track MLAV Academy. Of course, we had the interview with Michael Laverty earlier on today, and I'm sure Michael Laverty will be watching this from afar, and he'll be very pleased to see how well Harley McCabe's doing in these tough conditions. 15 seconds now, the gap between him and Kobe Perry in 2nd. So McCabe, he's run a good steady race here. He's done nothing too dramatic. Just very steadily and surely making his way around the track, keeping that pace up, maintaining a good pace as well. His fastest lap was 103.3. Last time he went around 105, so he's still fairly close to his fastest lap pace. And there he goes, motoring around once again over the line. 4 laps to go, still lapping in the 105 region. So McCabe, good sensible riding here, I would say. He's keeping it nice and smooth, hasn't really dropped the pace. And into the top corner he goes. As I say, part of the Vision Track MLAV Academy. And I'm sure when Michael Laverty watches this race back, so far at least, we don't want to invoke anything too much, but if it carries on like this, I'm sure that Michael Laverty will be very pleased with this riding, because these are really tough conditions out there. And he's still maintaining that 17.7 gap at the front. Kobe Perry still in 2nd place and still motoring along quite nicely as the riders make their way down towards the final few corners. And these 6 brave riders who stuck it out until the end, still battling away. Here is the 2nd place rider, led briefly at the start. That was Kobe Perry. So again at Harley McCabe making his way back towards the final corner. 3 laps to go next time round. And Kobe Perry in second, still 17.7 adrift. Harley McCabe absolutely motoring past the commentary point there. And from the commentary point, you can really hear the bike and feel how how much water is being pushed aside by that bike when he goes through. Here's the second place rider. Again, he's motoring on a fair old pace as well, actually. Kobe Perry lapping 106.8. 3 laps to go. Keep a close eye now, actually, on just how quick. George Bowes in third has just crossed the line and matching the second place rider on pace. So at the moment, it's still finely poised here with what will be 2.5 laps to go. Everyone running a fairly steady pace out there, but the real opponent here, you would say at the moment, is the track. Look how treacherous it is. You see when they cut out of that hairpin how breezy it is as well. And Kobe Perry absolutely motoring down the back straight there. Craig Dance at the moment, he's still settled in 4th place. But it would be so easy for any of these riders to make a mistake. We've seen even Peter Hickman last time round, how easily he went down. And this is one of these things. I've certainly raced karts in the wet and raced motocross in the wet. It's one of these sort of activities that is infinitely harder than it looks. Try and slow the bike down for the corner. It's not really going to slow down that easily. If you're too aggressive on the brakes, the front end will just tuck away and you'll go sliding down the track. Likewise, when you come out of the corner, too aggressive on the power, there's no traction at the back there. It's just a case of that fine line between getting the traction, getting the power down as quickly as possible and not dumping it down and getting what will be a high side in these sort of conditions. Everyone maintaining a good pace out there as we look at the 3rd place man, number 67, George Bowes. Craig Dance just a bit further behind in 4th, and Bowes running a steady race at the moment in 3rd position. He is about 9 seconds adrift of Kobe Perry in 2nd place. Craig Dance, Mason Greasley and Joshua Williams rounding out the field, and the race leader Harley McCabe crossing the line for what will be the last lap in this very tough race. That looks like the 4th place man, number 19, Craig Dance, gingerly making his way back down towards the bottom of the hill. So these riders, don't forget, of course, these riders aged between 10 and 14 years old, very young riders, and a real masterful display of conditions here. George Bowes still in 3rd place on the number 67, crossing the line. Distant 3rd place, but still circulating nicely. As we cut back to the number 79 of Harley McCabe, he has got the 78 of Joshua Williams just ahead of him, who will become the first rider to be lapped. Or will he? McCabe just taking his time. He knows he's got the time on his side, and again, he could have gone down the inside there, but chose just to sit behind him. There's no rush here. Of course, Williams is trying to fight his way back home as well. So will McCabe make the overtake on the final corner? It doesn't look like he will at the moment, because he's got the race almost under control. Round the final corner he goes. There goes Joshua Williams on the 78, and over the line goes Harley McCabe. So that means, of course, that all 6 riders will complete the race on the lead lap. Joshua Williams, 78, goes charging away in 6th place. But a great ride there from Harley McCabe. Round the final corner now will go Kobe Perry. Any moment now, we should see him coming through the 53 in 2nd place. Good ride from him as well. He finishes in 2nd. And pushing to the flag there is the number 67 of George Bowes in 3rd. There's the number 19 of Craig Dance, who will finish in 4th place if he just bring it home around the last 2 corners. And here comes Dance. He was at the back of the field at the start of the race, recovering to 4th position. Had a go at 3rd, but has to settle that 4th place. But very well done to him as well. Mason Greasley and Joshua Williams will be rounding out the field in just a few moments. Here comes Greasley round towards the final corner now. He'll be delighted to see that checkered flag, I am sure. And Joshua Williams, who just about stayed on the lead lap, will round out the field in 6th position. Here he comes round the final corner. Joshua Williams about to take the checkered flag in 6th place. Very well done to our 6 finishers. Very tough weather conditions. And once again, you have to say congratulations to all those riders for completing the race. 6 started and 6 finished. So very well done to all those riders in those tough weather conditions. As we say, because of the very poor weather and the accidents that we had earlier on today, this weather front well and truly in for the afternoon now. So the racing has been cut short, sadly, for the afternoon. But we still have one more race to go, and it's the mixture of the 2 strokes and the 4 strokes going out very shortly. It's the Brap Bikes Super Minis, round number 3 here at Ovale, drawing to a close in just a few moments' time. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with our final race of the day. It's the Brap Bikes Super Minis, and we'll have a look in just a moment at how they line up in these very tough weather conditions. And this is how they will line up for this final race of the day. Joe Dickinson on pole position from Jack Bednarek, Tom Lewis, Lawrence Wardle in 4th, Richard Holmes-Williams in 5th, Jordan Pritchard in 6th place. 7th for Luke Bithell, 8th Alan Brooks, 9th is Robin Kyle, Howard Taylor 10th, Luke Weston 11th, Nathan Smith in 12th with no recorded time. Whether we get 12 on the grid, we shall wait and see, because it really has turned into a race of attrition. This will be a very tough race for these bikes, and these again will have 2 sighting laps just to get back used to the conditions again. It really has been the wettest it's been all day. So 2 laps for the riders just to get used to the track, get acquainted to the circuit once again. And a shout out, of course, to Brap Bikes, and this is really a vested interest almost, you might say, because this is a Brap Bikes, a relatively small family-owned company, and it's all about, it's a very much an engineering firm. And what they do basically, Brap Bikes, is these are all based on junior motocross bikes, and Brap Bikes providing the components and the skills to transform them across to this supermoto style format, make them into a race-ready Super Mini style bike. And out there today we should be seeing, I don't know if he went out actually, but Jack Bednarek is the sponsored rider on the Brap Bikes team. We'll find out in a moment if he actually made it to the start on this one, unfortunately, because it has been a difficult race. But Brap Bikes effectively one of the real suppliers who help get these bikes race ready as a form of junior supermoto style. As we said before, these are all based on youth motocross bikes. You have the mixture of the 2-stroke 85cc machines. Predominantly nowadays really seems to be the Austrian bikes, the KTMs and the Husqvarna. So I did see a Yamaha out there, I believe. Try and pick that one up. It might have been Alan Brooks, I'm not sure. We'll have a look in a few moments. And we've also got the 150 4-strokes in there, the CRF 150 Honda. And this is where effectively this mini bike, Super Minis class, effectively started off with the CRF 150. It was devised by Honda as a youth 4-stroke machine. As you may know, motocross 4-strokes really came to the forefront about 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago in motocross. And the CRF 150 really was supposed to be the main youth 4-stroke bike, but never really took off. Youth motocross really seems to have stayed as a 2-stroke affair, but the 150 is still popular, especially on the tarmac as well. It really is a potent Super Mini machine. It's got that wonderful torquey power band, and well, who knows what's going to be best today. We've got the 2-strokes with that all top end, real peaky power band, as Joe Dickinson leads the riders down to the line, riding the Husqvarna 85cc machine. Hear them out there now, hear the throaty roar of the 150 4-stroke and the crisp revving now of the 2-strokes, that really raspy power note there as they hear them on the pipe. Fair to say, of course, everyone on wet tyres at the moment. It really, we saw riders gambling on the slicks earlier on today, but when this weather front came in, it really did come in. And what you may see in a few moments, depending on the camera angles, is the rain at some points is horizontal. So the 99 there, Alan Brooks, is actually on a Yamaha as well. The Yamaha YZ85. There he is, number 99 towards the back there. You don't see too many of the Japanese bikes anymore. Certainly looks the part. Let's see how it goes as the flag drops for our final race of the day, and away go the Super Minis. In terms of out and out horsepower, these are about the fastest bikes in the field. Awesome power to weight ratio, and they really fly around the track in the dry. I'm sure they'll motor in the wet. As down the inside goes Richard Holmes-Williams. Can he make that one stick? Yes, he can. Fantastic move there for the 126. He had to be brave on the brakes. And again, leg out motocross style, just stabilising the bike. What a move there from Holmes Williams into third. Right at the front, Joe Dickinson, as we may have expected, has pulled away at the front in these early stages. Had a shout out on social media, perhaps preferring the 4-stroke in the wet. Interesting debate, of course. Yeah, you'd almost say the 4-stroke's got a more tractable, smoother power band. I know, well, I didn't race mini bikes on the 2-stroke or the 4-stroke. In motocross, I much preferred, to be honest, I preferred the lighter feel of the 2-stroke. But I know certainly Richard Holmes Williams riding that bike around well. Interesting debate, really. We do see that dynamic between the 2-strokes and the 4-strokes here. It's a tricky one, really, because you got the nimbler feel almost, and the more switchable power band. You can really square the turn off of these bikes and gas the 2-strokes down the straight. But then on the other hand, the 4-strokes, of course, it's a heavier, not necessarily heavier in terms of weight, but heavier feel. As one rider goes now, is that Joe Dickinson that's gone down? Might well be. So we're just saying, of course, the more tractable power band on the 4-stroke may be an advantage. I think that's Dickinson. A rare mistake, is it? Yes, it is. That was the race leader, Joe Dickinson, that went down. That is a very rare mistake from him. We very rarely see him go off the course. And yet again, another top name caught out by the weather conditions. And Dickinson is way down the field now. So Jordan Pritchard, your new race leader. Richard Holmes Williams in second. We're only 1.7 seconds covering those two riders. It's going to be Lawrence Wardle in third, sorry, my apologies. Fourth for Brooks on number 99 on the Yamaha. 22, Luke Weston's just gone through, and right on his tail is Joe Dickinson. 10 laps to go, and Dickinson is 20 seconds adrift. So what will that mean? Can he get back up with the leaders? He's got to catch up with them, and he's got to pass them as well. And this is your new leader, the number 151 of Jordan Pritchard. So here we go. The 4-stroke then leading the way. Of course, you've got the engine braking as well, can perhaps be a bit smoother into the corners, brake a bit deeper. So, for the first time this year, we've got Honda CRF 150 1 and 2, and leading the way is the 151 of Pritchard. Then getting the power down as quickly as possible, trying not to lose the back end. These riders really are motoring here. It just goes to show the power of these machines. The two leaders lapping well under 1 minute. So Alan Brooks now up to third place. The rider we were saying was on the Yamaha, he's in third. Lawrence Wardle in fourth. Joe Dickinson crossing the line as I speak, as Pritchard makes his way up towards the hairpin once again for the final time. Dickinson 57.745, so at the moment is matching this guy on pace, the race leader Jordan Pritchard. This is where Dickinson went off. Just seemed to run out of the road and went into the gravel. So this means now that Jordan Pritchard has the lead. Here we go into the final couple of corners. And there we see the second place man, Richard Holmes Williams. So this debate on the social media about the 2-strokes and the 4-strokes here. At the moment, certainly going the way of the 4-strokes. As mentioned, I think the power band could be seen as being a bit too sharp in the wet on the 2-stroke. I mean, I know on the dirt I much preferred the 2-stroke, but there is a lot to be said as well about the 4-stroke as well, that more tractable power, and certainly the engine braking might help as well. And at the moment, Joe Dickinson now to fourth position, but not really able to catch up with these two guys at the front. There goes Holmes Williams in second, just trying to keep up with Pritchard. And once again, another repeat here, like we said earlier on in the Ovale race. It's one of these situations now. Holmes Williams is 4.6 seconds adrift of Jordan Pritchard, the race leader. So at the moment, this guy here, he can't really catch up with the leader and go for a pass. But any kind of a mistake from the leader, we've seen how easily it can happen. Wouldn't even have to come off the bike necessarily. And Richard Holmes Williams would be right in there as well. So, again, he just saw the back end go. Caught that in time. He could have gone right off the course there, but good riding there from Richard Holmes Williams to save that one. Again, that's how easily a mistake can happen. Both these riders still lapping under 1 minute. Meanwhile, Joe Dickinson is up to third, and he's set the fastest lap of the race, 56.9. On that Husqvarna 85, charging through in third, Alan Brooks in fourth. Rest of the field made up of Lawrence Wardle, Luke Weston and Howard Taylor. There is Joe Dickinson. An uncharacteristic mistake, but he's okay. The bike's in one piece and he's been able to keep on going. So you'd almost say this is a mini supermoto format effectively. Hence the term super minis, of course. And supermoto, I'm sure most of you know what supermoto is. It's effectively a hybrid between motocross and short circuit track racing. And there is a full-on supermoto style track here at Three Sisters. Actually, got the, sometimes they even have the jumps and the berms as well. You may see it in the background there. So this is more of a mini version. It certainly seems very popular. The race goes on as Dickinson, you saw in the background getting the thumbs up from the crowd. The remaining spectators who stayed on to watch this final motor. There's the 99 of Alan Brooks in fourth on the Yamaha YZ85. Great to see Yamaha out there. The 85 seems to be coming back nowadays, actually. The what's called Blue Crew, the Yamaha Youth Motocross program, really developing the next generation of youth motocross riders. And it does mean that we've seen a few more of these Yamahas out in the field recently, and great to see one here in the Super Minis. And certainly Alan Brooks in fourth place is using that machine to good effect. He's clearing fourth on his own at the moment. Lawrence Wardle and Luke Weston alone, fifth and sixth. The leader, Jordan Pritchard, has just gone through over the line in the lead as Alan Brooks charges back down the hill, heading towards the sunny corner. Over the line, we've seen the 107 of Howard Taylor just been lapped by 48 Joe Dickinson. Still in third place, Brooks in fourth. You can hear raspy two-stroke power band as he makes his way down the straight. Brooks with his own personal best, 101.755. A bit further back, we're just waiting now through the rain, the spray for Lawrence Wardle. There he is in fifth place on the number 414. One of the KTM 85s there, the oxygen machine, just been overtaken, of course, by Alan Brooks up to fourth. But Wardle circulating quite nicely in fourth position. Our leader coming around the final corner any moment now. And waiting now to see how Jordan Pritchard is getting on. There's Lawrence Wardle, currently alone at the front. Jordan Pritchard lapping 58.4. 22 of Luke Weston's just gone through as well as we concentrate on Wardle. And pulls a slight gap on Richard Holmes-Williams. However, Joe Dickinson is starting to close on the second place rider, who we should pick up very shortly. There goes Wardle, number 414, still in fifth place. You'll see on your timing screens there that Joe Dickinson has again set the fastest lap of the race, 56.821, and he's brought the gap down to 4 seconds. There is your race leader, Jordan Pritchard. 4 laps to go, still leads by 11.5 seconds. He's done all the right things so far. As we look down the spray into the background, again we pick up Jordan Pritchard neatly at the front. You can almost hear the engine braking on that bike as he, again, just smooth engine braking into the corner, easier to do on the 4-stroke, using that power band to good effect, and again crossing the line, 57.9. Joe Dickinson is faster, but is time going to be against him? Here's the battle of a second. There is Dickinson. He's fought his way through to third. He's got Richard Holmes-Williams in front of him. 3 laps to go, including the one they have just started. And Joe Dickinson really putting the pressure now. Oh, he's going to have a look down the inside of Holmes-Williams. No, not quite. Ran out of the road there. He's going to try and fight again as they make their way to the second of the 2 hairpins into Iredale's. Oh, and round the outside. Great move there from Joe Dickinson. He was brave into the corner and caught at Holmes-Williams under pressure. Now here we go, 2.5 laps. And Jordan Pritchard leads the race by 12.9 seconds, but Joe Dickinson is flying here. Jordan Pritchard, the race leader, making his way round the final corner as Dickinson goes down the hill. He's still got quite a gap to make up, admittedly. We just saw Pritchard behind in the background there, going through onto his penultimate lap. Still lapping 57.7, so Jordan Pritchard, the race leader, is absolutely motoring at the front. Dickinson up to second and has pulled about 1 second on Jordan Pritchard. So if you get the book out here, it would say really that realistically Joe Dickinson is going to run out of time with 1.5 laps to go. But this is racing and anything can happen. And this guy, Jordan Pritchard, who's doing a great job at the front, you would say he's just got to try and maintain this pace now and bring it home, but we've seen already how easily an accident can happen, so this race is by no means over. It's fantastic racing there, admittedly, from Joe Dickinson to snatch second place out of nowhere, but I think time might be against him. But we've seen racing before, we know how quickly these sorts of things can turn on their head as the last lap board goes out. There's Lawrence Wardle again, still in 5th place. Joe Dickinson coming round towards the final corner now. We'll have a look at the lap charts. Jordan Pritchard 58.1 last time round. Joe Dickinson, 58.2. He hasn't closed up last time round, so I think time might be against him. But again, Jordan Pritchard, here he comes into Iredales for the final time. And of course, the sensible thing to say here is, well, he looks pretty confident, doesn't he? Waving down the back straight now. Will that come back to haunt him? The sensible thing to say sometimes is perhaps you ought to slow down on the final lap and just conserve the pace, but sometimes that's how accidents happen. If you start slowing down, it's just as easy really just to try and maintain that pace. Oh, and there's the Yamaha we were talking about earlier, the unfortunate Alan Brooks, and it is buried in the barriers. Rider okay, but round the final corner goes Jordan Pritchard. He looks pleased with that one, and who can blame him for a fantastic race? Lawrence Wardle will come through. He's a lap down in, well, he'll actually snatch 4th position, I believe, because Alan Brooks is in the barriers. And second place will be Joe Dickinson after that fantastic move on Richard Holmes Williams. Alan Brooks, I hasten to add, is okay, but is pushing the bike back to the paddock. Looks like he's going to call it best and retire on the final lap. So Richard Holmes Williams in 3rd. Lawrence Wardle, we just saw a moment ago, he will finish in 4th place, a lap down. Howard Taylor rounds out the field in 7th place, 2 laps adrift, and I believe now coming around the final corner will be the number 22 of Luke Weston, and that means that he will finish 5th. So it looks like Alan Brooks is not going to complete the race. That's a shame for him, and that will pretty much round up this fantastic action here at the 3rd round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship here at Rowrah in Cumbria. That pretty much brings things to a close. To those of you watching this afternoon, thanks a lot for your patience, and we hope you enjoyed this real spectacle of riders doing battle with the wet weather conditions. Unfortunately, of course, that is the final race of the day. The event has been cut short early, sadly, because of the deteriorating weather conditions, and of course we lost a lot of time earlier on because of the accidents. And certainly I would say here now, we pass our wishes on to the injured riders and hope they make a swift and full recovery. Next time out, of course, we will be going across to Ella Park on the 12th and 13th of June to catch all the information on the website at britishminibikes.com. And as the riders make their way back to the paddock, a big shout out, of course, to all the marshals, the medics and the officials. Thanks, of course, to the Cumbria Kart Racing Club for all their support as well. Thanks to Rich Energy and all of our sponsors, to BR8 Media and to all the staff here at Alpha Live for all their hard work. That is pretty much a wrap here at Rowrah for round number 3 of the championship. Thanks a lot for watching. We hope you enjoyed the real wet weather spectaculars, and we will see you again at Ella Park. Catch you at round number 4.